Chapter 225. When the Princess of Chu thought of this, she immediately looked at Lu Lan with a burning gaze. When Lu Lan saw the Princess of Chu's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Although Lu Lan's actual age was about the same as the Princess of Chu's, they were of the same generation. However, because Lu Lan had been sealed in ice for over 100 years, her memory and mind were only stuck at the time when she was a young girl in her 20s. When she saw the Princess of Chu's burning gaze, how could she not blush? She pursed her lips and shyly asked, "Palace Master, why are you looking at me like that?" When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's reaction, she became more and more satisfied. She slightly smiled and pretended to be mysterious as she said, "Lu Lan, right now, if we want to quickly increase Su Yan's strength, I have thought of a good place in the Monster Palace." Lu Lan slightly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion. Just now, she was also thinking about where in the Monster Palace would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate. However, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of such a place in the Monster Palace. Lu Lan even thought of finding a suitable place in the 5 counties for Su Yan to cultivate. Unfortunately, even after thinking of all the places that she was familiar with, Lu Lan still couldn't think of a place that would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate and that would allow Su Yan to quickly grow. Now that she heard the Princess of Chu say that there was such a place in the Monster Palace, she was naturally confused. When the Princess of Chu saw the confusion in Lu Lan's eyes, she knew that she was anxious, so she didn't keep her in suspense. She turned her eyes and smiled. "Lu Lan, did you forget that our East Palace has the ancient demon pool that the other 3 palaces don't have? Supreme Fey Ancient Pond." Lu Lan's eyes lit up when she heard the name. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that place? The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond is where the essence of the Monster Palace's Palace Masters is gathered. Cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond will definitely increase one's cultivation speed." When Lu Lan thought of this, she could not help but smile. However, she quickly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu. "Palace Master, this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool can help Su Yan grow faster, but this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool..." Before Lu Lan could say anything, she saw the light in Princess Chu's eyes. She seemed to have guessed something and her face flushed red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of surprise, she looked at Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master, you can't be thinking of making me..." "That's right." When the Princess of Chu saw that Lu Lan understood, she meaningfully pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Lu Lan, although you're over 100 years old based on your actual birth date, you're still only 20 years old. You're about the same age as Su Yan. It's naturally the best choice for the 2 of you to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together." Although Lu Lan was usually cheerful, she was still a young girl who had never experienced love. Furthermore, she had always been focused on cultivation. She had never thought about the matters between men and women. When she heard the Princess of Chu say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She felt a wave of shyness in her heart and her face was flushed red. She stared at Princess Consort Chu for a long time, unable to recover her senses. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan like this, she said, "Lu Lan, perhaps this is a bit too much for you. After all, you've never seen Su Yan before. But don't make a decision now. When Su Yan came out of the ice-cold pond, I already gave the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. Now, there are no servants in the Spirit Palace. You can pretend to be a servant and interact with Su Yan for a few days. If you like him, it won't be too late to talk about it then." "Palace Master, that's not what I meant." Lu Lan shook her head and said, "This Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. The Monster Palace owes the Buddha Sword sect. I, Lu Lan, am fortunate enough to enter the ancient demon pond with him. It is an honor." But, Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu shyly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "But what?" the Princess of Chu asked immediately. But when she saw the Princess of Chu's uncertain eyes, she understood. She smiled and said, "Lu Lan, are you worried about Ling?" Lu Lan nodded shyly. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan nod, she laughed and said, "Hee, Lu Lan, you don't have to worry about that. Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. In other words, he is the successor of an emperor." The world is so big. How many emperors don't have wives and concubines? The Princess of Chu's face didn't change. Aside from the vicissitudes of life on her face, she was only about the same age as Lu Lan and Chu Linger. But she had lived for 100 years. Her wisdom was not something a young girl like Lu Lan could compare to. He could see through some things more clearly than Lu Lan. When she saw that Lu Lan still couldn't let it go, she continued to persuade her, Lu Lan, to be honest, even if you don't enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, if possible, I will still let you and Ling be betrothed to Su Yan. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she blushed again. She didn't know how to respond. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she paused and said, Lu Lan, in this huge monster palace, apart from the 1,000-year foundation of the monster palace, the people I am most worried about are you and Ling. Although you and Linger's talent is not bad, you are after all women. There should be a man standing in front of you to protect the two of you from the wind and rain. This Su Yan is clearly the best choice. If the two of you are really fated to be with Su Yan, then the three of you will be in charge of the Monster Palace. Even if I am not in the Monster Palace, I will be more at ease. When the Princess of Chu said this, a sorrowful look appeared in her eyes. Just as she said, no matter how powerful the Princess of Chu was in the Monster Palace, she was still a woman. Countless pressures and burdens were piled on her shoulders. She was willing to bear it, but she knew how tiring it was. It was also because the Princess of Chu knew how tiring and painful it was that she didn't want her daughter, her best friend, to bear all of this. For so many years, the Princess of Chu had been shouldering all of this by herself. She had never revealed it in front of others. Now, in front of the only person she could talk to in the East Palace, the Princess of Chu didn't hide the sadness and pain in her heart. Lu Lan felt the sadness in the Princess of Chu and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although the Gone Border continent was a world of martial artists, it was a world where martial artists were respected. However, it didn't mean that in this world, all emotions were lost. Everyone lost the things they wanted to protect. It wasn't like that. In fact, in this cruel world, everyone had something that they wanted to protect. Su Yan, he persevered for the pride in his heart, worked hard for the kindness in his heart, and pursued forward for the kinship. The Princess of Chu, for the sake of protecting the bloodline of the Supreme Monster Clan, for the sake of her daughter, and for the sake of kinship, she had been bearing all of the pressure. Lu Lan was the same. She endured the boring cultivation every day. She closed herself in here every day, never taking half a step out of here. She wanted to protect the Supreme Monster Clan and help reduce the burden on the Princess of Chu. Now, seeing the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, all of the confusion in Lu Lan's heart was solved at this moment. She clenched her fists and said in her heart, Palace Master, you've already suffered too much for the Supreme Monster Clan. It's time for me to share the burden. The Spirit Palace could be said to be the best palace in the entire Monster Palace other than the main palace. All of the disciples had been working hard to obtain the Spirit Palace. Unfortunately, for so many years, the Spirit Palace had been empty in the East Palace. Even the great senior brother of the East Palace, Qin Luo, had never obtained the right to use the Spirit Palace. This made everyone think that the Spirit Palace was left behind by the Princess of Chu for Chu Linger. When Chu Linger got married, it would be used as the place for Chu Linger's wedding. But they never thought that the Princess of Chu would suddenly reward the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. This made everyone surprised, puzzled, and shocked. Not only him, but even Su Yan himself was surprised when he found out about the Spirit Palace's position in the East Palace. Because the Monster Palace was located in the East Sea, the sea breeze whistled all day and the weather was extremely bad. This made it difficult for many plants to survive in the Monster Palace. But in the Spirit Palace, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The trees were shady. Before even stepping into the Spirit Palace, just by getting close to it, the unique fragrance and unique aura of the Spirit Palace made people feel relaxed and happy. This Spirit Palace is quite luxurious. Su Yan came to the door of the Spirit Palace. Looking at the palace that was emitting countless golden lights, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Su Yan had always known that there was a rule in the East Palace. As long as the disciples of the East Palace made contributions to the Monster Palace, they could receive special rewards from the East Palace. But Su Yan only knew this. He did not know about the Spirit Palace's existence. When he received the reward from the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's expression did not change much. Later, when he heard the people who wanted to get closer to him say this, Su Yan truly realized the Spirit Palace's position in the Monster Palace. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Palace, Su Yan truly understood why the Spirit Palace had such a position in the East Palace. The walls were splendid, and the pavilions and buildings were decorated with colored glass and golden bricks. The Spirit Palace's layout was extremely luxurious. Looking at it, the disciples who came with Su Yan were all full of envy. Su Yan did not care. He was not a person who was greedy, vain, or extravagant. As for the Spirit Palace's luxurious appearance, Su Yan cared more about whether or not the Spirit Palace could help his cultivation. If it could not, then no matter how luxurious it was, in Su Yan's eyes, it was inferior to a straw hut. Standing in front of the palace, Su Yan could not help but take a deep breath. A burst of dense spiritual energy flowed over. Only then did Su Yan feel slightly satisfied. He thought to himself, the density of spiritual energy here is much denser than other places. Chapter 226. Feeling the spirit power of the Spirit Palace, Su Yan's anticipation for the Spirit Palace was piqued. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, Su Yan remembered that there was a large group of people behind him. Su Yan had never been good at dealing with situations like this. Seeing a dozen or so people surrounding him and looking at him with burning eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone can go back now. We'll play again when we have time." Although the disciples all wanted to enter the Spirit Palace to have a look, when they heard Su Yan ask them to leave, they were too embarrassed to say anything. They looked at the beautiful Spirit Palace and reluctantly left. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. It really is like that. Seeing these people leave, Su Yan's ears finally quieted down. He couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head, took out the domino, and moved it. Suddenly, a spirit power burst out from the domino. It went straight to the Spirit Palace's door. As the spirit power moved, the Spirit Palace's door opened with a creak. The moment the Spirit Palace's door opened, a fragrance came from inside the Spirit Palace. It made people feel relaxed and happy. This made Su Yan have a good impression of the Spirit Palace. He looked forward to it. When Su Yan walked into the Spirit Palace, he was shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. The Spirit Palace was so big that it was beyond Su Yan's imagination. It was at least the size of a sword in the hidden sword tomb. Such a big palace was only enough for one disciple to live in. It showed how big the Monster Palace was. Such a big palace, and I'm the only one living here. It seems a bit lonely. Su Yan had always been alone. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the big palace, he couldn't help but feel lonely. Looking at the houses one by one, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, although he was cultivating alone when he had free time, there was Fatty Lu, Lu Fei, that clown, and Su Yan. At that time, Lu Fei brought Su Yan a lot of fun on the boring path of cultivation. Now, facing this huge palace, Su Yan couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan was in the hidden sword tomb. He only cared about the sword well, so he did not have too many responsibilities. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. But now it was impossible. Right now, Su Yan had too many burdens on his shoulders. The Buddha Sword Sect, the promise of 10 years with the 3 Seas Beast, the humiliation brought upon him by the Guo sect, and the Monster Palace, countless pressures were pressing down on Su Yan. Usually, when he didn't think about it, Su Yan didn't feel tired. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt quite helpless. At the same time, he missed the carefree life in the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of the happy life in the hidden sword tomb, he couldn't help but think of the red-clothed figure on the fairy sword peak. That enchanting body, that face that made people yearn for, appeared in the depths of his mind. At this moment, it was all so clear. I wonder how she's doing now. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter as he thought about it. At the same time, his longing for Lin Hualu suddenly surged into his heart. He wished he could fly straight to the hidden sword tomb right now to find Lin Hualu. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was firm. He clearly knew that he had too many burdens on his shoulders. He simply didn't allow himself to do as he pleased. Moreover, Su Yan also knew that he had to bear these secrets. These things were all extremely risky. Now, he only had the strength of a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace. Going back to the hidden sword tomb to find Lin Hualu would only bring trouble to Lin Hualu. At the same time, Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu's indifference when he left at the end. He faintly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "At this moment, if I could see her from afar, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness?" As Su Yan was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in the main palace of the Spirit Palace, a graceful girl in red was standing there. A gentle breeze blew, and the red dress fluttered. Her enchanting body was unmistakable. Her slender hair covered half of her face, but it still couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful face. Senior Sister Lin. Seeing this, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but step towards her. "Young Master Su, hello." Just as Su Yan approached, the girl respectfully called out. Immediately, Su Yan was startled. This also caused Su Yan to wake up. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Although she was also beautiful and alluring, and was wearing red clothes, she was not Lin Huatu. Su Yan could not help but feel disappointed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did I suddenly think of these things today? Young Master Su. At this moment, the girl in front of him called out to Su Yan again. Su Yan suddenly realized. Looking at the girl's dress, he immediately understood that this girl must be a servant of this spirit palace. After all, in the Monster Palace, every disciple who had their own palace had a servant to serve them. This spirit palace was the largest palace of all the disciples in the Monster Palace. Naturally, there would be no lack of servants to serve them. Su Yan wanted to be a lone traveler, and he had a lot of secrets. Originally, he wanted to let the servant go on her own and not serve him. However, when Su Yan turned around and saw the pretty face of the servant, Su Yan changed his mind. Instead, he asked the servant, "What's your name?" Lulan. When the girl looked at Su Yan's handsome face, her face blushed. It turned out that this person wasn't anyone else. She was the one who had been discussing the Monster Palace with Princess Chu. She was Lulan, the only manager of the East Palace of the Monster Palace. Lulan. Su Yan murmured and nodded. Not bad. It's a good name. Lulan had a guilty conscience and didn't know how to respond. She could only timidly stick to the side. Su Yan wasn't good with words. Moreover, he rarely interacted with girls. Now that he saw such a girl in front of him, Su Yan didn't know what to do. A man and a woman were alone in the same space. It was quite awkward, especially Lulan at this moment. Her face was flushed red and her hands were helpless. She didn't know how to face Su Yan. Ahem. After a while, Su Yan saw the awkward situation and coughed a few times to break the deadlock. He said, "Miss Lu, there are so many rooms here. Do you know which one is suitable for me?" After hearing Su Yan's words, Lulan suddenly realized. Seeing that Su Yan was staring at her, she hurriedly pointed to the room in the middle and said, "Young Master Su, the most suitable room for cultivation in the Spirit Movement Palace is naturally this Spirit Palace. The room in the main hall has the most spirit energy. It's most suitable for cultivation." Su Yan nodded. He wanted to go to his own room. However, when he thought about how it would be rude to leave, he felt embarrassed to leave. However, if he didn't leave, he wouldn't know what to do. For a moment, he fell into an awkward situation. However, this time, it was Lulan who reacted first. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Young Master Su, if you have something to do, you don't have to worry about me. If you have anything you don't know about the Spirit Palace, you can ask me." After hearing Lulan's words, Su Yan felt less awkward. He nodded and said, "Miss Lulan, I'll go back to my room first. You don't have to think of yourself as a maid here. You can cultivate as you wish." Don't worry about me. Lu Lan nodded and didn't say anything else. She just looked at Su Yan's back as he left. Her eyes were a little confused. This person is young and is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. His trip to the ice-cold pool has made him famous. However, he isn't arrogant. His mentality is commendable. No wonder the palace master values him so much. Apart from his identity as the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, he is also a rare talent. After just meeting once, Lu Lan thought highly of Su Yan. However, when she thought about entering the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with Su Yan in the future, Lu Lan's face flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Su Yan naturally didn't know that Lu Lan was pretending to be a maid in this spiritual palace. He only thought that Lu Lan was a maid in this spiritual palace. The moment he left, thinking about Lu Lan's gentle face, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Why am I so emotional today? Su Yan couldn't understand why he, who was always decisive, would have such a sentimental side. Seeing that he was already in front of the spiritual palace's main hall, Su Yan shook his head. He threw away all the confusion and emotions in his heart. Su Yan, you have so many things on your shoulders. How can a mere 7 bloodline saint rest? As Su Yan thought about it, the melancholy in his heart disappeared. His slightly lonely eyes suddenly flashed and a bright light condensed in them again. At the moment when the light surged, Su Yan sealed away all his emotions and desires. In exchange, he only had a determined expression on his face. The cultivation technique in his body surged, and he instantly started to absorb the abundant spiritual energy in this spiritual palace. However, after absorbing for a while, Su Yan stopped and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This spiritual palace is indeed the disciples' #1 spiritual palace. The abundant spiritual energy is probably comparable to that of the East Palace's main hall. It's a pity that I belong to one bloodline. This spiritual energy is useless to me for the time being. I am now a 7 bloodline saint and only have 2 more bloodlines to reach the peak of the saint realm. But where can I go to comprehend these 2 bloodlines? Su Yan frowned. What he experienced in the ice-cold pool had made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to comprehend the power of his saint bloodline, he had to have the strongest power in the world, such as the power of heavenly fire, the power of 10,000 poisons, the power of 10,000 ghosts. These were all the strongest parts of the wall of heaven and earth. Chapter 227. Although there is a lot of spiritual energy in this world, how many of them are the strongest? Not only that, but I also don't know what can condense my saint bloodline power. It's obviously even harder to find. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. In fact, if someone were to step into the 7 bloodline saint realm from a 4 bloodline saint realm in a few days, they would definitely be excited for a long time. However, Su Yan didn't because Su Yan knew very well that he was too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for the Princess of Chu's appearance, Su Yan would have died in the hands of Nangong Xiangming. During this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many deaths and was on the brink of death countless times. Su Yan knew that it wasn't because he was reckless or stupid, but because he wasn't strong enough. If he didn't want to be on the brink of death, he had to constantly improve his strength. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to find the strongest item in the world and the element that was suitable for Su Yan to condense his saint bloodline power? If it was so easy to find, Su Yan wouldn't have remained in the saint bloodline realm. Forget it. More haste, less speed. During this period of time, I've been focused on pursuing the realm and neglected many things. Now that I'm free, why don't I take this time to sort things out? Su Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about finding the saint bloodline power. Instead, he calmed down and thought about what had happened during this period of time. Su Yan patted his storage bag and instantly, an ancient seal and a small cauldron appeared in Su Yan's hands. He looked at the ordinary ancient seal and small cauldron. If Su Yan hadn't seen the power of these 2 items with his own eyes, anyone else would have thought that they were just trash. The Princess of Chu mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Clearly, these 4 items are of the same origin. Furthermore, The Princess of Chu can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron on her own. Clearly, these 4 items can be used separately. Su Yan looked at the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal and Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron and analyzed them. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method and poured his spirit chi into it. The square seal and ancient cauldron immediately trembled and exploded with a powerful force. Even though Su Yan's 2 items were not ordinary items, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he personally released such a powerful force. These 2 items are indeed extraordinary. However, as Su Yan thought about it, he was troubled. This thing has such great power, but why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Thinking about the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's eyebrows suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked around and didn't feel anything. However, he was still worried, so he put away the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Even after putting them into the storage bag, Su Yan still felt a little uneasy. He muttered to himself, "The Princess of Chu can use her spirit chi to observe me under the ice-cold pool. In this spirit palace, if the Princess of Chu wants to spy on me, I have no secrets to hide from her." Su Yan thought about it. Although he felt a burst of anger, he was also helpless. After all, the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Monster Palace. She was not someone he could fight against. Furthermore, he didn't know if the Princess of Chu was spying on him. Sigh. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the Princess of Chu is in the area realm and her spirit chi is shocking, I am in the ice-cold pool and far away from the East Palace main hall. Even if the Princess of Chu's spirit chi can reach into the ice-cold pool and feel my existence, how can she see me and hear me? I'm afraid that even the legendary dragon realm can't do that. As Su Yan thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he knew how strong the Princess of Chu was, he also knew that with the power of the area realm, it was not enough for her to spy on him. Because someone with such power had definitely entered the legendary realm. They were no longer mortals, but gods. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is using some kind of treasure to spy on me? As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He mumbled to himself, "The ancient demon pearl. Could it be the effect of the ancient demon pearl?" Although Su Yan had a guess, he couldn't verify it. In the end, he could only give up on it. Whatever. With my current power, I can't compete with the Princess of Chu. Now that the Princess of Chu hasn't done anything to harm me, and she has allowed me to quickly increase my power, I might as well wait until then and see what she has planned. I just have to be careful during this time. As Su Yan spoke, he stopped thinking about the Princess of Chu spying on him. Soon, the question returned to his own cultivation. Su Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Looking at the extremely luxurious spirit palace, he felt helpless. This is the disciples' first hall. It is the best place to cultivate, but it is useless to me. It seems that I can't stay here. I have to go out and search. As Su Yan spoke, he stood up and walked out of the spirit palace. Not long after he walked out, he bumped into Lu Lan. "Mr. Su, are you going out?" Lu Lan whispered to Su Yan. Su Yan had a good impression of Lu Lan. Seeing that she had asked him, he didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "I have always been restless. So, I went to the martial arts training hall." Su Yan had just thought about it. In the entire Monster Palace, other than the martial arts training hall, he really didn't know where to go. When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Mr. Su, you are the master of the Spirit Palace. Why do you still want to go to the martial arts training hall?" When Su Yan heard Lu Lan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she didn't keep him in suspense. She smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Su, there is something you don't know. This Spirit Palace is actually a small version of the East Palace. Not only does it have the martial arts training hall, but it also has the scripture pavilion, the elixir hall, and the weapon forging hall." What? When Su Yan heard Lu Lan say this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked around and couldn't believe that in this Spirit Palace, there were things that the entire Monster Palace had gathered. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, she laughed again and said, Mr. Su, don't be too excited. Although there are all kinds of halls in this spirit palace, the elixir hall and the weapon forging hall don't have anyone refining in them. If Mr. Su wants to get elixirs, other than refining them yourself, you still have to go to the halls in the East Palace to exchange for them. When he heard this, Su Yan was a little disappointed. Just now, he thought that the Spirit Palace had the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall. He thought that it would be the same as the halls in the East Palace. If that was the case, Su Yan would really be rich. If he could get all the elixirs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to improve his strength quickly. Now that he heard that he had to refine these things himself, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Even if there are no elixirs or utensils in here, it's still convenient for me to refine weapons. Originally, I was worried about not knowing where I could refine weapons. Now that there is a weapon forging hall in the Spirit Palace, it's a good place for me to refine weapons." As Su Yan muttered to himself, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he wasn't in a hurry to ask Lu Lan where the weapon forging hall was. Other than the fact that Su Yan didn't purchase any materials for refining weapons, he was even more embarrassed. After all, refining weapons and elixirs required spiritual stones. Of course, Su Yan was more worried that Lu Lan was the princess of Chu's spy. How could Lu Lan not know what Su Yan was thinking? However, she didn't expose him. Instead, she continued, "Young Master Su, actually, you just entered the Monster Palace not long ago. Although you received some of the Palace Master's memories, the Palace Master couldn't have passed on all the memories of the Monster Palace to you. Therefore, I suggest that you go to the Scripture Hall to take a look." Scripture Hall. Su Yan frowned. Yes. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she nodded and continued, "It's the Scripture Hall. Although the Pill Hall in the Spirit Palace and the Weapon Forging Hall are just decorations, the Scripture Hall isn't any less than the Scripture Hall in the East Palace. There are all kinds of ancient books stored there. There are also historical records about the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard what Lu Lan said, he felt that it made sense. He nodded and thought to himself, "During this period of time, I've been chasing after my strength and neglected too many things. Because I advanced too quickly, I didn't properly feel the power of the Saint Realm. This makes it quite inconvenient when fighting with others. Why don't I take advantage of this time to train the power in my body? I can also take a look at the scriptures in the Spirit Palace and see if I can find anything useful." Su Yan immediately made up his mind. Because he was excited that the Spirit Palace had these things, he forgot to be polite with Lu Lan. He directly said to Lu Lan, "Miss Lu Lan, if that's the case, then quickly take me to the Scripture Hall." Lu Lan looked at Su Yan's excited expression and smiled. Then she nodded and led the way for Su Yan. Su Yan followed closely behind. He didn't think too much. In fact, if Lu Lan was just a servant girl, she wouldn't dare to do these things and wouldn't know so many things. It was because Su Yan neglected these things that Su Yan didn't expect that Lu Lan was actually teaching him to cultivate. Although the Spirit Palace was big, because all the main halls were combined, the Scripture Hall was only behind the hall where Su Yan lived. The two of them didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the Scripture Hall. Lu Lan pushed the door open and entered. Su Yan saw that in this huge hall, there were countless scriptures and ancient books. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't even greet Lu Lan and directly went in. With the benefits he gained from reading the scriptures on the heavenly sword peak of the sword burial mound, Su Yan naturally knew the importance of these scriptures. Familiarizing himself with the records of an ancient book was likely to give him an extra way to protect himself in his future cultivation. Looking at the countless ancient books and scriptures placed in the room, Su Yan dove in. Chapter 228. The hidden scripture hall was definitely the most important place in every sect. The number of scriptures and ancient books stored in a powerful sect was definitely proportional to the strength of the sect. Scriptures, ancient books, and memories were essential to the growth of every warrior. For example, if a person knew of the existence of a miracle, they could search for the miracle and obtain the inheritance from the miracle. And these memories, these records all came from a scripture, an ancient record. Su Yan had a deep understanding of this. For example, If Su Yan hadn't stayed in the hidden scripture hall of the Immortal Sword Peak for so long, then Su Yan wouldn't have known about the Monster Palace. If Su Yan wanted to enter the Monster Palace, he would undoubtedly have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, Su Yan had always held a high yearning for these scriptures and ancient records. Now that he had entered the hidden scripture hall and looked at the different books on the shelves, he was like a fish in water. He dove into the books and immersed himself in reading. Su Yan was very clear that he hadn't taken on a master yet. These scriptures and ancient books were his masters. Of course, in the world of warriors, reading books was different from ordinary people. Every scripture and ancient book was recorded using ancestral spiritual energy. A good scripture and ancient book was priceless. As Su Yan read again, several days passed unknowingly. Because he constantly used the spirit qi in his body to read these books, he was too focused on studying. After a few days, Su Yan actually slept in the hidden scripture hall because his spirit qi was exhausted. In the world of warriors, every realm was a new beginning. The spirit realm was the beginning of exploring the world of warriors. Once one entered the spirit realm, they could feel the rhythm of all living things in the world. They could feel the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivate. And when one reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, they could use the spirit qi of heaven and earth to comprehend their own path of life and path of soul. They could feel their own fate and cultivate their own fate. When one reached the 9th level of life soul, they could comprehend the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth and use the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth. One bloodline was sacred, and 9 bloodlines were revered. When one reached the 9th meridian, they would be able to pry into the power of all things in the world. From there, they would be able to condense the power of the heavens and step into the celestial phenomenon stage. Every time he crossed a level, he would cross a huge chasm. Only by crossing this chasm would one be able to rise above others. Only with a 9th level life spirit and the power of the holy veins could one become a saint. After becoming a saint, the 9 meridians were revered, and they could pry into the power of all things in the world. It could also be said that a new era of cultivation had truly begun. Because after reaching the celestial phase, one would be able to control the energy of heaven and earth, cultivate the power of celestial phenomenon, and use celestial phenomenon techniques. This was also why Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint, was able to surpass 3 levels in a row. Now, a 7-meridian saint could not even withstand a single blow from Tianxiang sage. This was because Emperor Tianxiang had comprehended the power of nature. This wasn't just a difference of 1 level. It was a leap of a whole new era. No matter how powerful Su Yan was among the saints, he was still no match for Emperor Tianxiang. At the same time, ever since Su Yan entered the Monster Palace, he had been constantly pursuing power and strength. Because of the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, Su Yan saw the gap between them. No matter how strong Su Yan's heart was. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Even though he had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't become a god. He still couldn't be without desires. The strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace made Su Yan feel the pressure. It also stimulated the pride in Su Yan's heart. This was also why Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment after entering the Monster Palace. He was constantly pursuing power. Su Yan didn't even have the chance to properly feel the power of a saint. This time, the reading, the relaxation, and the deep sleep made Su Yan wake up from this obsession. Su Yan slept for a long, long time. A full month had passed. Only then did Su Yan slowly open his eyes. Although saints didn't need to sleep and eat like ordinary people, they didn't need to. However, this did not mean that saints were invincible. Similarly, saints could feel fatigue and fatigue. For such a long time, Su Yan had been pursuing strength day and night. Although Su Yan was still glowing, his entire body had already reached a state of fatigue. In this deep sleep, Su Yan suddenly woke up. Senior brother Mu Zijian once said that haste makes waste. I was so impatient. I was really stupid. Su Yan understood the reason behind it. He couldn't help but feel bitter. The endless desire for strength in his heart was sealed. This wasn't because Su Yan had lost his pursuit of strength. It was because Su Yan understood that one mustn't be impatient in cultivation and abandon the desire in one's heart. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. Although Su Yan couldn't truly be without desires, the strength of his heart was obviously much stronger than before. Spirit guidance, life soul, saint bloodline. How much do I understand? Su Yan muttered to himself. He recalled the contents of the books he had read during this period of time and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sat cross-legged and the cultivation method in his body also followed. All the power of the saint bloodline through the rotation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. At the moment when the spiritual power flowed, Su Yan's body emitted a layer of light blue light. The light blue light gathered and instantly emitted a powerful force. The explosive force instantly wrapped around Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened as they emitted a bright glow. He rejoiced in his heart. During this period of time, I have blindly pursued the realm and forgot to cultivate my own strength. During this period of time, I even felt distressed about comprehending the bloodline, but I didn't know the benefits of comprehending the bloodline. With that, Su Yan immediately smiled. He suddenly opened his hands and shouted, "Power of the saint bloodline, open!" There was a loud bang. The light blue light suddenly emitted and turned into a seven-colored light. The power of the sword essence was white. The power of the heavenly fire was red. The power of the myriad poison was green. The power of the lonely soul was black. The power of the hurricane was gray. The power of the chill was blue. In the end, the power of the remnant soul that Chu Tianxiong had used up the last bit of remnant soul power to condense was black. The power of the seven bloodlines spread out and wandered around Su Yan's body like countless little dragons, constantly entangling and stirring up a storm of energy. When Su Yan saw this, he activated the cultivation method in his body again. The seven-colored small dragon immediately gathered together and burst out. Immediately, it charged forward. With a bang, the entire scripture depository hall suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Su Yan looked at the huge pit in front of him and laughed excitedly. All this time, I only thought that comprehending the bloodline was a burden. I didn't expect to be able to use the different powers to burst out such energy. Su Yan carefully savored and his eyes once again condensed a ray of light. He thought to himself, in this way, doesn't it mean that if I condense the 9 bloodlines together, I can release 9 different powers? And the 9 powers can not only attack individually, but also together to burst out such a huge amount of energy. Su Yan had this discovery and could not help but nod. He muttered to himself again, it seems that in the future, I really can't blindly pursue the realm and neglect the cultivation of my own strength. Su Yan had always wondered why some martial artists in the same realm were stronger than others, while others were at a disadvantage. Now Su Yan truly understood that everyone's cultivation and realm had different powers. In addition to the realm and some martial skills, the cultivation of one's own strength was also very important. With this discovery, Su Yan was no longer in a hurry to improve his realm. Instead, he constantly honed his 7 bloodline powers in the scripture depository. Continuous running in and continuous testing. In the end, Su Yan was able to easily control the 7 bloodline powers in his body. Not only could he control one saint bloodline to attack, but he could also make the 7 saint bloodlines attack together. The power of the 7 saint bloodlines combined together was no less than the celestial phenomenon skill cultivated by Emperor Tianxiang. This made Su Yan ecstatic. Looking at his hands, he smiled. The 7 bloodlines attacked together is not the celestial phenomenon skill of Emperor Tianxiang. It can be considered a divine skill. Since it's a divine skill, it naturally needs a name. Su Yan muttered to himself and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at the power that was faintly jumping between his palms, he was delighted. This 7 bloodline attack is like the shape of a dragon. In the future, when I condense the 9 bloodlines, it will definitely be a 9 bloodline attack. Then I'll call it 9 Dragons Seize Soul. 9 Dragons Seize Soul, 9 Dragons Seize Soul. Su Yan muttered a few times and couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. With this 9 Dragons Seize Soul, I think that even if I face a 9 bloodline saint now, I'll be in an invincible position. The martial arts realm was divided into different levels. The higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate and the stronger it was. In the world of saints, Su Yan could fight a 7 bloodline saint to a draw with a 4 bloodline saint. However, he couldn't fight a 9 bloodline saint with the strength of a 7 bloodline saint. But now that Su Yan had comprehended the 9 dragons' sea soul, Su Yan was confident that he could fight a 9 bloodline saint. Of course, if he faced a Saint Tianxiang, Su Yan knew that he couldn't win. After all, a Saint Tianxiang had already comprehended the power of Tianxiang. At the same time, he could cultivate the celestial phenomenon skill. Whether it was spiritual qi or power, he was much stronger than a saint bloodline. Just like a saint bloodline cultivator who could cultivate the power of the saint bloodline, he was stronger than a life soul cultivator. Every stage of the realm was an insurmountable gap. This was also why there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. There were as many saint bloodline cultivators as there were hairs on a cow, but there were only a few Saint Tianxiang emperors. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm, that was even rarer. Chapter 229. Su Yan now knew the importance of cultivating one's own strength, and had less desire for that realm. Now he could really calm down and think about some things. Thinking of his 9 dragons soul-stealing ability, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. I've been pursuing the realm all this time. Apart from cultivating the ghost howl sword art, I've forgotten to cultivate other saint skills. But with this 9 dragons soul-stealing ability, it makes up for this shortcoming. Saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill were similar. They were both combat martial skills, but saint skills were released through the power of the saint bloodline. Celestial phenomenon divine skill, after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, spies on the power of heaven and earth, and the power released was much stronger than saint skills. Of course, if a martial artist wanted to cultivate saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill, they couldn't just casually cultivate. They needed the Book of Saint Skills to cultivate. Su Yan could be said to have entered 2 sections. First, it was the hidden sword tomb, and then it was the monster palace. However, Su Yan didn't get the Book of Saint Skills. In addition, Su Yan was blindly pursuing the improvement of the realm and forgot to cultivate saint skills. Now that he had calmed down, Su Yan remembered that he had some regrets. But when he thought that the 9 dragons soul-stealing ability he cultivated was not a saint skill, and was even comparable to the celestial phenomenon divine skill, Su Yan felt a little comforted in his heart. I just don't know if the 9 dragons soul-stealing ability can be used with the sword. Su Yan thought, and immediately patted the storage pouch, took out the ghost howl sword, and the sun-colored glazed sword art in his body suddenly began to operate quickly. The powerful spiritual qi burst out from the saint bloodline, and immediately rushed into the ghost howl sword. Break! Su Yan roared as his body suddenly leaped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand chopped down horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual qi condensed on the blade of the ghost howl sword and burst out. It showed an arc of light, and directly exploded on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire floor of the scripture hall seemed to tremble. Its power was even stronger than when Su Yan had unleashed the 9 dragons seizing soul with his bare hands. Even though the 9 dragons seizing soul was created by Su Yan was still able to control the 9 dragons seizing soul. But now, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such a powerful burst of power. Looking at the deep crater in the ground, Su Yan recovered after a long time. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of excitement. I didn't expect that this 9 dragons seizing soul can not only be used with bare hands, but also with a sword. Its power is even stronger than before. Looks like coming to the scripture depository these days was indeed a wise choice. Su Yan smiled, but he didn't get carried away. He looked at the bookshelves again and saw that there were still countless scriptures and ancient texts that Su Yan hadn't read yet. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I've been reading for a few days, and there are still so many of them. This monster palace is worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. There are so many scriptures and ancient texts, more than 10 times more than the sword depository tomb. Su Yan sighed. Looking at so many scriptures and ancient texts, he couldn't help but frown. Because there were so many scriptures, not all of them were useful. Many of them were records of useless things, and such scriptures weren't worth reading. Unfortunately, there was no classification of books. This undoubtedly brought a lot of uncertainties to Su Yan's reading. Sigh, why aren't these scriptures categorized? Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Since I'm free now, I'll help categorize these scriptures. It'll be easier for me to read them in the future. Su Yan didn't hesitate. He didn't read the scriptures one by one like he did on the first day. Instead, he just looked at the records and used his own understanding to categorize the scriptures. This took a few hours. Even though Su Yan's mind was always better than ordinary people, when faced with such a boring task, he couldn't help but feel bored. He couldn't help but sigh. With so many scriptures, how long will it take for me to finish? If only I had someone to help me. Young Master Su. At this moment, a gentle and beautiful voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Su Yan was just thinking of finding someone to help. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel happy. He hurriedly walked to the entrance of the hall. Because of the excitement in his heart, he forgot that it was the first time he met Lu Lan. He directly pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Miss Lu Lan, you came at the right time." Su Yan said and was about to pull Lu Lan inside. However, just as he walked, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw Lu Lan standing there with a red face and a shy expression. Su Yan was stunned. Only then did he realize something. He hurriedly let go of Lu Lan's hand and apologized. "Miss Lu Lan, I didn't mean to offend you." "Young Master Su, it's fine." When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, her already red face became even redder. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, her elegant hair, and her seductive body, Su Yan couldn't help but stare at her. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. As his heart thumped, the figure in red appeared in his mind again. He laughed at himself and no longer looked at Lu Lan. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I saw that the scripture depository hall was too messy and I wanted to tidy it up." Tidy it up? When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she looked at the messy scripture depository hall and couldn't help but blush again. When she saw Su Yan going in alone to tidy up, she hurriedly followed him in. When she saw Su Yan tidying up, she didn't think much of it and laughed. "Young Master Su, actually you don't need to go through so much trouble. Lu Lan can help you find whatever scripture you want to read." As Lu Lan spoke, she didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and walked forward. She casually pulled out a dark green scripture from the pile of scriptures and handed it to Su Yan. "Look, this book contains records about the Monster Palace. I think it should be useful to you." As Lu Lan spoke, she saw that Su Yan didn't take it and couldn't help but be stunned. She then saw Su Yan looking at her with a strange expression and immediately understood something. She hurriedly explained, "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand. Actually, as a servant of the Spirit Palace, Lu Lan has always been here. Lu Lan naturally came to this scripture depository hall before, so she naturally knows where these scriptures are placed. Young Master Su, don't misunderstand." Su Yan nodded. Although he took the ancient scripture from Lu Lan, he still had doubts in his heart. This Lu Lan is just an ordinary servant. How could she be so familiar with the scripture depository hall of the Spirit Palace? How could she find what she was looking for as soon as she came in? In it, how could I forget that I am just an ordinary servant now? Lu Lan's heart was filled with self-blame. She didn't dare face Su Yan again. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Su, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned the palace today. I'll leave first." After speaking, Lu Lan didn't wait for Su Yan to respond and quickly ran out. Seeing Lu Lan's back as she ran away, Su Yan looked at the ancient scripture in his hand and suddenly frowned. Is this Lu Lan really just an ordinary servant? If she is, why is she so familiar with the scripture depository hall? Su Yan didn't believe what Lu Lan said. Just because she was a servant of the Spirit Palace, how could she know all these things? What kind of place was the Spirit Palace? It was the first palace of a disciple. For 100 years, No disciple had stayed in it. And how could the monster palace allow a servant to come in and out as she pleased, let alone go into the scripture depository hall to read the books? Could it be that this woman was sent by the Princess of Chu to spy on me? Su Yan thought about it and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He didn't want to continue tidying up, so he put down the book in his hand and walked out. Why am I so stupid? Now Su Yan must be suspicious. What should I do? Lu Lan didn't know how to face Su Yan, so she found an excuse to come out. Thinking about Su Yan's suspicious eyes, Lu Lan's heart was in a mess. How am I going to explain this to Su Yan? Do I have to confess to him directly? Lu Lan thought about it and couldn't help but blush. She felt ashamed. At this moment, Lu Lan suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind her. Who is it? Lu Lan shouted in her heart. She subconsciously used the technique in her body. With a shout, she waved her hand. A powerful force suddenly surged out from her arm and attacked. This is... Su Yan felt this powerful force and couldn't help but be shocked. It was too late to dodge. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked Lu Lan was Su Yan. The moment he saw Lu Lan obtain the ancient book, plus the fact that the Princess of Chu was spying on him, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to test Lu Lan. Su Yan never thought that this Lu Lan was actually a spiritual sea realm expert. Spiritual sea realm, that level of strength was definitely not something Su Yan could compare to. When Lu Lan waved her hand, Su Yan was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. His body immediately surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Su. When Lu Lan saw that it was Su Yan, her eyes suddenly froze. When she saw the direction that Su Yan was sent flying, her heart trembled. She thought to herself, not good. She hurriedly circulated her qi to catch Su Yan. Unfortunately, she used too much of her qi just now. Su Yan had already flown dozens of meters away. How could she make it in time? With a splash, Su Yan directly fell into a pool. The moment Su Yan fell into the pool, the water in the pool started to burn like a raging fire. It was like countless sharp blades piercing through Su Yan. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. Young Master Su. Lu Lan rushed over and saw the ferocious Su Yan in the pool. She frowned and didn't know what to do. Why is this happening? Where is this? In the pool, Su Yan continuously circulated his qi to resist. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan resisted, the more pain he felt. Seeing this, Lu Lan hurriedly shouted, Young Master Su, don't resist. This is the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The more you resist, the more pain you will feel. In the intense pain, how could Su Yan hear Lu Lan's words? He continued to circulate his qi to resist, but the pain didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Chapter 230. The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond contained the cultivation experiences of the previous Monster Palace masters. Because of the Supreme Demon clan's bloodline inheritance, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond could only be cultivated by a man and a woman together. If only one person entered, they would definitely be burned to death by the pond water and 10,000 flames. Only two people could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together and activate the secret technique left behind by the previous Monster Palace masters. Only by cultivating together could they avoid this torment. Lu Lan looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond. Her eyes were filled with confusion. When the Princess of Chu told her these things that day, Lu Lan had already prepared herself. At that time, she had already made up her mind before she even met Su Yan. No matter what, for the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace. So what if she gave up herself? But at that time, she was calm. Now that she was about to face it, Lu Lan's heart sank into a moment of hesitation. Yes, she did not dislike Su Yan, but it had only been a few days, so it was hard to say if they had any feelings for each other. Moreover, Lu Lan was only a young girl at the age of her youth. She had never experienced the affairs of a man and a woman. Now, how could she dual cultivate with a man she had only known for a few days? Lu Lan was conflicted. She looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond water. She looked at the pain on his handsome face. Lu Lan did not know why, but her heart moved. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Forget it, forget it. I, Lulan, have always lived for the East Palace. For the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, I would even sacrifice my life. Why should I be conflicted? With that, Lulan made up her mind and slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. But some things were easy to say but difficult to do. As she walked step by step, thinking about what would happen next, Lulan's face flushed red. Her whole body trembled slightly. Looking at Su Yan, a trace of tears fell from her eyes. She bit her lip lightly. Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down in the future. Thump, after Lulan finished speaking, she dived into the pool without any hesitation and swam toward Su Yan. Lulan looked at Su Yan's muscular body and bit her lip. She reached out and hugged him. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and began to tremble. She slowly channeled the chant of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As the chant was activated, the scorching heat of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool immediately turned icy cold, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into their bodies. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar under the turbulence of countless spiritual qis. His entire body fell into a state of confusion. Lulan could not help but let out a low growl as the spiritual qi surged into her body. A powerful force erupted from her body, and Lulan's eyes flashed with excitement. Realm of Radius. The realm of Radius that I have been unable to comprehend for so long has actually made a breakthrough in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Feeling the power of the realm of Radius, Lulan no longer had the restraint and shyness from before. The cultivation technique in her body began to circulate faster and faster. The surrounding water of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool began to boil, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into Su Yan's body. The spiritual qi exploded within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's face flushed red, and a demonic fire surged through his body. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Lulan's alluring body in his arms, the red figure that had been sealed in his mind for so long immediately appeared. The desire in his heart exploded at this moment. Looking at those seductive red lips, Su Yan kissed them without hesitation. His actions were rough and domineering. Lulan was shocked by Su Yan's sudden actions, and her face flushed red. Facing Su Yan's domineering kiss, Lulan was anxious and angry. She wanted to push Su Yan away, but she was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Su Yan, not knowing what to do. Junior brother Su, junior brother Su. Just as Su Yan was about to ask, a voice rang out from outside the spiritual palace. The two people in the pool were shocked. Just as they were about to get up, it was too late. An alluring figure appeared beside the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. This person was none other than Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan and Lulan kissing in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, she was stunned. For some reason, Chu Linger's heart felt terrible. Junior brother Su, looking at Su Yan, Chu Linger pouted. Her entire body trembled slightly. Even though she had not known Su Yan for long, at this moment, all the scenes of her time with Su Yan appeared in her mind. The scene of Su Yan risking his life to save her in the Myriad Ghosts cave was like yesterday. Why am I like this? Chu Ling asked herself repeatedly, but she still felt terrible in her heart. She had always been carefree, but when she saw this scene, she could not help but cry. When she looked at Lulan, she could not help but feel a wave of anger surge up in her heart. Sister Lulan, didn't you say that junior brother Su was in seclusion? Could it be that he is in seclusion like this? It turned out that Chu Linger had come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan more than once. However, Lulan was afraid that Chu Linger's arrival would expose her identity. She told Chu Linger that Su Yan was in seclusion. Chu Linger did not think much of it. However, she was bored today and decided to come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan. How could she have expected to see this scene? Sister Lulan, I hate you. I hate you. And you, Su Yan? Su Yan, I hate you. Chu Linger suddenly shouted agitatedly. She turned around and left. When Lulan saw Chu Linger leave, she suddenly came to her senses. When she entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, she never expected that someone would suddenly appear. After all, the spiritual palace was the first palace of the disciples. In this palace, other than Su Yan, Princess Chu, and Lu Lan, no other disciples could enter. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had neglected Chu Linger. Chu Linger also had the authority to enter the spiritual palace. When Lu Lan learned that the Princess Chu had chosen Su Yan to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace, Lu Lan knew that Chu Linger would be betrothed to Su Yan. This was also the first time that the Princess Chu had talked to her about dual cultivation. Lu Lan had been in a difficult situation. Because of the Princess Chu's persuasion, Lu Lan had agreed. However, she still felt guilty toward Chu Linger. Now that Chu Linger had encountered such a situation, Lu Lan felt even more guilty when she saw Chu Linger's teary eyes. She hurriedly jumped up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and chased after Chu Linger. "What's wrong with me?" Su Yan also woke up at this moment. Thinking about how he had gone berserk, he was stunned. Thinking about that kiss, thinking about that beautiful body, Su Yan felt bitter. Of course, more than that, he felt guilty and blamed himself. Why am I like this? Why? Lu Lan and Su Yan had only known each other for a day. Although Su Yan had been in the spiritual palace for some time, Su Yan had been in the scripture hall all this time. He had never come in contact with Lu Lan. Although Su Yan didn't dislike Lu Lan, he didn't have any feelings for her. Even if he did, it was just a little bit of love for her. It definitely couldn't be compared to the feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Not to mention that Su Yan had discovered that Lu Lan was very likely sent by Princess Chu to spy on him. That little bit of affection in his heart was destroyed at that moment. That was why Su Yan thought of testing Lu Lan. How could Su Yan have thought that his test would end up in such a state? "What's wrong with me? What's wrong?" Su Yan smiled bitterly. In his mind, the image of Chu Linger's clear eyes and that sweet smile appeared once again. But that sentence, I hate you," yet she was so compassionate and heartbroken. "Senior Chu." Su Yan fell into a daze. Bang! At that moment, a bright light exploded in the sky. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Su Yan had been in the Monster Palace for some time. He had inherited many memories. Naturally, he knew what this light represented. This light represented a signal that an enemy had invaded the Monster Palace. "Assemble!" Su Yan, whose heart was already in a mess, furrowed his brows when he saw the sudden gathering signal. He couldn't think of anyone who dared to invade the Supreme Demon Palace given their strength. Forget it. After all, I'm a member of the Monster Palace. I'd better go take a look. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He stood up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and rushed to the East Palace main hall. Not long after, he arrived at the East Palace main hall. The East Palace main hall was already filled with countless disciples. At this time, Su Yan saw that, aside from the East Palace disciples, there were also disciples from the other palaces. Su Yan immediately understood that it wasn't an invasion. It was another palace that had invaded the East Palace. The East Palace main hall was big. Even if all four palaces gathered here, it wouldn't be crowded. Su Yan stood in the crowd, and no one noticed him. But with Su Yan's eyesight, he could clearly see everyone in the main hall. In the middle of all the disciples, there was an old man with red hair and a white beard. He was holding a walking stick. His face was kind and he smiled faintly. At first glance, he gave off an amiable feeling. However, Su Yan wasn't fooled by this smile. This was because Su Yan knew who this person was. This was the Monster Palace's palace master, Xie Wucheng. He was a sinister and ruthless person. Standing beside him was an old man with a gloomy face. Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with him. This was the West Palace master, Zhu Tian Demon King. Beside the two of them was an old woman with a face full of vicissitudes. This was the North Palace master, Luo Yaofeng. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a hint of anger in her eyes. Behind him were the elders of the three great palaces, as well as the disciples of their respective palaces. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw that so many people from the three great palaces had gathered here. Normally, although the four great palaces often have internal conflicts, they have never gathered here on such a large scale. Now that all three great palaces have suddenly come to the Eastern Palace, what is the matter? At this moment, the voice of the Princess of Chu, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, rang out in the main hall. Xia Wuchang, why did you three palaces suddenly come to my East Palace today? The Princess of Chu's face was as cold as ice. Her expression didn't change at all. She looked at the experts gathered by the three palaces without fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Princess of Chu, you're wrong. We Monster Palace are one family. The East Palace is also a Monster Palace. We're here today to travel. Why should we come here for a reason? Xie Wuchang said with a kind smile. Who would have guessed that this person was a sinister and ruthless person? Chapter 231. Chu Wangfei looked at the three palace lords of the three great palaces without a trace of fear on her face. Instead, her expression became even colder. The moment her eyes focused, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. As Princess Chu spoke, she suddenly stood up from her chair. A majestic aura burst out from her body. The powerful force attacked everyone in the main palace. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the three palace masters, Princess Chu said in a low voice, "You can come, but you have to report first." Chu Wangfei's last two words were obviously infused with spiritual energy. As her words rang in everyone's ears, everyone could not help but tremble. Especially the three palace masters. Their faces darkened, and all the laughter from before stopped abruptly. The three of them were shocked at the same time. However, it was obvious that they had come prepared today. They quickly recovered. Palace Master Xie Wuchang of the South Palace opened his mouth again. He smiled and said, "Palace Master Chu, why are you so angry? We are all part of Monster Palace. We are here today to pay a visit. Why are you so angry?" That's right. Palace Master Zhu Tian of the West Palace also said, "Palace Master Chu, our four palaces are all part of Monster Palace. There is no need to report." Princess Chu didn't believe that the three palaces had come today just to pay a visit to her East Palace. Originally, Princess Chu wanted to get rid of the three palaces, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. Now that the three palaces have gathered in my East Palace, it has given me a chance. Princess Chu sneered in her heart. She still maintained her arrogant attitude, looking down at them with the demeanor of a ruler. Looking down at them, she waved her hand and pointed at the three of them. She said coldly, "Although I am part of Monster Palace, my East Palace is the palace of the Palace Master. If you want to pay a visit, you have to report." Palace Master Chu. Wu Chang wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Chu Wangfei shouted coldly, "Guards, the people of the three great palaces are here today for no reason. Take them down with me." A loud voice echoed. The disciples of the Eastern Palace immediately took out their weapons and magical treasures and surrounded the people from the three palaces. The reason why Xie Wuchang and the others came to the Eastern Palace today was to find out about the recent strength of the Eastern Palace. But who would have thought that the Princess of Chu would make a move? Although they were afraid of the Princess of Chu, she was still the palace master of the three great palaces. Seeing this, Luo Yaofeng was the first to say angrily, "Princess of Chu, we are only here to visit the Eastern Palace today. You dare to use force against us? Visit." The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Luo Yaofeng. She smiled wickedly and said, "The three of you are the masters of the three palaces, but you didn't follow the rules. You brought your disciples to offend my East Palace. If I don't punish you, where is the dignity of my East Palace? Where is the dignity of my Monster Palace?" As the Princess of Chu spoke, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from her body. The powerful force swept across the entire palace. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The three palace masters looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both glanced at Xie Wuchang. Clearly, Xie Wuchang was the leader this time. Although the two of them had only glanced at each other, how could this glance escape Chu Wangfei's eyes? "Xie Wuchang, I'll start with you today." Having said that, the Princess of Chu suddenly leaped forward. Her speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Only a shadow could be seen flashing by. The Princess of Chu's figure was already in front of Xie Wuchang. So fast. All the disciples, including Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yufeng, were shocked. Xie Wuchang, on the other hand, still had a faint gloomy smile on his face. Su Yan looked at Xie Wuchang's smile and couldn't help but frown. Why is he smiling like this? Has he already planned everything? Today, so many people from the 3 palaces have come. Obviously, things won't be so simple. However, the 3 palace masters have always been weaker than the Princess of Chu. With the Princess of Chu here, although the 3 palaces have a slight advantage in terms of disciples, they wouldn't dare to offend the Eastern Palace. There must be something fishy about the 3 palaces coming here today. As Su Yan thought about it, he noticed a faint evil aura surging from Xie Wuchang's body. He suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master Chu, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. The Princess of Chu was too fast. She reached out and punched at Xie Wuchang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a loud bang, a huge energy storm swept out. The surrounding disciples all retreated dozens of steps. Seeing the Princess of Chu launch such a powerful attack, everyone frowned. This was especially true for Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King. Their faces were pale because they had come here because they believed in Xie Wuchang. If it wasn't for Xie Wuchang, they wouldn't have accepted Chu Wangfei. Even so, they didn't dare to casually attack. Xie Wuchang was their guarantee today. If Xie Wuchang was killed by the Princess of Chu, they wouldn't have an easy time either. The 2 looked at each other and immediately jumped up to help Xie Wuchang. However, the moment they jumped up and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. Not only them, but even the cold and arrogant face of the Princess of Chu changed. How can this be? The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? The corner of Xie Wuchang's mouth immediately surged into a sneer. He reached out to grab the Princess of Chu. Fortunately, Consort Chu reacted quickly. With a leap, she suddenly retreated dozens of steps back, avoiding Xie Wuchang's attack. Although she avoided it, the Princess of Chu felt a surge in her body and spat out another mouthful of blood. Palace Lord, Palace Lord. The guards of the East Palace came forward to support the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha. Seeing the Princess of Chu's pale face, Xie Wuchang suddenly laughed. Princess of Chu, you have occupied the Monster Palace's East Palace for so long, I think you are going to change hands. Although the Princess of Chu was injured, her expression didn't change. She faintly emitted the aura of a king. She coldly looked at Xie Wuchang and said, Xie Wuchang, you are really sinister. You dare to cultivate 100 poisons. Haha, I am sinister. Xie Wuchang was not the slightest bit angry because Consort Chu called him sinister. Instead, he felt quite proud. He smiled coldly and said, Consort Chu, let's stop here today. I'll tell you the truth. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. The Monster Palace has always been guarded by the East Palace. Today, it seems that the position will change. Let me, the Nangong Palace, sit. While speaking, Xie Wuchang's body suddenly leaped up and floated in the air. A faint black light appeared around his body and rotated. Perimeter state. The Princess of Chu saw the rhythmic light on Xie Wuchang's body and couldn't help but be stunned. Her face was no longer calm, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at Xie Wuchang with surprise. Xie Wuchang, you? When did you enter the perimeter state? Do I have to report to the Princess of Chu when I enter the perimeter state? Xie Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered. When his eyes fell on the Princess of Chu, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, Princess of Chu, 100 years ago I, Xie Wuchang, have been coveting you for a long time. Unfortunately, you Longzi beat me to it. The Princess of Chu heard Xie Wuchang and coldly shouted, Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, even without you Longzi, I, the Princess of Chu, will never be with you. Ha! Xie Wuchang heard the Princess of Chu and laughed. So what? Princess of Chu, let me tell you, today, not only will I destroy the East Palace, I will also make you submit to my bed and let you have a taste of my, Xie Wuchang's, skill in bed. In your dreams. No matter what kind of person the Princess of Chu was, she was still a woman. Hearing Xie Wuchang's obscene words, she immediately became angry and wanted to stand up. Unfortunately, she was hit by Xie Wuchang's 100 poisons. Just as the spiritual qi in her body surged, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Xie Wuchang saw this and laughed again. It's useless, Princess of Chu. Let me tell you, after being hit by my 100 poisons, you can forget about using your spiritual qi. Just wait for your death. Damn it. The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart, but her expression didn't change. She looked at the crowd and calmed down. Because the Princess of Chu knew very well that if she let her emotions affect her decision, today would really be the doomsday of the East Palace. Xie Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he turned to Luo Yaofeng and Tianzhu and said slowly, "The two of you, go and find Elder Lu Lan of the East Palace." Although Luo Jiaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King were unhappy with Wuchang Xie's direct order, they didn't dare to disobey because of Wuchang Xie's strength. They waved their hands and called for the disciples they had brought today and left. When Su Yan heard Xie Wuchang mention Elder Lu Lan, he was surprised. Elder Lu Lan. Lu Lan is an elder of our East Palace? Then, he thought about the kiss he had with Lu Lan in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Thinking of all these things, Su Yan felt a wave of panic in his mind. Even though the disciples of the East Palace weren't as strong as the other three palaces, because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace had always been the leader of the Monster Palace and was in charge of the Monster Palace. But now, they were suddenly attacked by Xie Wuchang. This was enough to make Su Yan suspicious. Now, with the addition of Lu Lan's identity, Su Yan was even more confused. What's going on? Why did things turn out like this? What are these people doing? Su Yan looked at everyone in the main hall and felt more confused than ever. More importantly, there was a sense of oppression. Chapter 232. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yan only wanted to use the Princess of Chu to protect her. Because of Princess Chu's snooping on him and her cold and arrogant attitude, Su Yan still felt a trace of hatred towards Princess Chu. But now, Su Yan knew that if the Princess of Chu was defeated today, the entire East Palace would be finished, and he would also be implicated. Only when the Princess of Chu stood up, and only when the Princess of Chu protected the East Palace could he accomplish what he wanted to do in the Monster Palace. Looking at that face? Xie Wuchang had a sinister look on his face. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. At the moment of anger, he also felt a sense of helplessness. Circumference realm, how can I block it? Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint. Even Emperor Tianxiang could not resist it, let alone Feng Yuan state. Power, when will I be able to reach this level? Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. Looking at Xie Wuchang's gloomy face, he felt more helpless. What can I do to save this situation? Su Yan frowned. Looking at the weak Princess of Chu, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he slowly approached the Princess of Chu without anyone noticing. Xie Wuchang noticed Su Yan's action, but seeing that Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint, he did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu and continued, "Princess of Chu, you must have never thought that you would have such a day." "Ha!" Xie Wuchang said and laughed. He did not care what the Princess of Chu thought. He just vented the joy in his heart. "Princess of Chu, I'm afraid to tell you today. Do you think Yu Longzi died in the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Let me tell you you're wrong. Ha, I killed Yu Longzi." What? Hearing this, the Princess of Chu's eyes suddenly surged with hostility. She endured the pain in her heart, stood up, looked at Xie Wuchang and shouted, "Xie Wuchang, what are you talking about? You killed Yu Longzi." "Ha, you didn't expect this, did you?" Xie Wuchang saw that the angrier the Princess of Chu was, the prouder he was. "Impossible," the Princess of Chu immediately shouted. "Xie Wuchang, how can you kill Yu Longzi with your strength?" "Of course I can't, but what if I have the ancient Tai Yao ancient bell? What about the demonic power of the 10,000 demons ancient tree when it was sealed? Do you think Yu Longzi, who was only an Emperor Tianxiang back then, could withstand it? The more Wuxia and Xianxia spoke, the gloomier his expression became. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, all these years, I've been enduring, waiting for this opportunity. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, you forced me to do all this. Do you understand? The more Xie Wuchang spoke, the more agitated he became. The muscles on his face kept twitching. How deeply did I love you back then? But what about you? You only had Yu Longzi in your eyes. I, Xie Wuchang, didn't even have the chance to confess. Xie Wuchang said. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. In return, Impermanence Xie smiled darkly. That being said, Consort Chu, I have to thank you for all of this. If you hadn't married Yu Longzi, I wouldn't have been so disheartened. I wouldn't have cultivated the power of 100 poisons, and I wouldn't have become the Nangong Palace Lord. And I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you today, surpassing you. Xie Wuchang suddenly burst into laughter. The Princess of Chu frowned at Xie Wuchang's words. Killing intent surged in her eyes. She had never had any relationship with Xie Wuchang. If he hadn't become Nangong Palace Lord, even the Princess of Chu wouldn't know him. How would she know that Xie Wuchang was hiding so many things in his heart? She couldn't help but be surprised by Xie Wuchang's forbearance and insidiousness. He had actually been able to keep it a secret for 100 years without saying anything at all. Of course, no matter what, Chu Wangfei would not pity such a person, nor would she sympathize with such a person. This was because he had killed her husband, and now he was trying to usurp the throne. Looking at him, Chu Wangfei only felt anger. Xie Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu and laughed. Princess of Chu, now that you know the truth, are you regretting it? Yes. The Princess of Chu sneered and shouted. Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, there is no such thing as regret in my eyes. Also, marrying Yu Longzi was the best decision I made in my life. Xie Wuchang, even if I have 10 or 100 lifetimes, I, the Princess of Chu, won't like you. Princess of Chu. Xie Wuchang's chest surged with anger when he heard the Princess of Chu's words. He shouted sternly. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you are still the high and mighty Princess of Chu? Let me tell you, Consort Chu, you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time. Kill me. The Princess of Chu sneered. Her arrogant attitude didn't change at all. She felt the poison in her body slowly dissolving. Her face became even colder. She looked at Xie Wuchang and said coldly. Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, as long as I, the Princess of Chu, am here, you can forget about seizing control of the Monster Palace. Bang! While speaking, the Princess of Chu suddenly spread her hands and a majestic spirit chi burst out. What? Xie Wuchang was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at the Princess of Chu in surprise. How is this possible? Princess of Chu, how did you dispel my poison? Poison of 100 powers. The Princess of Chu sneered and looked back at Su Yan. Although she didn't know how Su Yan dispelled the poison, her eyes were full of praise for Su Yan. At the same time, she was convinced that she had made the right choice by choosing Su Yan to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace. Xie Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu looking at Su Yan's eyes and suddenly understood something. But he still felt incredulous. He kept shaking his head and said, How is it possible? That boy is only a 7-meridian saint. How can he dispel my poison? That's right, Su Yan was the one who dispelled the poison in the Princess of Chu's body. Su Yan had been thinking when he saw the Princess of Chu injured. Thinking that the Princess of Chu was only poisoned, he immediately came up with an idea. His 100-poison saint bloodline could absorb any poison in the world. And the Princess of Chu was poisoned. Would he be able to absorb the poisonous gas with his special saint bloodline? This was the reason why Su Yan approached the Princess of Chu. Su Yan was afraid that Xie Wuchang would stop him, so he had been hiding behind the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu was surprised when she felt Su Yan's ability to absorb the poison. However, Chu Wangfei quickly regained her senses and continued talking with Xie Wuchang. Only when the 100-poison power was completely removed did they erupt. Xie Wuchang, you killed my husband. Come to the East Palace and die. Chu Wangfei shouted. She didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Xie Wuchang. But this time, Chu Wangfei stayed behind. She did not attack with her bare hands, but took out her sword, the fish dragon sword. When Wuchang saw Chu Wangfei's attack, he was stunned at first, but then he laughed and said, "Chu Wangfei, I really didn't expect your Eastern Palace to have someone who can detoxify my 100 poison power. But do you think you can use it just because you detoxified it? Do you think you can deal with me?" "Chu Wangfei, you're wrong. Xie Wuchang, in order to obtain the position of Supreme Demon Palace's leader, I didn't hesitate to use my own body to cultivate and enter the boundary state. Do you think you can defeat me?" Xie Wuchang suddenly shouted, and the black gas on his body suddenly filled the air. The princess of Chu and Xie Wuchang immediately wrestled. At this moment, someone shouted, and the disciples below also recovered from the shock of Su Yan being able to detoxify hundreds of poisons. The disciples of the Nangong Palace and the East Palace immediately wrestled. The battle of the century in the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace was finally triggered at this moment. All the disciples of the East Palace, no matter what grudges they had, gathered together to fight against the foreign enemy. The two sides fought fiercely, and people were constantly injured and killed. After a short while, the entire main hall of the Monster Palace was stained with blood. "Kill that boy. He is the one who ruined our palace master's plan." In the midst of the battle, someone pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Countless disciples of the Nangong Palace cast a hostile look at Su Yan. Without Su Yan, the Nangong Palace would have replaced the East Palace and become the new leader of the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Su Yan. The disciples of the Nangong Palace naturally hated Su Yan. With a shout, countless disciples rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Looking at the disciples who kept rushing toward him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. Su Yan came to the East Palace only for his own business. He didn't even really want to join the Monster Palace. However, during this period of time, Su Yan had also built up some feelings for the East Palace. Now that these people wanted to invade the East Palace, Su Yan was naturally angry. 7 Bloodline Saint, Humph, lowly weakling. A disciple of the Nangong Palace, an 8 Bloodline Saint, came in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan. He couldn't help but sneer and then shouted, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently kill yourself, lest I..." Before this person could finish speaking, his eyes widened abruptly. Su Yan's sword had already pierced through his throat. When the person looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but there was even more astonishment in them. The people around who saw this scene were completely shocked. A 7 Bloodline Saint had actually killed an 8 Bloodline Saint in seconds. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 233. How could a 7 Meridian Saint kill an 8 Meridian Saint in seconds? Everyone who saw this scene felt a wave of doubt in their hearts. However, while they were in a daze, the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand flashed and another person fell under the sword. Only then did the disciples come to their senses. "Kill this brat for me. Kill this boy." The Nangong disciples did not know whether it was because of fear or not, but they kept shouting. Countless disciples rushed towards Su Yan, and among them, there was no lack of Emperor Tianxiang. But when Su Yan saw these people coming, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a gleam of excitement. He didn't like killing, and even more so, he didn't like killing without a purpose. However, in the short few months since he entered the Monster Palace, Su Yan was constantly suppressed and humiliated because of his strength. Su Yan had had enough. The 8 Meridian Saint's words about the lowly weakling aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan admitted that his strength was indeed lowly at the moment. This was an indisputable fact. Su Yan didn't want to quibble, but Su Yan wanted to tell these people that even though he was lowly, he wasn't someone who could be casually trampled on and casually manipulated by others. He knew very well that the final decision of this battle was still in the hands of the Princess of Chu and Wuxia and Xianxia. The Princess of Chu and Wuxia and Xianxia were the key to victory. They were the masters of this battle. Therefore, Su Yan's massacre this time was not for the Eastern Palace, nor was it for fame or fortune. He only wanted to kill his way out of the pride and arrogance in his heart. Bang! Under the encirclement of the Nangong disciples, Su Yan unleashed an unprecedented amount of fighting strength. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost in the middle of the battlefield. Countless people fell under his ghost howl sword. Fresh blood dyed his white robe. His blood-red eyes emitted a sharp light. Though he was not the strongest here, he was like the god of death. Even the emperors of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but feel fear when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. And it was precisely because of this fear. More and more people surrounded Su Yan. This was because they had long been afraid of Su Yan. This fear was the same as the worry that Princess of Chu felt when she first met Su Yan. The Princess of Chu wanted Su Yan to inherit her position as the Eastern Palace head, so she didn't kill him. Therefore, she chose to plant a restriction in Su Yan's body. However, none of these people wanted anything from Su Yan. They only wanted to get rid of Su Yan. Only when Su Yan disappeared from this world would the fear in their hearts disappear. Die! There were constant shouts and attacks coming at Su Yan. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even defeat an emperor of Tianxiang. At this moment, under the encirclement of many Nangong disciples, Su Yan still gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he also fell into a state of fatigue, and his speed became slower and slower. However, the light in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it became brighter and brighter. Life and death were magnanimous. From the Su family to the Hidden Sword Tomb, and then to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had experienced countless hardships and pain along the way. He had even wandered around the gates of hell countless times. Between life and death, Su Yan had long been numb. At this moment, Su Yan didn't want to die. He only wanted to kill out the pride in his heart. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Palace? At this moment, an Eastern Palace disciple suddenly shouted and jumped to Su Yan's side. But, with a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and blocked an attack for Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at that person. This person was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, ranked 3rd, Ma Chao. Su Yan looked at him gratefully. Ma Chao returned a smile and rejoined the battlefield. With someone's help, Su Yan naturally became more and more courageous. He jumped up and was once again engaged in a fierce battle. Because of Ma Chao's help, more and more Eastern Palace disciples began to help Su Yan. What was originally a chaotic battle suddenly became a battle to protect Su Yan. The Nangong disciples kept breaking out of the encirclement, wanting to kill Su Yan. The Eastern Palace disciples united to protect Su Yan. Although the Nangong disciples were stronger than the Eastern Palace disciples, today was still the Eastern Palace's territory. Some of the Nangong disciples had not come, and the Eastern Palace disciples had always been the most numerous among the 4 palaces. Now, the disciples of the 2 palaces were locked in a stalemate. Only blood continued to splatter, dyeing the entire Eastern Palace's main hall red. At the same time, the battle between the Princess of Chu and Wuchang also entered a white-hot state. The boundary of circumference comprehended the power of circumference. The so-called Emperor of Skyform learned the power of Skyform and cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. 1 star was Emperor, 9 stars was Venerable. At the peak of 9 stars Skyform, one expanded their dantian, turned it into a spiritual sea, and condensed it into a spiritual sea. Absorbed the power of heaven and earth into their dantian. 1 spiritual pulse, 9 spiritual pulses. At the peak of 9 spiritual pulses, one fused with the Saint Pulse, comprehended the power of circumference, stepped into the boundary of circumference, and used the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. 1 direction, 1 form, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions. The spiritual energy in the body combined with the power of heaven and earth. It was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it affected heaven and earth. Both the Princess of Chu and Wuchang were in the boundary of circumference. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. The battle between the two of them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, the two were worried that their power would be too strong and blow up the Eastern Palace. However, at this moment, the two of them no longer restrained their strength. Wu Chang's body emitted a black light. Princess of Chu's body emitted a dark green light. The two were locked in a stalemate. Clearly, they were going to fight to the death today. Die! Chu Wangfei shouted and swung her sword. The fish dragon sword in her hand suddenly shined brightly and transformed into countless sword images. They were like dragons and phoenixes that intertwined with each other. With a roar, they quickly attacked Xie Wuchang. Wu Chang maintained his sneer when he saw this. He waved his hand and a small black goo appeared in front of him. As soon as the small black goo appeared, it emitted a burst of black qi. The black qi quickly erupted and collided with Princess of Chu's light. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. The powerful energy swept out, and the disciples of the eastern and southern palaces who were fighting at the bottom were attacked by this wave of energy. They instantly screamed and were forced to retreat. What a powerful force! Everyone's attention returned to the two of them. Just now, they had only noticed Su Yan. Even Nangong's disciples had thought that as long as they killed Su Yan, they would be able to win this battle. But now, they suddenly realized. Princess of Chu and Wu Chang were the masters of this battle. All the disciples looked up at the two and saw the powerful spiritual energy erupting from them. They were so shocked that they forgot about the battle and retreated hundreds of meters. They carefully looked at the Princess of Chu and Wu Chang in the air. Princess of Chu, it's useless. You and I are both in the square sphere realm. It's impossible for you to kill me. Wu Chang blocked Princess of Chu's attack and immediately showed his signature smirk. Princess of Chu's face was still cold. Facing Wu Chang, there was no change in her expression. The only thing that changed was the killing intent in her eyes. Princess of Chu had long planned to unify the Monster Palace. But this was only for the future of the Monster Palace. However, facing Wu Chang now was not only for the future of the Monster Palace, but also for the hatred in her heart. Wu Chang killed her husband. How could she not avenge him? Princess of Chu thought of the tragedy of her husband's death, and a murderous aura immediately surged in her chest. She looked at Wu Chang, shouted coldly, and raised her sword to attack Wu Chang again. As he swung his sword and moved his body, a gust of wind swept out. A huge amount of power burst forth, and some of the decorations in the surroundings instantly emitted clear and crisp sounds as they cracked. This showed the power of this force. When Wu Chang saw this, there was no fear in his eyes. For him, today's Princess of Chu was no longer the former master of the Monster Palace, but a plaything on his bed. Because Wu Chang knew very well that no matter how hard Princess of Chu tried, it was impossible to defeat him. As for him, as long as he waited for Zhu Tian Monster King and Luo Yaofeng, the two masters of the North Palace and the West Palace, the one who would be defeated would be Princess of Chu. Therefore, Wu Chang was not in a hurry at all. Compared to every killing move of the Princess of Chu, Wu Chang just avoided it and did not rush to counterattack. He was delaying time, waiting for the two masters to come back. Whether it was the disciples of the East Palace or the disciples of the East Palace, they would no longer have the power to fight back at that time. Wu Chang thought about it, and the corner of his mouth could not help but float a gloomy smile. Of course, how could the Princess of Chu not know about this plan in his heart? Although the killing intent in the Princess of Chu's eyes surged, she was not blinded by this killing intent. The Princess of Chu knew very well that if she did not kill Wu Chang now, it would be more difficult to kill him when Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King came back. Therefore, the Princess of Chu used all her strength in every move. Unfortunately, after all, both of them were in the first order boundary, so it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more complacent Wu Chang's face became. He looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered, "Princess of Chu, I tell you, the East Palace will lose today. Surrender obediently and don't make unnecessary struggles." "Humph, Wu Chang, don't be so complacent. I, the Princess of Chu, will kill you today even if I have to exhaust my last trace of spirit power." The Princess of Chu shouted coldly and once again attacked Wu Chang with her sword. Ping. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the palace. The smile on Wu Chang's face became even more brilliant and he laughed. Ha! Princess of Chu, Zhu Tian Monster King and the others are back. You should surrender obediently. Chapter 234. Princess of Chu, I have to admit that you're very strong. However, now that Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng are back, I'd like to see how you're going to win if the three of us work together. Wuxian Xia's smile grew brighter as he thought about how he was about to counterattack the East Palace and obtain the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu frowned slightly when she heard Wuxian Xia's words. Just as Wuxian Xia said, if Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were to come back, she wouldn't be their match if the three palace masters worked together. After all, Wuxian Xia was at the Radius realm like her. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were both at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. If the three of them worked together, the Princess of Chu would naturally be wary. Of course, Princess of Chu wasn't worried about these. She was worried about Lu Lan. Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had gone to look for Lu Lan. If the two of them came back, wouldn't that mean that Lu Lan was already... Princess of Chu's heart trembled at the thought. Princess of Chu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make such a pointless struggle. Wuxian Xia laughed proudly when he saw the Princess of Chu's worried expression. At this moment, the disciples of the West Palace and North Palace who had just left rushed in. Seeing this, Xia Wuchang laughed even more wildly. Ha, Consort Chu, surrender. Ha, surrender obediently. As long as you are obedient, perhaps I can be gentler to you in bed tonight. Princess of Chu saw the disciples of the two palaces come in and thought that Lu Lan might have died. Sadness welled up in her heart. When she heard Wuxian Xia's obscene words, the Princess of Chu was instantly enraged. She shouted coldly, Wuxian Xia, even if I, Princess of Chu, die today, I'll take you down with me. After saying that, Chu Wangfei's body suddenly leaped forward. Her entire body burst out with countless rays of light. The fish dragon sword in her hand also rotated and became bigger and bigger. It quickly attacked Xia Wuchang. Although Wuxian Xia was laughing wildly, he didn't dare to underestimate the Princess of Chu's attack. He hurriedly circulated his qi to block. Countless black qi condensed around his body, and the small black qi cup in his hand also jumped up. Pudong. With a loud bang, the two collided together. Countless rays of light burst forth, and the huge amount of energy swept out like a wave. The entire palace shook with a loud bang. All the disciples in the main hall retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with horror. Both Chu Wangfei and Xia Wuchang spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Obviously, both sides were injured by this powerful move. Fall Xia and Wuxian Xia. Wuxian Xia couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Princess of Chu, we've both suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how you're going to deal with Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng when they return. Wuxian Xia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Princess of Chu with a smug smile. He wasn't worried about his injuries at all. Compared to Wuxian Xia, the Princess of Chu was frowning. If Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng really returned, she wouldn't be able to resist them with her current strength. The more Wuxian Xia saw the Princess of Chu's expression, the more smug and excited he became. Princess of Chu, I've already told you not to struggle. Look at you, why do you have to suffer? But don't worry, Princess of Chu. When Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng return, I won't hurt you. I'll only treat you well. What can they do when they return? At this moment, a cold but sweet voice came from outside the main Luo Yaofeng. Then, two beautiful figures appeared in the East Palace main hall. One of them was holding Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The person who appeared threw the two of them aside and flew to Chu Wangfei's side. Lu Lanling. Princess of Chu's eyes shone with excitement when she saw the two figures. She held Lu Lan's hand and asked excitedly, Lu Lan, are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Lan shook her head. Then, she saw the blood at the corner of Princess of Chu's mouth and asked worriedly, "Palace Master, are you all right?" When Chu Ling saw her mother's appearance, she also had a worried expression. "Mother, how are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at the unconscious heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng on the ground. She was stunned and asked Lu Lan in surprise, "Lu Lan, this? Lu Lan naturally knew what Princess of Chu was thinking. She smiled and said, "Palace Master, I've already comprehended my power of circumference and entered the state of circumference." "What? You've already comprehended the state of circumference?" Princess of Chu was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Then she saw Wuxia and Xianxia and said coldly, "Wuxia and Xianxia, the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng you've been waiting for have returned. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Wuxia and Xianxia was no longer as calm as before. He looked at the unconscious Luo Yaofeng and heavenly pig demon king on the ground and said frantically, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it not possible?" Princess of Chu sneered and said to Lu Lan, "Lu Lan, kill Wuxia and Xianxia." "Yes, Palace Master." Lu Lan nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he approached Xia Wuchang. Wuchang, Xia and Princess of Chu were both injured. How could he be a match for Lu Lan, who was in the state of circumference? Lu Lan waved her hand and a majestic spirit energy surged out. She slapped Wuchang Xia's face. Asterisk bang. Asterisk under the assault of that tremendous power, Xia Wuchang was sent flying, coughing up another mouthful of blood. "No, impossible." Wuchang Xia slowly stood up from the ground and roared, "Impossible! Princess of Chu, you're mine. You're mine. The entire monster palace is mine. How can Lu Lan be in the state of circumference? How is this possible?" "Ah!" Wuchang Xia shouted. His blood and qi surged. He was unwilling to accept the fact that a state of circumference had fallen. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe this sudden change. They all thought that the East Palace was finished, but they didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Especially when the disciples of the Nangong Palace saw Wu Chang's body fall, they couldn't believe it, but more than that, they felt fear. The state of circumference. The East Palace had 2 state of circumference experts. As they thought about it, they couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, they seemed to have realized something. No one knew who reacted first, but that person immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Palace Master Chu is mighty, Palace Master Chu is mighty." This shout woke all the disciples up. Whether it was the Nangong Palace, the North Palace, or the West Palace, they knew that the 3 palaces had lost. They knelt on the ground and shouted. They were afraid that this matter would affect them. Princess of Chu heard these people shouting. She waved her hand and said, "Okay, get up." When these people heard Princess of Chu's words, they stood up, trembling. Princess of Chu looked at these people expressionlessly. When she saw Lu Lan, a rare smile appeared on her face. She asked Lu Lan, "Lu Lan, how did you comprehend the state of circumference?" Princess of Chu had thought about the future of Monster Palace. Princess of Chu had asked Lu Lan to go into seclusion a long time ago. She wanted Lu Lan to step into the state of circumference one day. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had been in seclusion all these years. She couldn't comprehend the state of circumference. Princess of Chu didn't expect that Lu Lan would comprehend the state of circumference at such an important time. Naturally, she was astonished. Lu Lan looked at Princess of Chu and thought about how she comprehended the state of circumference. Her face couldn't help but flush. At the same time, she happened to see Su Yan standing in the crowd. Her face became even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain it to Princess of Chu. Lu Lan's gaze couldn't escape Princess of Chu's eyes. Seeing this, Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan standing in the distance. She suddenly understood something and laughed. Her usual coldness was gone. Su Yan naturally saw Lu Lan looking at him. Looking at Lu Lan's enchanting body, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He kept shaking his head. For a moment he didn't know how to face it. Especially when he saw Chu linger next to him, he didn't dare to walk in that direction. Fortunately, Lu Lan and Princess of Chu had things to deal with, so they didn't come up to ask Su Yan anything. Lu Lan looked at the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng on the ground and said to Princess of Chu, "Palace Lord, these two originally wanted to kill me, but they didn't expect that I had already reached the state of circumference. I defeated them and knocked them unconscious. Now, how do you want to deal with this?" After a brief moment of joy, Princess of Chu immediately returned to her usual coldness. She looked at Luo Yaofeng and the heavenly pig demon king on the ground before turning to the disciples in the main hall. The heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng led disciples to break into the Eastern Palace and broke the rules of the Monster Palace. Today, they will be executed on the spot. Who has any objections? Palace Lord's prestige, Palace Lord's prestige. The disciples all knelt down and shouted. In fact, Princess of Chu was just going through the procedure. After all, at this time, no disciple would dare to say no. That was the same as courting death. This was especially true for the southern, northern, and western palaces. They were even more afraid. As long as they weren't implicated, they could pray for Buddha. The reason why Chu Wangfei did this was because she wanted to build up the hearts of the people in the future. After all, in the entire Supreme Demon Palace, while they could eliminate the 3 palace masters, they could not kill all the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace. Chapter 235. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. Just as she was about to step forward to carry out her orders, there was a loud explosion in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire roof of the East Palace's main hall was blasted open. Everyone was stunned. Lu Lan and the Princess of Chu also looked up at the sky at the same time. When the Princess of Chu saw a few people floating down from the sky, her entire body suddenly stiffened. "Princess of Chu, Monster Palace Palace Master, come with me." A voice sounded. At the same time, a few black figures appeared above the East Palace's main hall. These people who appeared were all dressed in black. Even their faces were covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The Princess of Chu saw these people fall to the ground. Lu Lan did not understand the reason. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was pulled back by the Princess of Chu. "These people are the ones I told you about." "Don't, what?" When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu say this, she could not help but be stunned. All these years, this was not the first time the Princess of Chu had told her about this matter. Lu Lan naturally understood the hidden strength behind this and what it meant. Chu Linger did not know what the two of them were talking about. She could not help but wonder, "Mother, Sister Lu Lan, what are you talking about?" The Princess of Chu looked at her daughter and felt a wave of sadness in her heart. However, she still could not bear to tell her daughter the truth. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. These people need Mother to do something. You have to take good care of yourself in the future, okay?" Although Chu Linger was usually carefree, it did not mean that she was not smart. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, how could Chu Linger not see that things were not so simple? Looking at her mother's sad appearance, tears immediately fell from her eyes. "Mother, no, I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to leave me, Ling, be good." Princess Chu patted Chu Linger's head, then turned to Lu Lan and said, "Lu Lan, I'll leave the Monster Palace to you." "Asgard Master." Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but tear up. "Lu Lan, it's fine. I didn't say that I wouldn't be coming back. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, and you've comprehended the realm of square and circle, it's enough for you to shoulder the burden of the Monster Palace. In the future." When the Princess of Chu said this, she glanced at Su Yen, who was standing in the distance, and didn't say anything else. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "Lu Lan, I won't say anything unnecessary. You've grown up, you know what to do." "Asgard Master." Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, which sounded like she was saying her last words, and her entire body was covered in tears. Chu Linger also kept wiping her tears. At that moment, the black-clothed man standing there said, "All right, Princess of Chu, it's time to go." After saying this, those people were about to come forward and capture the Princess of Chu. "No, I can't." Chu Linger actually heard about this from her mother. Even though she now knew how strong the other party was, even if the other party was not someone she could match up to, Chu Linger still couldn't watch her mother be taken away like this. Chu Linger shouted loudly, took out her sword, and attacked the black-clothed man. How dare you go against the devil sect? You're courting death. When the black-clothed men saw that Chu Linger dared to attack them, they immediately shouted. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy surged out, and Chu Linger was directly sent flying. When the Princess of Chu and Lu Lan saw Chu Linger flying out, both of them were stunned. Lu Lan directly leaped up and caught Chu Linger. When Lu Lan saw that Chu Linger was injured, a surge of anger immediately surged from her chest. Looking at the black-clothed men, she channeled her cultivation technique, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out. Today, all of you will die. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she was shocked and wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured in the fight with Wuxia and Xianxia. How could she stop Lu Lan, who was also in the radius state? Lu Lan leaped up and waved her hand, and a powerful force suddenly burst out. The black-clothed men were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Several black-clothed men screamed at the same time and were sent flying. Die! Lu Lan did not intend to let them go so easily. With a shout, she charged forward again. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from midair. In the snort, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Everyone in the main hall felt their eardrums vibrate, and they all took a step back. Lu Lan's body shook, and under the powerful force, she was sent flying. Following that, a purple-clothed figure descended from the sky. This person had a cold expression and his eyes were dim and lifeless. Between his brows, there was a faint murderous aura that could cause anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. I didn't expect that the Monster Palace would have another radius state expert, and such a young one. This person glanced at Lu Lan, and his coquettish red lips slightly opened, revealing a cold smile. This person is stronger than the Princess of Chu. Let's take this person with us today. After the person finished speaking, without asking for anyone's opinion, he opened his hand, and Lu Lan's body flew in his direction. Protector! The black-clothed men also followed up and called out to the purple-clothed man with cupped hands. Yes. The purple-clothed man nodded and threw Lu Lan's body to the black-clothed men like a commodity and said, "Take this person back today. The Princess of Chu will let him stay in the East Palace. Let's go." The black-clothed men followed the purple-clothed man and flew into midair. Lu Lan. This sudden change made the Princess of Chu unable to react. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away by the purple-clothed man, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses and cried out in grief, "The person you want is not me. Why did you take Lu Lan away?" When the purple-clothed man heard the Princess of Chu's words, he paused for a moment and revealed a devilish smile. "Princess of Chu, this person's qualifications will always surpass yours. Naturally, I will take this person. Today, I am in a good mood and will not bicker with you. You in the Monster Palace have offended me, a protector, otherwise, humph." The purple-clothed man suddenly snorted, and a majestic spiritual aura suddenly burst out. The entire palace trembled, and the Princess of Chu fell into a state of despair. These people's strength was always beyond her belief. With her current strength, she could not resist at all. The Princess of Chu even blamed the heavens. She had guarded the Monster Palace all her life, but at the last moment, she still could not protect it. She could only watch as the elder of the Monster Palace, the person she had watched grow up, was taken away. But she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Despair. The Princess of Chu felt unprecedented despair. The Princess of Chu, who had always been above others, who had always exuded the aura of a ruler, could not help but shed tears that she had not shed for many years at this moment. "Leave Lu Lan for me." And just as the Princess of Chu was in despair, suddenly a loud shout echoed in the void. "Su Yan!" The Princess of Chu looked over and could not help but be stunned. Then she suddenly panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, no, quickly retreat." "Retreat!" Su Yan sneered, looking at the purple-robed man in front of him, his eyes emitting a sharp light. He was already angry when he saw Chu Linger being repelled by the black-robed man. If it were not for Lu Lan, Su Yan would have already attacked. Now that these people wanted to take away Lu Lan, how could Su Yan endure? Although Su Yan did not know how to face Lu Lan, Su Yan absolutely could not allow others to hurt her. 7 Meridian Saint. When the purple-robed man heard that someone dared to block him, a burst of anger surged in his body. However, when he saw the spiritual power surging in Su Yan, he could not help but laugh. 7 Meridian Saint, a little 7 Meridian Saint dares to block this protector. When the Princess of Chu heard the purple-robed man's words, she panicked again and shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, quickly retreat, you are not their match." When Su Yan heard the Princess of Chu's words, he could not help but laugh. So what if I am not their match? Even if I die today, I will not allow the person I am supposed to protect to be taken away. Su Yan knew that he might not be a match for these people. However, Su Yan still chose to attack. For no particular reason, it was merely because as a man in this world, he should know what to do and what not to do. If he couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect, then what was the point of living in this world? Haha, I want to see how you are going to stop me. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he heard Su Yan's words. When Su Yan heard the purple-robed man's words, he did not waste any more words. With a roar, he immediately attacked the purple-robed man with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. The moment the Ghost Howl sword attacked, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was the power of 10,000 poisons in the 9 Dragons soul-snatching technique that Su Yan had created. You overestimate yourself. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he saw this. He waved his hand to block Su Yan's attack and reached out to seal Su Yan's throat. The powerful force directly imprisoned Su Yan, making Su Yan unable to move. 7 Meridian Saint, how dare a 7 Meridian Saint hoot in front of this protector? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The purple-robed man looked at Su Yan and laughed again. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise I, Su Yan, will definitely crush you into pieces one day. Su Yan clenched his teeth and said, "Oh." When the purple-robed man heard Su Yan's words, he laughed again. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan was sent flying. Chapter 236. Stay here. Su Yan roared angrily as he watched the purple-robed man leave. He had only just met Lu Lan, and even Su Yan didn't know how to face her. However, Su Yan knew that he had to protect Lu Lan. But now that the purple-robed man had left, Su Yan couldn't do anything. That feeling of helplessness and loneliness filled him. Looking at the blasted roof of the palace and the blue sky, Su Yan sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not only him, but Chu Linger and the Princess of Chu also fell into sadness. Lu Lan's departure was too big of a blow to them. They couldn't face the pain and helplessness of watching their loved one being taken away. For a long time, they stared blankly in the direction that the purple-robed man had left. Although the other disciples didn't have any feelings for Lu Lan, they were stunned. However, this sudden change also caused them to be stunned. Of course, what they felt more was fear. In the perimeter state, the Princess of Chu had always been a supreme existence in their hearts. But even the Princess of Chu couldn't resist in front of that person. How strong was that person? And what kind of sect was the demonic sect? Why did they feel so unfamiliar with it? Everyone was puzzled and shocked, and the East Palace fell into a dead silence. No one noticed Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King in the corner. The Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were originally going to capture Lu Lan. But the two of them didn't expect that Lu Lan had also entered the perimeter state. And because Lu Lan didn't know what had happened, she didn't do anything to the two of them. She only knocked them out. Now that the two of them woke up, they were completely shocked by the sudden scene before them. But when they saw the Princess of Chu, they quickly reacted. The two of them knew that if the Princess of Chu recovered, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. The more powerful a person was, the more fear they would feel. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were happy. Because Lu Lan had left the Monster Palace, it meant that they had a chance. The Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng exchanged a glance before nodding toward each other. Both of them began to circulate their cultivation arts, and a burst of majestic power erupted from their bodies. Princess of Chu, die! Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both roared and attacked Princess Chu at the same time. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were very clear that as long as they killed the Princess of Chu today, they would be able to kill her. Then everything would change. Not only did the two of them not have to die, but they could also become the leaders of the entire monster palace. The two of them attacked so suddenly that all of the disciples were stunned. The Princess of Chu was still in grief when she suddenly saw the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng attacking her. She was also stunned. Then she realized something and hurriedly used her qi to resist. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was seriously injured in the confrontation with Wu Chang and had not recovered yet. In addition, Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch attacked suddenly. Suddenly, the Princess of Chu could not resist. Bang! With a loud bang, she was directly hit by the two of them and flew dozens of meters away. Mother! Seeing this, Chu Linger suddenly woke up from the sadness of Lu Lan being taken away. She hurriedly walked in the direction of the Princess of Chu. She supported the Princess of Chu and looked at the blood overflowing from the Princess of Chu's mouth. Chu Linger was furious. She took out her sword and was about to attack Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu was shocked. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger. Linger, don't. You are not their match. Mother. Chu Linger was about to say something, but she was stopped by the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took a step forward. Looking at the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng, her face was cold. Her eyes were surging with a murderous intent. Although she was injured, she was still domineering and majestic. Looking at the two of them, she said coldly, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, are you two trying to rebel?" The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng already knew that the Princess of Chu was injured. But after all, the Princess of Chu was still dignified. If they didn't know that if they didn't kill the Princess of Chu today, they would be the ones to die. The two of them didn't have the guts to attack the Princess of Chu. After testing, the two of them immediately knew that the Princess of Chu was seriously injured this time. Seeing the blood at the corner of the Princess of Chu's mouth, the two of them no longer felt the slightest fear. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. The celestial pig demon monarch looked at the Princess of Chu's enchanting body with a hint of greed in his eyes. Looking at the Princess of Chu, he sneered, "Princess of Chu, you're already seriously injured. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why are you still putting on airs? Hurry up and surrender." Luo Yaofeng also said, "That's right, Princess of Chu. You're already seriously injured. Even if you're at the circumference realm, it won't be the two of us who will attack you. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble." Ha, hilarious, hilarious. Hearing the two of them, the Princess of Chu laughed out loud. Then her face darkened. Looking at the two of them, she snorted and shouted, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, the two of you are only at the spiritual sea realm. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death." As she spoke, the Princess of Chu's body suddenly moved. Her body turned into a rainbow as she rushed towards the two of them. That speed was as fast as lightning. Especially the fish dragon sword in Chu Wangfei's hand. It was like a flood dragon of the eastern sea. Golden light flickered, and that majestic aura was like a hurricane that violently swept forth. Seeing this, the hearts of Luo Yaofeng and celestial pig demon monarch couldn't help but tremble. The Princess of Chu is injured, but she's still able to erupt with such powerful strength. Luo Yaofeng and celestial pig demon monarch thought to themselves. However, the two of them didn't retreat because they knew very well that they had no choice today. Only by killing the Princess of Chu would they have a chance to survive. The two of them looked at each other, then leaped up at the same time. They each took out their own Dharma treasure and attacked the Princess of Chu. Although the Princess of Chu's move was majestic, the Princess of Chu was still seriously injured. She didn't have enough spirit qi. The moment she swung her sword, the qi and blood in her body surged. Luo Yaofeng and celestial pig demon monarch weren't as strong as the Princess of Chu. However, The two of them were also palace masters of the two great palaces of the Monster Palace. Their strength was also in the spiritual sea realm. With the two of them working together, the power increased by a few points. Asterisk bang. Asterisk for a moment, under the pincer attack of the two, the Princess of Chu was actually struggling. Her body was suddenly hit by the two of them. With a loud bang, the Princess of Chu's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Asterisk ha. Asterisk Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng saw this scene and no longer had any scruples. They looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, well, Princess of Chu, I already said that you're injured and no longer a match for me. Quickly capture me. The Princess of Chu coldly snorted. Looking at the two of them, her expression didn't change. She shouted, Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, don't be smug. With your strength, you want me to surrender? No way. Although she said this, the moment the Princess of Chu finished speaking, her body surged. A flash of hesitation appeared in the Princess of Chu's eyes. She thought to herself, Wu Chang and I are both injured. Our injuries are too serious. Now, the qi and blood in my body are flowing backward. If I force my qi, I'm afraid that before the two of them do anything, I'll die from the qi and blood in my body. I didn't think that I, the Princess of Chu, would be forced to this point by a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator. Thinking about this, the Princess of Chu smiled bitterly. Similarly, the Princess of Chu knew that she was no longer a match for the two of them in her current situation. Is my East Palace really going to suffer this calamity? Lu Lan has been captured. Am I going to die in the hands of these two? The Princess of Chu thought, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in her body. No, absolutely not. I, the Princess of Chu, am the Palace Master of the East Palace. How can I let the East Palace fall into the hands of these two? Today, even if I burn the last bit of blood in my body, I can't let these two get away with it. The Princess of Chu thought to herself. She silently chanted the incantation and suddenly shouted, Tai Yao's secret technique, open. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Princess of Chu's entire body suddenly jumped up. Her face was as cold as ice. The cold air emitted seemed to condense the surrounding air. This is... Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, seeing the powerful force that erupted from the Princess of Chu, the two of them couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, you two dare to rebel. Today, I will get rid of you two scum for the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu said coldly. Her eyes emitted a sharp light. She waved the fish dragon sword in her hand and instantly closed in on Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch. The fish dragon sword swept horizontally. The powerful force was like a hurricane, invading. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both shocked. But at this point, the two of them were also very clear that now they could only brace themselves. The two of them looked at each other and shouted at the same time, Go to hell. At the same time, the two of them joined forces and attacked the Princess of Chu. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Seeing that the two of them dared to resist, the Princess of Chu coldly snorted. She raised her sword with one hand, and with a wave of her hand, a powerful force suddenly surged. Bang! Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both in the spiritual sea realm, but they were also the strongest people here. It was a pity that the two of them were so weak in front of Chu Wangfei's great power. Chapter 237. Luo Jiaofeng Zhu Tian Demon King, you two are merely in the spiritual sea realm. How dare you offend me? Die. Princess Chu leaped up, her body emitting a dazzling light. Her majestic aura skyrocketed, and the powerful force directly suppressed everyone in the main hall, making them unable to raise their heads. As the spiritual power surged, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng felt a wave of qi and blood surging in their bodies. They had no strength to resist at all. The hearts of the two trembled. Only now did they truly understand that Chu Wangfei's strength was not something the two of them could compare to. Looking at the light in Princess Chu's eyes, they trembled. They knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives. Seeing this, Chu Wangfei also stopped in front of them. She looked at the two of them arrogantly and said, "The two of you dare to offend my eastern palace and still want to live? Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives. Considering what we have done for the Monster Palace for so many years, please spare our lives." Zhu Tian Demon King kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. He no longer had the majesty from before. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better than the others. Her body kept trembling as she knelt and begged for mercy. I can spare your lives, but you have to swear a blood oath that you will not offend the East Palace from now on." Seeing the sincerity of the two, the anger on Princess Chu's face eased a little. Faced with the choice of life and death, the two of them could not refuse and swore a blood oath. Seeing this, Princess Chu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. From now on, the two of you are no longer the palace masters of the Monster Palace. You will become the guardian elders of the Monster Palace. In the future, you can only guard the Monster Palace and cannot participate in any matters of the Monster Palace. Do you understand? Understood. Although Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice in front of Princess Chu. After all, if they did not agree to Princess Chu's request, they would most likely face the misfortune of death. Understood, now get out of here. Princess Chu saw this and waved her hand and shouted. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng's hearts trembled again, and they hurriedly ran out of the Monster Palace's main hall. When Chu Wangfei saw the two of them leave, her gaze swept across all the disciples present. She opened her mouth and said, "From today onwards, our Supreme Demon Palace will officially remove the 4 great palaces and merge them together. The disciples of the other 3 great palaces will also join our Eastern Palace. In the future, the 4 great palaces will no longer be divided into different palaces, and the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace will not be divided into different palaces. They will belong to the Supreme Demon Palace." After the Princess Chu finished speaking, all the disciples came to their senses. Of course, the happiest were the disciples of the other 3 monster palaces. After all, they had broken into the East Palace today. According to the Monster Palace's rules, none of them could escape punishment. Now that the Princess Chu had unified the Monster Palace, there was no doubt that she had spared them this time. They were naturally happy. Looking at the majestic and domineering aura on the Princess Chu's cold face, they were all subdued and shocked. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Palace Master Chu, you're mighty." When the Princess Chu saw this, she nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she waved her hand and said, "All right, that's all for today. You may all leave. When I think about the unification of the Monster Palace, I will issue a new order." This time, no one dared to disobey the Princess Chu's orders. They all nodded. All the disciples gathered in the main hall left in a few breaths of time. When Chu Linger saw these people leave, she thought about how the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng dared to harm her mother. She was still angry. She walked in front of the Princess Chu and asked, "Mother, why did you spare the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng?" At this moment, the Princess Chu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Linger was shocked. She hurriedly supported the Princess Chu. Her face was full of anxiety. "Mother, what happened to you?" "Ling, Mother can't take it anymore." The Princess Chu's face was pale. She no longer had the majesty and domineering aura from before. No. Mother, why can't you? That's impossible." When Chu Linger heard the Princess Chu's words, her dry eyes became wet again. She looked at the Princess Chu, who was getting weaker and weaker. She choked and said, "Mother, you can do it. Ling must save you. Save you." The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and felt pain in her heart. However, the Princess Chu was very clear about the condition of her body. She was already seriously injured in the battle with Wuxia and Xianxia. In addition, she was also attacked by the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. This made things worse for the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu knew very well that with such injuries, she was no match for the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. Therefore, at the last moment, The Princess Chu activated the Supreme Demon's secret technique and ignited the essence in her body. It allowed her to temporarily recover her strength. However, because the Princess Chu's injuries were too serious, she couldn't hold on for too long even if she ignited her essence. This was also the reason why the Princess Chu spared the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng. After the Princess Chu explained this to Chu Linger understood and immediately burst into tears. She growled, "Why? Why is it like this? Mother, Sister Lulan has already left. Are you going to leave me too?" The Princess Chu's heart ached when she saw her daughter's sad appearance. Tears fell from her eyes. Her face was pale and she no longer had the majesty of a palace lord. Princess Consort Chu was also very unwilling to let all of this happen, but at this point, she had no other choice. Seeing Su Yan beside her, the Princess Chu shouted, "Su Yan!" Just now, all the disciples had left, but Su Yan hadn't. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to leave, but Su Yan had too many questions in his heart to ask the Princess Chu. What kind of people were the Devil sect? Where was it? Although Su Yan was very sad about Lu Lan's departure, he didn't feel depressed because he was a man. He was Su Yan. Thinking about the Devil sect, Su Yan only felt anger in his heart. And because of this anger, Su Yan had an unprecedented desire for power, which also aroused Su Yan's fighting spirit. Su Yan secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely flatten the Devil sect and save Lu Lan. Su Yan originally wanted to ask the Princess Chu about these things. But how could he have thought that he would suddenly face such a scene? For a moment he didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze. Now that he heard the Princess Chu call him, Su Yan saw that she didn't have a trace of her usual majesty and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Palace Master, I'm here." The Princess Chu saw that Su Yan didn't lose his will because of what happened just now and nodded in relief. But at this moment, the blood in her body suddenly surged. Puchi. She spat out another mouthful of blood. "Mother." "Palace Master." Chu Linger and Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu and felt a burst of worry in their hearts. Especially Su Yan, seeing Chu Linger's sad appearance, his heart felt a burst of pain. He went forward to support the Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't speak first, I'll help you heal your injuries." "It's no use." The Princess Chu shook her head and rejected Su Yan. At the same time, when she looked at Su Yan, her expression suddenly became extremely serious. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and shouted, "Su Yan, listen to my order." Su Yan was stunned by the Princess Chu's sudden serious expression, but he still knelt, clasped his fist and said, "This disciple is here. Su Yan, from today onwards, I will confer you the position of the East Palace of the Monster Palace, and you will be in charge of the entire Monster Palace." The Princess Chu said word by word. What? As soon as she said this, Su Yan and Chu Linger were both stunned. The two of them were dumbfounded and couldn't react for a long time. "Palace Master." Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the matter of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yan didn't even think about staying in the Monster Palace. He didn't expect that the Princess Chu would suddenly order him to take over the position of Monster Palace Master. Su Yan was stunned when he thought about it. When the Princess Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, I know that you have some doubts in your heart, but when you see the memories in this domino, you will understand everything." After saying this, the Princess Chu forced herself to take a breath and passed a domino to Su Yan. Su Yan hurriedly caught the domino. Although the Princess Chu said that all the doubts were in this domino, Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu in surprise. "Palace Master Chu, Su Yan, I don't have much time. There's no need to explain anything." The Princess Chu didn't let Su Yan speak. Instead, she turned to Chu Linger and said, "Linger, I know that you have a good impression of Su Yan." When Chu Linger heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but blush. Chu Linger and Su Yan hadn't known each other for long. At that time, Chu Linger only felt that Su Yan had saved her, and the feeling of being with Su Yan was very strange and very happy. Therefore, Chu Linger was willing to stay with Su Yan. However, Chu Linger had never thought about the relationship between a man and a woman. When Chu Linger saw the matter between Lu Lan and Su Yan, the pain in her heart made Chu Linger truly understand that she had fallen in love with Su Yan. When the Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's blushing face, she smiled with relief. Then she turned to Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, after I die, Linger will be in your care." Su Yan still hadn't recovered from the matter of the Monster Palace Master. When he heard the Princess Chu say this, he didn't know how to respond. When the Princess Chu saw Su Yan's appearance, she asked anxiously, "What? Su Yan, are you not willing?" Cough, cough, cough. The Princess Chu was afraid that Su Yan wouldn't be willing. Then, all her previous efforts would be in vain. She felt a burst of excitement in her heart. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Su Yan saw this, he glanced at Chu Linger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't worry. I will take good care of Linger." Chapter 238. The Princess of Chu's face became paler and paler, and her body became weaker and weaker. She could die at any time. Seeing this, Chu Ling was already sobbing uncontrollably. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although he and the Princess of Chu didn't have much feelings for each other, when he thought of the time he had been in the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu had actually saved Su Yan many times. Not only had she saved Su Yan, but she had also continuously promoted Su Yan. However, all of this was because the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in Su Yan's body. In addition, the Princess of Chu was still spying on him. Because of this, Su Yan ignored it. Now that he saw the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, Su Yan truly understood that everything the Princess of Chu had done was to cultivate him. "Su Yan, I can't hold on for much longer. Everything is in the domino's memory. I only have one last request." When the Princess of Chu said this, she kept coughing. When Su Yan saw this, he hurriedly went forward and passed a burst of spirit energy into the Princess of Chu's body. "It's useless." The Princess of Chu smiled. Then she looked at Su Yan with pity in her eyes. "Su Yan, promise me that no matter where you go in the future, don't let down the Monster Palace. Don't let down Linger. Palace Master, don't worry. As long as I, Su Yan, am here, I will never let anything happen to the Monster Palace." Su Yan nodded. His eyes emitted a light of determination. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu smiled and slowly closed her eyes. A king of a generation had fallen. Chu Linger immediately began to cry bitterly. She hugged the Princess of Chu and kept shouting. Unfortunately, no matter how sad she was already dead. There was no way to bring her back. When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart sank into a wave of sadness. In the end, Su Yan and Chu Linger secretly buried the Princess of Chu. Even after 3 days, Chu Linger still couldn't recover from her grief. Su Yan, on the other hand, was much better. After all, this was not the first time that Su Yan had experienced life and death. During these 3 days, Su Yan had been accompanying Chu Linger. However, Su Yan didn't do nothing. He digested the memory of the domino that Princess of Chu gave him. This domino's memory was obviously the one that Su Yan encountered the most. After consuming all of the domino's memory, Su Yan finally understood the Princess of Chu's good intentions. Some of the barriers that had been left in his heart for the Princess of Chu were all resolved. Su Yan also truly realized that everything that the Princess of Chu had done for him was to train him to become the new generation of the Eastern Palace Master. Thinking about the Princess of Chu's intentions, thinking about the misunderstandings he had with the Princess of Chu, there was even a moment when Su Yan wanted to kill the Princess of Chu. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. Of course, in addition to these, Su Yan also had a better understanding of the Monster Palace. He also knew about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl were the 4 great godly items of the Monster Palace. They were Monster Palace's most precious treasures. Of course, the domino's memory would never be limited to these. Obviously, the domino's memory had been prepared by the Princess of Chu in advance. In addition to the 4 great godly items, Su Yan also understood the relationship between the Buddha Sword sect and the Monster Palace. Su Yan never expected that the Monster Palace had such a history with the Buddha Sword sect. This surprised Su Yan, but at the same time, it also comforted Su Yan a little. After all, Su Yan was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, and Su Yan had vowed to revive the Buddha Sword sect. If he took over the position of the Monster Palace Palace Master, it would obviously be disloyal. However, since the Buddha Sword sect was related to the Buddha Sword sect, everything was much easier to say. Through the domino's memory, Su Yan also understood why the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body. It turned out that all of this was because of the fear in the Princess of Chu's heart. Fear? Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly when he thought of how the dignified Monster Palace Palace Master, Princess of Chu, a dignified almighty of the Radius realm, actually feared him. However, Su Yan also had some regrets. This was because the Princess of Chu did not say how to remove the restriction that the Princess of Chu had placed on his body. This made Su Yan feel rather regretful. Apart from telling Su Yan these things, the Princess of Chu did not only tell Su Yan these things. She also made arrangements for Su Yan's subsequent matters. She wanted Su Yan to work hard to grow as soon as possible, cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, and then open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. Su Yan had already understood about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He was not too confused. However, when he learned about the Great Fei Ancient Tree, he could not help but be startled. When he heard the name, he suddenly felt a force pulling him. This was exactly the same as when Su Yan learned about the sword well in the sword collection tomb. Su Yan's heart trembled again, and his eyes fell into a daze. The 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree, the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. In this short daze, Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a resplendent light. He secretly swore, "I will definitely open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree." Of course, regarding the Monster Palace, there was one thing that Su Yan was most concerned about: the Devil Sect. Although Princess Chu had left behind memories of the Devil Sect, unfortunately, there were too few memories of the Devil Sect. After combing through his memories, Su Yan only knew that the Devil Sect was a mysterious sect. Furthermore, he did not know where it existed. This made Su Yan rather disappointed. Forget it, forget it. With my current strength, I can't compete with the Devil Sect. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on this matter. After all, Su Yan knew very well that he had too many things to deal with now. Too many. After combing through all his memories, Su Yan stood up and looked at Chu Linger, who was still sad. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thinking that 3 days had passed, he sighed and said, "I also have to start making some preparations for the Monster Palace." After all, the Monster Palace had just been unified. The 4 great palaces had removed all the differences between the palaces. There were still many things to deal with. There were only 2 people in charge of the entire East Palace. One was Lu Lan, who had been taken away by the mysterious person. The other was Princess Chu, who had fallen. Since Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace Master, he naturally had to consider the future of Monster Palace. In fact, Su Yan had to admire Princess Chu's strategy and her painstaking efforts for the Monster Palace. Princess Chu knew that she was going to die, so she had already planned it. She had let Su Yan conceal the fact that she had fallen as a deterrent. This made the other disciples not dare to cause trouble. More importantly, the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng did not dare to cause trouble. Not only that, at the end of the domino's memory, Princess Chu also told Su Yan about the arrangements for the Monster Palace. After all, the Monster Palace was a large sect. Now that the 4 great palaces had been removed and combined, they naturally needed some disciplinarians. Otherwise, with so many disciples, the entire Monster Palace would be in chaos in a few days. On this point, Su Yan did not have to worry about it because Princess Chu had already arranged it. Apart from the East Palace Master, the other 3 palaces no longer had palace masters. Instead, they had appointed disciplinarian elders. Princess Chu had already thought of these people for Su Yan. Every person and every position had been properly arranged by Princess Consort Chu. All Su Yan needed to do was to announce it. Now, Su Yan only needed to think about how to announce it. After all, Su Yan's current strength was too weak. If he were to announce that he was appointed as Palace Master, the entire Monster Palace would probably immediately fall into chaos. Now that Palace Master Chu has fallen, I can say to the outside world that she is in seclusion. I can hide it from everyone, but it will be more troublesome to deal with things in the future. After all, my strength is too weak. Su Yan thought about the Monster Palace and frowned. He wished that he could immediately become a powerful person of the Square Sphere realm at this moment. Then, everything would become simple. However, Su Yan knew that strength would not allow one to ascend to the heavens in one step. This was just a thought. Junior brother Su. At this moment, Chu Linger, who had been immersed in sadness for the past few days, suddenly walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Then, he saw that Chu Linger had walked out of her sadness. He could not help but feel happy. He nodded and quickly replied, "Senior sister, what can I do for you?" Chu Linger shook her head and blushed. She was stunned and seemed to hesitate for a long time. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Junior brother Su, my mother asked you to take care of me. You don't have to worry about it because of my mother's request." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he did not know why he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. For a moment, the figures of Lu Lan and Lin Hualu appeared in his mind. He did not know how to face Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's expression, she suddenly smiled bitterly and slowly walked away. There was an obvious look of loneliness in her eyes. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but pat himself and scold, "Su Yan, what are you doing? Why are you hesitating? Why can't you say that you were not asked to take care of me by the Princess of Chu?" Even when Chu Linger's figure disappeared in front of him, Su Yan still could not let it go. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Let's think about how to deal with the Monster Palace first." Although this matter was difficult to deal with, Su Yan quickly found a solution. Using the exclusive seal of the Monster Palace East Palace Master, he posted on the East Palace Bulletin about all the changes in the Monster Palace, as well as the appointment of some elders. There were temporarily 5 elders in the Monster Palace. The number 1 disciple of the East Palace, Qin Luo, was an elder among the disciples. As for the original elder of the West Palace, he was appointed as the enforcement elder. This made the elder very excited, and he was very grateful to the Princess of Chu for recognizing his worth. After all, this elder was now appointed as the enforcement elder. His status was much higher than before. The other 3 elders were also chosen from the original elders of the other palaces. Chapter 239. The Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Being able to become the Palace Master of the Monster Palace was something that many people dreamed of. However, at this moment, Su Yan was at his wit's end. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu's dying wish, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have become the Monster Palace Master. This was because Su Yan's goal wasn't the Monster Palace, but the mysterious Jiuzhou continent. If he took over the Monster Palace now, it would only make the Monster Palace a hindrance on Su Yan's path forward. Therefore, if he had a choice, Su Yan would rather not be the Monster Palace Master. Forget it, forget it. I've already taken on this heavy responsibility. What's the point of thinking about this? Su Yan stood on top of the East Palace building and looked at the Monster Palace that had returned to normal. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was no longer entangled in the matter of whether or not he should be the Monster Palace Master. Looking at the enormous Supreme Demon Palace, looking at this flourishing expanse, who could see the hidden sorrow behind this, and who could see the murderous intent hidden in the darkness? Su Yan looked at all of this. He was no longer entangled in the matter of taking over the Palace Master's position. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. This was because Su Yan was very clear that he had no other choice but to take over the Monster Palace Master's position. Since he had no other choice, he didn't want the Monster Palace to become a hindrance in his future progress. The only way was to make the Monster Palace strong enough that no one in the 5 counties could contend against it. Although Su Yan was forced to take over the Monster Palace Master's position, he had no other choice. However, Su Yan had to admit that because of the position of the Monster Palace Master, he was able to obtain a lot of resources from the Monster Palace. At the same time, because of the memories left behind by Princess Chu, Su Yan had a better understanding of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, other than the Martial Arts Palace and the Ancient Demon Pagoda, which could provide good places for disciples to cultivate, the most mysterious existence in the Monster Palace was the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Thinking of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. The desire, pursuit, and perseverance in his heart were exactly the same as when Su Yan first stepped into the hidden sword tomb. It seems like the 10,000 Fiend Ancient Tree must have something related to me. Although Su Yan did not know why he was so excited when he heard about the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, Su Yan knew that there was definitely something he wanted in the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Just like when he was in the sword well, because his father's mark and the heaven-destroying ancient sword were inside, they were mysteriously attracting him. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. His eyes surged with enthusiasm, and he could not wait to immediately enter the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree to investigate. However, Su Yan knew very well that now was not the best time for him to enter the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. It was not a problem of Su Yan's strength. Along the way, Su Yan had always known that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he had always walked towards the tiger's mountain. Of course, this was not Su Yan's recklessness. It was because Su Yan knew that a warrior had to have a challenging heart. Otherwise, how could he be above ordinary people? However, the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree could not be done. This was because the opening of the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree was not as easy as the sword well. In order to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, many preparations had to be made. If the Princess of Chu was in charge, everything would naturally be much easier. However, at this moment, the Princess of Chu had already passed away. Su Yan had taken over the position of the Monster Palace Master, so everything naturally fell on Su Yan's head. The 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree can only be opened when 3 stars orbit the moon and combined with the marks of the 4 great palaces. These 3 stars orbit the moon because the Monster Palace is located in the East Sea. It is empty everywhere. 3 stars orbit the moon every month, so it is not difficult to wait. The difficult part is the mark of the 4 great palaces. To open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, one needs the Spring and Autumn Ancient Wood, the Mystic Ice Cold Iron, the Buddha's Golden Silkworm, and the Milky Way Turtle Shell. But how do I find these 4 items? Su Yan combed through the memories given by the Princess of Chu. He frowned as he thought about the 4 items to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree. Su Yan had never heard of these 4 items before he obtained the Princess of Chu's memories. Palace Master Chu clearly planned to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree before, so she must have these 4 items. But why didn't she leave any information about these 4 items? Su Yan frowned. He also combed through the memories of the domino left by the Princess of Chu. The domino's memories were prepared by the Princess of Chu a long time ago. The memories contained too much. Clearly, the Princess of Chu had already planned to pass it to Su Yan. Moreover, in the memories, the Princess of Chu had also mentioned the importance of the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree, so that Su Yan had to enter the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree to explore. But why didn't the Princess of Chu mention these 4 items at all? Su Yan combed through the memories again, but he still could not find any information about these 4 items. Su Yan was very disappointed. Of course, Su Yan was more puzzled than disappointed. This was because Su Yan had sorted through the memories left by the Princess of Chu. It was obvious that the Princess of Chu supported his cultivation unconditionally. The Princess of Chu had wanted to open the 10,000 Demon Ancient Tree before, so she definitely knew about the existence of these 4 items. However, there was no introduction or location of these 4 items in her memories. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? Forget it. Since she didn't leave anything behind, I can only search for it myself. Su Yan combed through the memories several times, but he still could not find any information about the 4 items. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he was about to leave the main hall. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the martial arts training hall. Su Yan could not help but frown. Then, he quickly circulated the cultivation method in his body. He rode the sword dragon and stepped in the direction of the martial arts training hall. Normally, Su Yan would not get involved in these things that did not concern him. Su Yan would definitely not get involved. However, this was different because Su Yan's true identity was the palace master of the monster palace. Moreover, Su Yan had now promised the Princess of Chu that he would take this responsibility. Su Yan would definitely not leave the monster palace alone unless he died. This was not just a matter of integrity. It was the pride and backbone of a man. There were things that a man could do and things that he could not do. Since he had promised, he naturally had to take responsibility. Of course, Su Yan did not dare to face this with his identity as the palace master of the monster palace. After all, Su Yan's current strength was still too weak. Moreover, in the entire monster palace, other than Su Yan, only Chu Linger knew that the Princess of Chu had died. More importantly, the other disciples could not know about the Princess of Chu's death, especially Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. They still needed to use the reputation left behind by the Princess of Chu to deter them. Therefore, Su Yan could not face this with his true identity. Fortunately, because of Su Yan's shocking act of entering the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan could be considered a famous person in the entire Eastern Palace, and even in the entire Monster Palace. In the entire Monster Palace, not many people dared to provoke Su Yan. Similarly, Su Yan could freely enter and leave the martial arts training halls of the same level. Su Yan could also enter and leave at will. After all, Ratley had already slapped him in the face once on this matter, so no one would ask for trouble again. Although Su Yan was only using his status as a 7 Meridian Saint to enter the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. On the way, he met some disciples who only glanced at Su Yan and did not say anything. Su Yan smoothly arrived at the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. Bang! Just as Su Yan took a step forward, another loud sound was heard. Amidst this, there were a few shouts. Junior Sister Chu, quickly retreat. You can't enter. Come out. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, quickly come out. Junior Sister Chu. When Su Yan heard this shout, she couldn't help but frown. She quickly reacted and rushed forward, arriving at a place called the Blood Soul Hall. This place was already filled with many disciples. Worried about Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't care about this. She pushed through the crowd and rushed in. This attracted the dissatisfaction of countless people. Unfortunately, when everyone saw that it was Su Yan, they all shut their mouths and didn't dare to say a word. The ice-cold pond and Su Yan only relied on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to fight against the image of the devil sect. In the hearts of these disciples, the image of a madman had been established. Think about it, who would dare to rely on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to clamor with someone who was even stronger than Fang Yuan? Presumably, in the entire Monster Palace, other than Su Yan, there would be no one else. Therefore, Su Yan had a nickname in the hearts of all the disciples, Madman Su. Even those who were stronger than Su Yan were not willing to provoke Su Yan. Not to mention that Nangong Xiangming was still locked in the prison of the Monster Palace because he wanted to deal with Su Yan. As long as people knew about this, they were not willing to provoke Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan didn't know about this situation. At this moment, he only cared about Chu Linger. He didn't care about the eyes of those people. He went directly to the center of the Blood Soul Hall and saw a bloody scene in a mirror. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, memories of the Blood Soul Hall appeared in his mind. The Blood Soul Hall was similar to the ice-cold pond. They were both extreme places. The ice-cold pond had a fatal chill. The Blood Soul Hall had countless blood demons. These blood demons were sealed here in order to let the disciples of the Monster Palace enter the trial. If the martial arts training hall was divided according to the celestial realm, the Blood Soul Hall could be said to be the last level of the celestial realm martial arts training hall. It was also the strongest level. Disciples who could pass the trial of the Blood Soul Hall would definitely become the best disciples of the Monster Palace. Su Yan thought about the memory of the Blood Soul Hall. Although he was shocked, after all, it existed in his memory. He had never seen it before, so he couldn't feel the horror of it. However, now that he looked at the mirror of the Blood Soul Hall, that bloody and horrifying scene caused Su Yan's heart to involuntarily freeze. Senior Chu. Especially when he saw Chu Linger's figure in the mirror, Su Yan was even more shocked. Looking at Chu Linger surrounded by countless blood demons, Su Yan gritted his teeth and flew into the Blood Soul Cave of the Blood Soul Hall. You're courting death. Chapter 240. The person who stopped Su Yan was wearing a purplish-red long robe. His hair was tied up high and was draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. In addition, he had a face that was even more enchanting than a woman. He was cold and emotionless, appearing valiant and formidable. Why did you stop me? Su Yan recognized this person. He was Makaryu Ice, ranked third among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he was the only one who had not been marked yet. Of course, Su Yan was worried about Chu Linger's safety, so he did not think too much about it. He just looked at the face that was even more beautiful than a woman's, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Makaryu Ice saw this and sneered, "You overestimate yourself. A mere seven-vein emperor wants to enter the Blood Soul Cave? What does my business have to do with you?" Su Yan looked at Makaryu Ice's cold expression and thought about Chu Linger's safety. He snorted and did not want to talk to him anymore. He bypassed Makaryu Ice and was about to enter the Blood Soul Cave. Ignorant. Makaryu Ice saw this and shook his head. He moved the spiritual energy in his body and immediately grabbed Su Yan. You're courting death. Su Yan saw that Makaryu Ice dared to stop him and was furious. He patted his storage bag and took out the ghost howl sword. He waved his hand and swept the sword at Makaryu Ice. Stupid. Makaryu Ice saw this and was still expressionless. When he saw Su Yan's sword coming back, he pointed with one hand and neutralized Su Yan's attack. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he recovered from his rage and said, "Although I don't know how strong this Makaryu Ice is, he is one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Although Nangong Xiangming is called second senior brother, he is only ranked 7th and only has a 5-star strength. Now, this Makaryu Ice is actually ranked 3rd. Clearly, he is stronger than Nangong Xiangming. If this brat wants to stop me, I definitely won't be able to enter today." Immediately after, he saw the image transmitted from the mirror in the demonic blood cave. Clearly, he could see that Chu Ling had already fallen into a tight encirclement. Su Yan felt anxious in his heart. What should I do? At this moment, Makaryu Ice, who was standing in front of Su Yan, moved and stepped into the Blood Devil Cave. The moment he entered, Makaryu Ice's disdainful voice could be heard. "Su Yan, you want to save people with your strength? Reach the Sky Realm first." When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then the arrogance in his body surged. He clenched his fists and said, "Makaryu Ice, I'll remember you. Since senior brother Makaryu Ice has made his move, then senior sister Chu will definitely be fine." That's right. Although Makaryu Ice is usually in closed-door training, his strength is even stronger than senior brother Nangong's. What? Stronger than senior brother Nangong? How is that possible? Senior brother Nangong is our Eastern Palace's eldest senior brother. What do you know? Actually, there are many powerful disciples in our Eastern Palace. There are many things that you don't know. When Makaryu Ice entered the Blood Devil Cave, the disciples below began to discuss. Su Yan didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he stared at the image from the Blood Devil Cave. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Makaryu Ice, I hope you can save senior sister Chu." Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The mirror at the entrance of the Blood Devil Cave shattered with a loud bang. Everyone who was gathered here was stunned. All of a sudden, someone shouted, "Not good. The image is disappearing. The Blood Sky Demon has appeared." What? Blood Devil Cave? Impossible. How is this possible? Wasn't the Blood Devil Cave killed by Palace Master Chu long ago? That's right. How is this possible? Blood Devil Cave. When Su Yan heard the surrounding crowd, he couldn't help but be startled. Thinking about Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan quickly turned to those people and asked, "What's going on?" Because he was worried about Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan did not have his usual courtesy. Although many of these disciples wanted to curry favor with Su Yan on a daily basis. However, today, they were in the Sky Realm Martial Arts Training Hall. Among the disciples here, other than the Sky Realm, the lowest was the Quasi-Sky Realm. They were all stronger than Su Yan, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of Su Yan. Hearing Su Yan's words, they all turned their heads and ignored Su Yan. Seeing everyone's attitude, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He shouted sternly, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on." These people were stronger than Su Yan to begin with, and they had been in the Monster Palace longer than Su Yan. Su Yan was only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. He had only been in the Monster Palace for less than a month, but he had already been in the limelight. He had even been rewarded by the Princess of Chu several times and obtained the first Disciple Palace. They had long been jealous in their hearts. It was just that Su Yan was a madman, and he still lived in the first Disciple Palace, so they didn't want to provoke Su Yan. However, this didn't mean that they were afraid of Su Yan. Hearing Su Yan's attitude, 2 Sky Realm Emperors immediately jumped out, pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Arrogant person, Su Yan, don't think that you can make a scene in front of us just because you're favored by the Palace Master." The other person also nodded and looked at Su Yan with disdain. He shouted, "Su Yan, don't think that we usually give you face because we're afraid of you." Hearing their words, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand why these people would have such an impression of him. Thinking of Chu Linger's safety, Su Yan shook his head. Forget it. No matter what, I'll enter the Blood Demon Cave and naturally find out the reason." With that, Su Yan was about to enter the Blood Demon Cave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. The Blood Sky Demon is a great demon beast born in the Blood Demon Cave. It said that its strength is comparable to an expert at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. It was killed by Palace Master Chu 100 years ago. As the voice came, Qin Luo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Elder Qin. Qin Luo's current identity was an elder. As soon as he appeared, all the disciples greeted him. Qin Luo ignored those people and turned to look at Su Yan. He revealed an evil smile and said, "Junior brother Su, you've only been in the Monster Palace for a short time. Naturally, there are some things you don't know. This Blood Demon Cave is not something you can help with. Quickly retreat and cultivate." In fact, Su Yan and Qin Luo had known each other for a long time. It could be said that Su Yan's first impression of Qin Luo was very bad. Now that Qin Luo said this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Elder Qin, is there a rule that only Emperor Tianxiang can enter the Blood Demon Cave to cultivate?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Luo couldn't help but be stunned. He then smiled and said, "Of course there is no such rule. But junior brother Su, if you want to seek your own death, then blame no one." As Qin Luo spoke, his body floated and he took the lead to enter the Blood Demon Cave. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the people below also laughed and said, "Overconfident boy, a mere 7 Meridian saint wants to enter the Blood Demon Cave. That's right, I think he's just seeking his own death. He wants to save junior sister. I think this boy is a toad who wants to eat swan meat." "I think so too." Hearing these words, Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave and thought to himself, Blood Demon Cave, I'd like to see how strong you are." After saying that, Su Yan's body moved and entered the Blood Devil Cave. When the disciples saw this, they were stunned at first, then their faces were all filled with horror. "Hey, this boy really dares to go in." That's right, the disciples of Tianxiang usually don't dare to enter the Blood Demon Cave. He's just a 7 Meridian saint, isn't he courting death by entering? That's right, not to mention that the Blood Sky Demon might appear now. Isn't entering a dead end? God knows what this kid is thinking. Madman Su is indeed Madman Su. What a bunch of cowards. All they can do is gossip again. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, and a figure landed in front of them. When these people saw this person's face, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Senior Brother Shu." That's right, the person who came was Ratley. This was the disciple who was ranked last in the top 10, Ratley. Although Ratley was only a one-star Ratley, and the strength of several disciples here was similar to Ratley, everyone was clear about Ratley's methods. When they saw the coldness on Ratley's face, they all lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. Even a 7 Meridian saint dared to enter the Blood Demon Cave to save junior sister Chu. You are all Tianxiang emperors, yet you dare to gossip here. You still have the nerve to judge others. Normally, you still dare to talk about how much you love junior sister Chu. Ratley looked at them with a trace of coldness on his face. Everyone's hearts trembled. When they heard his words, their faces became even redder. As Ratley spoke, he didn't care about these people anymore. Looking at the Blood Demon Cave, his eyes narrowed, and he also entered the Blood Demon Cave. The Tianxiang emperors looked at each other in dismay. Thinking about Ratley's words, they all felt ashamed in their hearts. Looking at the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave, they all felt an impulse in their hearts. However, when they thought about the possibility of a blood sky demon appearing inside, they couldn't muster up the courage. At the same time, another figure slid past and entered the Blood Demon Cave. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all shocked. They suddenly cried out, "It's Senior Brother Dong Qinghao. Senior Brother Dong Qinghao is here too. Yeah, it's so lively today. The strongest disciples of our Eastern Palace are all here." What strongest disciple? They are the top 10 disciples of our Eastern Palace. Because of the excitement in his heart, someone who knew the details forgot that ordinary disciples didn't know the ranking of the top 10 disciples and directly said it out loud. What top 10 ranking? As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted countless questions. That person was helpless and took a deep breath in his heart. So be it. He began to explain the situation of the top 10 disciples to everyone. While they were talking, another figure suddenly flew into the Blood Demon Cave. Look, that's Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng, who is ranked second. Chapter 241. The Demonic Blood Cave is going to be lively now. The experts from our East Palace have all come. Senior Brother Qin Luo, Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng, Mikaryu Ice, Junior Sister Chu Linger, Senior Brother Ratley, and Dong Qinghao. 6 experts have come. That's right. Looks like the Bloody Sky Demon is real. Blood Sky Demon, just thinking about it is terrifying. This is a ferocious beast comparable to the spiritual sea realm. I wonder if the seniors can resist it. Why not? These senior brothers are the strongest in our Eastern Palace. Yeah, they can definitely do it. Right? You guys seem to be missing one person. That Madman Su also went in. Madman Su. Thinking of Su Yen, everyone's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. However, when they thought of Ratley's words, their faces couldn't help but heat up. The Demonic Blood Cave is so rich in spirit chi and countless blood demons. It's a good place to train. Su Yen entered the Demonic Blood Cave and immediately felt the strength of the cave. Although it was only a cave, it was extremely large and vast. Moreover, there were countless blood demons hidden everywhere. It could be said that danger lurked everywhere. In addition, the entire Demonic Blood Cave was covered in a layer of demonic crimson. Whether it was the ground or the ceiling, it was filled with the smell of blood. This made the Demonic Blood Cave look even more sinister and bloody. Looking at this and thinking of Chu Linger's face, which could make people want to protect her, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Su Yan couldn't imagine that a girl in her prime, a girl in the prime of her youth, would enter the Demonic Blood Cave alone and have to face such a sinister scene. She had to face the blood demons that could appear at any time. Thinking of this scene, Su Yan's chest suddenly surged with a vicious aura. Looking at the blood demon in front of him, Su Yan's spirit energy quickly surged. He raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and directly chopped down on the blood demon's head. Roar! the blood demon instantly let out a miserable cry and fell down. It instantly turned into a pool of blood and flowed into the ground. Just as the blood demon fell, another eerie cry sounded from the surrounding stone walls beneath the ground. A few blood demons once again stood in front of Su Yan to block him. Damn it. Su Yan was in a hurry to find Chu Linger. When he saw the blood demon appear again, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He then gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed and his body suddenly rushed forward. Whoosh! The ghost howl sword let out a shrill cry as it swept across. The powerful spirit chi immediately erupted, and the few blood devils were instantly repelled. Is this all the blood demons can do? When Su Yan saw that there were no more blood demons in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. He didn't stay here any longer and quickly jumped into the cave. Roar! Unfortunately, after a few steps, more blood demons rushed out from all directions. Moreover, these blood demons' bodies grew bigger and bigger. Some even took shape. When Su Yan encountered the blood demon outside, it was like a large water droplet in the shape of a round water droplet. This blood demon wasn't like that. In the shape of a water droplet, there were long tentacles on its body. When Su Yan saw these blood demons, he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't stop. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped forward. His eyes flashed and the ghost howl sword in his hand swept across. It was originally a move that worked 100% of the time. However, at this moment, just as Su Yan's ghost howl sword was about to move, a blood demon suddenly extended its feeler and blocked Su Yan's attack with a bang. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stopped and looked at the blood demons in front of him. He muttered to himself, "It seems that these blood demons are much stronger than the ones before." Roar! Just as Su Yan was observing, the blood demons suddenly let out a low roar and instantly pounced on Su Yan. Their speed was much faster than the blood demons before. "Good, I want to see how strong you all are." Su Yan shouted coldly. His eyes instantly narrowed and a ray of red light burst out. Then, his body suddenly closed in on one of the blood demons. Su Yan knew that these blood demons were so strong that he couldn't kill them with a single strike. "Since I can't kill you all with one strike, I'll kill you all one by one." As Su Yan spoke, a domineering aura suddenly surged. The ghost howl sword in his hand quickly struck out, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, the ghost howl sword burst out with countless whistling sounds, accompanied by bursts of black light. When the sword struck out, it was as if the Ghost King had descended. Bang! With a loud sound, one of the blood demons was immediately hacked down by Su Yan and turned into a pool of blood. At the moment when Su Yan attacked, a blood demon had already pounced on Su Yan. This blood demon was as fast as lightning. It was originally dozens of meters away from Su Yan, but it arrived in front of Su Yan in a single leap. Seeing this, Su Yan sneered, "Competing with me in speed?" As he spoke, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. He jumped up and quickly took a step back. At the same time, he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and slashed down. But, with a loud sound, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Several other blood demons were obviously enraged by Su Yan. They let out a low roar and surrounded Su Yan. Good timing. Su Yan immediately roared again. In an instant, he patted his storage bag and stepped onto the sword dragon. With a turn of his eyes, his body suddenly flew a few steps forward. At the moment when he flew out, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand at the same time. With a bang, another blood demon turned into a pool of blood. Two more. At this moment, Su Yan's white robes had long been dyed red by the blood of the blood demon. His entire body was emitting a bright light. The blood-dyed white robes were exceptionally dazzling. His eyes were surging with a red light, making him look like a killing god. Bang! With a thought, the ghost howl sword instantly flew out from Su Yan's hand and directly exploded on the body of a blood demon. With a loud bang, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Another blood demon surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the ghost howl sword that flew out suddenly turned around. With a bang, it fell from the sky and directly landed on the blood demon's body. The blood demon was only half a step away from Su Yan. Seeing the blood demon unwillingly roar, it turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Su Yan sneered. He pulled out the ghost howl sword from the ground and did not stop there. He continued to run forward. Bang! Su Yan did not walk more than 10 meters. With a loud bang, several more blood demons appeared in front of Su Yan. These blood devils were even bigger than the previous one. Moreover, these blood demons not only had antennae on their heads, but they also had hands and feet. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes turned. Suddenly, his body rushed forward. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he attacked one of the blood demons. Bang! At this moment, the blood demon suddenly waved its hand and directly blocked Su Yan's attack. Su Yan could not help but frown. At the same time, the surrounding blood demons instantly surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. His eyes turned and hurriedly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack of the blood demons. It seems that the blood demons here are much stronger than the previous one. Su Yan looked at the blood demons here and knew that these blood demons were probably stronger than him. However, there was no trace of fear in Su Yan's eyes. Instead, they emitted a bright light. He had no intention of retreating. It was not because of anything else. It was simply because he was Su Yan, a man. A man should know what to do and what not to do. Su Yan came here today to save Chu Linger. In order to save Chu Linger, how could he have any thoughts of retreating? Bang! As Su Yan thought, he slapped his storage bag. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Several spiritual swords instantly flew out from Su Yan's storage bag and attacked one of the blood demons. When the blood demon saw Su Yan's flying swords, it growled and reached out to block them. Then, with a wave of its hand, the spiritual swords fell. The blood demon instantly let out a provocative roar. When Su Yan saw this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you think that's the case?" As he spoke, Su Yan waved his hands. Suddenly, a flying sword pierced through the blood demon's back. The blood demon revealed a look of horror and turned into a pool of blood. Howl! The other blood demons growled at the same time and all surrounded Su Yan. They were so fast and powerful that the whole ground trembled with each step. Su Yan was shocked. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "9 dragons seize soul." In an instant, 7 rays of light burst out from Su Yan's body and surged along the ghost howl sword. Countless rays of light burst out. At the same time, Su Yan's body moved. But a huge force swept out. Howl! After a few growls, they turned into pools of blood in an instant. After several battles, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting, not to mention that he had used the 9 dragons seize soul. The 9 dragons seize soul could be said to be the strongest attack that Su Yan could unleash now. Although this attack was powerful, it also consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Just now, Su Yan was worried that there would be a lack of spiritual energy, so he did not even activate the ice-cold shield. But now, he was still panting from exhaustion. It seems that this blood demon cave is really something. Su Yan whispered to himself. At the same time, he looked into the depths of the blood demon cave. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he stepped forward again. How? At this moment, a growl suddenly came from behind Su Yan. Chapter 242. How could I miss one? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, the blood demon was too fast and caught him off guard. Su Yan had no way to avoid it, and he couldn't even activate the Black Ice Divine Shield. It seems that I can only take it head-on. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't try to dodge. He could only brace himself and take the blood demon's attack head-on. As the blood devil neared, Su Yan could still feel its powerful energy bombarding him. Although Su Yan had been on the brink of death countless times, he still panicked under this force. Especially when he saw the disgusting appearance of the blood demon, Su Yan couldn't help but close his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound exploded in front of Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he recovered and called out, "Senior brother Rat, why are you here?" "I'm here for the same reason you're here." Ratli glanced at Su Yen and saw that his complexion was weak. He knew that he had used up too much spirit chi. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and handed it to Su Yen. "Su Yen, this is a high-grade spirit-gathering pill. Swallow it first." Senior brother Ratli. Seeing Ratli's action, Su Yen was stunned for a moment. Su Yen had always been a loner. If Su Yen had friends, it would be those in the hidden sword tomb and Buttface in the hidden demon region. However, which one of them didn't have a good relationship with Su Yen first? Therefore, when it came to feelings, Su Yen really couldn't handle it. What's more, with Ratli, it could be said that Ratli and Su Yen didn't have much of a friendship. Ratli had even wanted to make sarcastic remarks about him. Now, not only did Ratli suddenly save him, he even gave him pills. How could Su Yen not be shocked? "Alright, let's devour it first. The blood sky demon should have appeared by now. We have to hurry over." Ratli naturally understood Su Yan's confusion, but he also knew that this was not the place to explain. When Su Yen heard Ratli's words, he suddenly remembered that Chu Linger was still in the demonic blood cave. Without hesitation, he swallowed the essence-gathering pill. This essence-gathering pill was a high-grade essence-gathering pill. The moment he swallowed it, Su Yen instantly felt the spirit chi in his body recover. It could be seen that this pill was extraordinary and precious. Thinking about how precious this pill was, Su Yen looked at Ratli's figure and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Ratli didn't feel anything and said to Su Yen, "Since you've recovered your strength, let's go." Su Yen nodded. Just as he was about to continue walking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, followed by another figure. When Su Yen saw these two figures, he couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, one ranked second, the other ranked fourth. Both of them actually appeared here. Not only Su Yen, but even Ratli was stunned when he saw the two of them. Relatively speaking, Ratli knew the two of them better than Su Yen. Ratli knew very well that the two of them were in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Who would have thought that the two of them would appear here? Dong Qinghao and Ming Ruofeng's expressions didn't change when they saw the two of them in shock. They didn't even speak to the two of them as they rushed straight into the blood demon. When Ratli saw this, he hurriedly followed. "Su Yen, don't follow if you're afraid of death." At that moment, Dong Qinghao's voice sounded from the front. This voice instantly woke Su Yen up. Afraid of death? Su Yen couldn't help but smile as he quickened his pace to follow. When Su Yen caught up, Ming Ruofeng said, "The three of you follow closely. I'll lead the way." Bang! As Ming Ruofeng spoke, he waved his hand, and the blood demon in front of them immediately turned into a pool of blood. When Dong Qinghao saw this, he looked back at Su Yen as a cynical smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother Feng, Ratli and I can naturally keep up. I'm just afraid that Su Yen, TSK, dares to come here when he's only a 7 Meridian saint. I'm afraid, who says I can't keep up?" Su Yen didn't wait for Dong Qinghao to finish speaking. Suddenly, he leaped onto the sword dragon and arrived in front of Dong Qinghao, running side by side with Dong Qinghao. When Dong Qinghao saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. TSK, looks like you have some ability." Su Yen smiled coldly and didn't respond to Dong Qinghao's words. After all, Su Yen only knew the strength of these people, but he didn't know their personalities. Although they had entered the blood demon cave together, who could be sure that these people wouldn't become his enemies? Therefore, this was also the reason why Su Yen had so few friends along the way. However, Dong Qinghao didn't care about Su Yan's attitude. He still maintained his cynical smile as he glanced at Su Yen. Not bad, not bad. Interesting. Let's compete." As he spoke, Dong Qinghao took a step forward and instantly leaped dozens of steps forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. When Ming Ruofeng saw this, he also sped up, and Ratli followed closely behind. When Su Yen saw the terrifying speed of the three people, he frowned and gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly leaped forward and caught up with the two people. When he saw that Su Yen had caught up, Dong Qinghao was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "Not bad? You're only a 7 meridian saint, but you can catch up with the 3 of us. No wonder the palace master bestowed the spiritual palace to you. Dong Qinghao directly expressed his shock. Although Ming Ruofeng and Ratli didn't say anything, they were both stunned. This kid is really a genius. The 3 of us are so fast, but he can catch up with us with the strength of a 7 meridian saint. In fact, they didn't know that Su Yan was also complaining in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan was able to catch up with them because he was opportunistic. After all, Su Yan had used the Blood Dragon pupil. If it weren't for the Blood Dragon pupil, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to catch up with the 3 of them. Looking at the speed of the 3 people, Su Yan secretly exclaimed, "It seems that the top 10 disciples all live up to their reputation." The top 10 disciples of the East Palace, Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Dong Qinghao, Mikaryu Ice, Chu Linger, and Ratli are all here. I've seen Gong Ji and Nangong Xiangming, but I haven't seen the other 2. Su Yan thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in front of him. Ming Ruofeng raised the magic treasure in his hand and instantly destroyed a blood demon. Ratli and Dong Qinghao also destroyed a blood demon each. The strength of the 3 people made Su Yan feel even more surprised. They really live up to their reputation. This strength isn't something I can compare to. Hee little Su Yan, how is it? Do you think we're very powerful? Just as Su Yan was stunned, Dong Qinghao suddenly appeared out of nowhere and whispered in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan was shocked. Looking at the evil smile on Dong Qinghao's face, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He wanted to say something. Just as he was about to say something, Ming Ruofeng glared at him and said, "Let's go." Su Yan glanced at Dong Qinghao, shook his head, and followed. Ha! Dong Qinghao burst into laughter at Su Yan's action. Then, Dong Qinghao came to Su Yan's side and teased, "Su Yan, you're only a 7 meridian saint. How dare you enter the demonic blood cave? How much do you like junior sister Chu?" Su Yan almost fell to the ground when he heard Dong Qinghao. He glanced at Dong Qinghao and saw the frivolous smile on his face. He really didn't know how to answer this question and could only roll his eyes. Dong Qinghao saw this and laughed again. "Little Su Yan, don't tell me you don't like junior sister Chu. If you don't like her, why would you be so stupid to enter the demonic blood cave to court death?" Su Yan really didn't know how to answer Dong Qinghao's words. He kept asking himself in his heart, "Do I like senior sister Ling or not?" However, Su Yan didn't pay attention to Dong Qinghao. Dong Qinghao shook his head helplessly when he saw that Su Yan was ignoring him. Sigh, he's also a guy who doesn't know how to be humorous. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Humorous? I have so many burdens on me now. How can I know how to be humorous? Dong Qinghao wasn't unhappy because Su Yan ignored him. Instead, he walked forward and hummed a tune. From time to time, he would help Ming Ruofeng deal with the blood demons. This place, which was originally filled with danger and crisis, didn't seem so tense because of Dong Qinghao's presence. Because the 3 of them were here, Su Yan didn't have to do anything. Su Yan just had to follow behind the 3 of them, so he had nothing to do. Su Yan looked at the scene of them working together to kill the blood demons. He suddenly felt that this scene was so heartwarming and attractive. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when this thought appeared. However, when he saw them working together to kill the blood demons, Su Yan had another thought. I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. I have always shouldered all the responsibilities and matters alone. Why can't I find some friends to share the burden? Although Ming Ruofeng could deal with the blood demons alone, Su Yan saw that Dong Qinghao and Ratli were helping from time to time. This allowed Ming Ruofeng to save a lot of spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly moved, and a bright light condensed in them. He understood that there was a limit to a person's strength after all. No matter how strong one was, standing at the peak, there was still a mountain higher than the one before. Everything couldn't be solved by one person. It seems that I will have to change my way of thinking in the future. Su Yan looked at the silhouettes of Dong Qinghao and the others and nodded silently, as if he had made a decision. Asterisk bang. Asterisk right at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Asterisk with justice. Chapter 243. Rumble. With another loud bang, a huge blood-sucking scourge appeared in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they saw the blood-sucking scourge in front of them. This blood-sucking scourge was much bigger than the one they encountered when they first entered the demonic blood cave. Moreover, its shape was extremely strange. It was over 100 feet tall, and the blood flowing from its body looked like it was burning in a raging fire. On its huge head, there was a pair of bell-like eyes that exuded an eerie aura. As it breathed in and out, a thick white mist was emitted from its nostrils. It was a terrifying sight. Bloody Sky Demon. Ming Ruofeng and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw the blood-sucking scourge. What are you guys waiting for? Attack together. At this moment, a stern voice was heard. This voice belonged to none other than Macario Ice, who came in before Su Yan and the others. Hearing this, Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, Su Yan, and Ratley came to their senses. Be careful. Seeing the blood-sucking scourge's huge arms swinging towards them, they growled at the same time. The cultivation techniques in their bodies quickly circulated, and countless spiritual energy gathered, emitting a bright light. They were all elites of the Eastern Palace, so their reaction speed was naturally fast. Their bodies suddenly shrank, and they slid back dozens of meters. Bang! The blood-sucking scourge's huge palm hammered the ground, causing a loud bang. A huge energy storm swept out from the point of impact, and countless energy whirlpools erupted. They couldn't help but be shocked. They quickly took out their respective magic treasures and blocked this wave of attack with their own abilities. At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out in the cave. It was Chu Linger. Although everyone in the Eastern Palace called Chu Linger Jr. Sister Chu, she was one of the strongest cultivators in the Eastern Palace. Her strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, she entered the demonic blood cave alone and was the first to encounter the bloody Sky Demon. She was already injured, and under the huge energy whirlpool, she couldn't withstand it. He was sent flying. Junior Sister Chu. It could be said that everyone had come here to save Chu Linger. At this moment, seeing Chu Linger flying backwards, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten. It was a pity that Chu Linger was too far away from them. They could only watch as Chu Linger flew away, unable to save her. Bastard, I'll kill you! Qin Luo was the first to react. He let out a loud roar and moved swiftly. He turned into a ray of light and charged at the blood Sky Demon. Behind them were Ming Ruofeng, Macario Ice, Ratley, and Dong Qinghao. Only Su Yan looked in the direction of Chu Linger. His eyes flashed and he quickly flew towards her. Just as Chu Linger was about to land on the ground, Su Yan suddenly threw himself forward and cushioned the fall of Chu Linger. Bang! Chu Linger happened to land on top of him. Chu Linger couldn't help but be stunned. When she saw Su Yan cushioning the fall of her body, she was delighted at first. Then, anger immediately surged on her face. She looked at Su Yan and shouted arrogantly, "Su Yan, what are you doing here?" "Saving you." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's angry face and said expressionlessly, "Saving me." Chu Linger couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Su Yan, save me well. You're just a 7 Meridian saint. What right do you have to save me? Hurry up and leave. Be careful." Just as the two were arguing, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the direction of Qin Hao and the others. Chu Linger and Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they looked at the four of them and saw the horror on their faces. The two of them were startled. When they turned around, they saw the huge arm of the blood Sky Demon smashing towards their heads. The speed of the arm was so fast that it immediately caused a huge energy storm when the attack came. Chu Linger and Su Yan couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this. The terrifying power was so strong that it made them feel suffocated. "Su Yan, hurry up and leave." Chu Linger's heart skipped a beat, but when she saw Su Yan, she was more worried. She shouted at Su Yan, "Su Yan, hurry up and leave." As she spoke, Chu Linger completely disregarded her own safety and threw herself at Su Yan. Qin Luo and the others were stunned when they saw this. Then they shouted angrily, "Junior sister, don't!" At the same time, they all flew over. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, the blood Sky Demon's huge tail swept towards them. They all shuddered and retreated. They couldn't get close to Chu Linger and Su Yan at all. Linger. Su Yan had never thought that Chu Linger would actually abandon herself to save him. When he saw the Blood Sky Demon's huge arm coming down, a resplendent light immediately surged in Su Yan's eyes. He shouted, "Let's do it." Su Yan gritted his teeth. The moment Chu Linger threw herself at him, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately hugged her. Chu Linger was stunned by Su Yan's sudden hug. Then she blushed. When she sensed the huge power of the Blood Sky Demon approaching her, she immediately became furious. She roared at Su Yan, "Su Yan, what are you doing? Let go of me, hurry up." Su Yan didn't move at all. He glanced at Chu Linger and revealed an evil smile. Then, he turned his head and looked at the attacking arm of the Blood Sky Demon. He laughed coldly and a resplendent light condensed in his eyes. He immediately activated the cultivation method in his body. Suddenly, a frosty light surged from his body, enveloping both him and Chu Ling. When Chu Linger saw this scene, she could not help being stunned. However, when she sensed Su Yan's ice shield, Chu Linger was even more furious. Chu Linger was stronger than Su Yan. Naturally, she knew how powerful the ice shield was. However, she also knew how strong the Blood Sky Demon was. This alone was not enough to block the Blood Sky Demon's attack. Chu Linger was furious. She wanted to curse Su Yan. However, when he turned around and saw Su Yan's determined eyes and calm expression, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, a bitter smile surged in his heart. Forget it, forget it. If I can die here with him today, it can be considered a blessing." As she spoke, Chu Linger sensed that the Blood Sky Demon's powerful attack was approaching. She slowly closed her eyes without a trace of fear or worry. She just lay in Su Yan's embrace and stretched out her hands to hug him, hugging him. The moment Chu Linger hugged him, the light in Su Yan's eyes grew even brighter. He looked at the huge arm that was about to land on his body and a cold smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Profound Ice Divine Shield." Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a loud sound, the Blood Sky Demon's huge arm smashed down on Su Yan and Chu Linger. Junior sister. When Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Makaryu Ice saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. A look of pity appeared on their faces. At this moment, Qin Luo suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, he quickly attacked the Blood Sky Demon with the 7-star steps. Then, the few of them almost went crazy. They roared and attacked the Blood Sky Demon's arm. Awu! At this moment, the Blood Sky Demon suddenly let out a low roar. The arm that was smashing down on Su Yan felt like it had been pricked by a needle. It hurriedly lifted it up and roared, waving it around. Waves after waves of huge energy storms swept out. Bang! Shu Li's body slowed down and was directly hit. He let out a wail and was sent flying. However, Shu Li's reaction was also very fast. The moment he was sent flying, a burst of flames condensed around his body. With a roar, his body was pulled back dozens of meters and landed on the ground. Under the powerful attack of the Blood Sky Demon, Qin Luo and the rest quickly retreated, dodging the attack. The strength of the Blood Sky Demon was definitely beyond their imagination. Although they were the elites of the East Palace, Qin Luo was even an elder of the entire Monster Palace. Unfortunately, they were powerless in the face of the powerful attack of the Blood Sky Demon. They all retreated and stood together. When they thought about the scene just now and thought that Chu Linger was probably dead, they felt sad for no reason. However, when they looked in Chu Linger's direction, a voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. They saw Su Yan hugging Chu Linger tightly. The two of them were emitting a bright light. Junior sister, junior sister. While they were stunned, they were even more excited. They hurriedly ran towards the two of them. If I can lie in this embrace for the rest of my life, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness? Chu Linger lay in Su Yan's embrace. She felt the heat of Su Yan's embrace. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't care about life and death at all. She only hoped that time would always be frozen in this moment. At this moment, she heard Qin Luo and the others' shouts. Only then did Chu Linger come to her senses. When she saw a few people coming forward and looking at her hugging Su Yan, she immediately became bashful and hurriedly pushed Su Yan away. "Junior sister Chu, are you okay?" Qin Luo and the others asked in concern. "I'm fine." Chu Linger blushed again. Pucci, while everyone was concerned about Chu Linger, they neglected Su Yan. Su Yan, who was ignored by everyone, suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Only then did everyone wake up. Su Yan. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance, she directly pounced on him. She grabbed his eyes and asked worriedly, "Junior brother Su Yan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's caring gaze and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, they also remembered that Chu Linger seemed to have been saved by Su Yan. Su Yan saved her. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly because each of them was stronger than Su Yan. Why couldn't they save Chu Linger, a mere 7-meridian saint? Chapter 244. Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Mikaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratli were all arrogant in the East Palace. However, when they saw Chu Linger looking at Su Yan with such tender eyes, they felt a deep sense of jealousy and even envy. "Huh, you are indeed a perfect match." At this moment, Dong Qinghao suddenly let out a laugh. He stepped forward and patted Su Yan's shoulder, praising, "Su Yan, not bad, not bad. Although your strength is not good, but in this aspect, you are much stronger than us." When Su Yan and Chu Ling heard Dong Qinghao's words, a trace of shyness involuntarily flashed across their faces. Chu Linger was even more embarrassed. She looked at Dong Qinghao and said shyly, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, what are you talking about?" "Ha." When Dong Qinghao heard Chu Linger's words, he laughed loudly again. He still maintained his optimistic and cynical smile. He looked at Qin Luo and the others, who were all gloomy, and said, "Others laugh at me for being crazy. I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. They keep fighting over me, but in the end, they all end up with nothing." When Qin Luo and the others heard Dong Qinghao's words, their faces couldn't help but darken. Qin Luo, in particular, had a sad expression. He looked at Su Yan and snorted, "All right, let's think about how to deal with this bloody sky demon." Ming Ruofeng also nodded. Then, they all looked in the direction of the bloody sky demon. Chu Linger and Su Yan looked at each other, then stood up and pointed their swords at the bloody sky demon. This blood sky demon is rumored to be at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. I'm sure everyone has seen how powerful it is, so we can't let our guard down. Qin Luo looked at the bloody sky demon and analyzed. He then turned to look at Su Yan and said with a solemn expression, "Especially you, Su Yan. You're only a 7-meridian saint. Don't drag me down when I deal with the bloody sky demon." Su Yan looked at Qin Luo's expression, and the arrogance in his body could not help but surge. He was about to quibble with Qin Luo. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Linger defended him. "Senior Martial Brother Qin, what do you mean by being a burden? If it weren't for Junior Martial Brother Chu, I'm afraid I would have already died here." When Qin Luo heard Chu Linger's words, he snorted and did not say anything else. Instead, he glanced at the bloody sky demon and said, "I'm the strongest here. I'll hold the bloody sky demon back later." Mikaryu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, the two of you attack from the left and right. Dong Qinghao, you and Ratli work together with Mikaryu Ice and Ming Ruofeng. Although Qin Luo had always been gloomy, he was very good at leading. He was especially familiar with the strength of the people present. He also knew their abilities, so he quickly assigned them the task of dealing with the bloody sky demon together. The others did not object and nodded in agreement. However, Chu Linger and Su Yan were extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement. Su Yan looked at Qin Luo and asked, "Senior Martial Brother Qin, what about me?" When Qin Luo heard Su Yan's words, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Just protect Junior Sister Chu. I don't need anyone to protect me." Chu Linger knew that she was the one who had caused this. Now that she heard Qin Luo's arrangement, she could not help but shout angrily. However, Qin Luo did not care about her at all. He shouted, "Begin!" Following that, Qin Luo wielded a treasure that looked like a golden bell and attacked the bloody sky demon. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. When Su Yan saw this, he was stunned. Even though he did not like Qin Luo, he could not help but admire Qin Luo's strength. No wonder he was addressed as senior martial brother. The moment Qin Luo struck, Mikaryu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, and the others began to strike as well. The 5 of them worked together to attack the bloody sky demon. Even though the bloody sky demon was strong, it was not defeated because of the cooperation of the 5 of them. However, it was not that easy to defeat the bloody sky demon. When Chu Linger saw this, she wanted to help. However, she was held back by Su Yan. Junior martial brother Su. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan in confusion. Senior martial sister, let's leave these things to the men. Su Yan said as he took out the ghost howl sword and leaped up. When Chu Linger heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Then, her face flushed red because she had misunderstood Su Yan's words. She looked at Su Yan with shyness in her eyes. The 6 of them attacked the bloody sky demon together. After more than an hour, the bloody sky demon's body was covered with wounds. When Qin Luo saw this, he shouted, "Senior martial brothers, hold on for a little longer. The bloody sky demon is about to die. Go!" When Mikaryu Ice saw this, he shouted as well. He waved the weapon in his hand. Instantly, countless frost exploded on the bloody sky demon's body. Dong Qinghao was not slow either. He held a short fan in his hand and swept it across. Immediately, a strong hurricane was formed. Like countless sharp blades, it attacked the bloody sky demon's body. Then, Ming Ruofeng followed. "Bastard, I'll let you see my new celestial phenomenon skill. Sun Glory." Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. The artifact in his hand that looked like a judge's pen suddenly emitted a dazzling light and attacked the blood sky demon. Ratley was not slow either. He smiled and said, "I'll let you see the special skill of my rat clan." While speaking, Shu Li's body suddenly shook, and his entire body smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless amounts of energy surged up from the ground, and the entire ground began to churn. When Su Yan saw the attack of the 5 people, he was stunned. He finally understood why Rat Li, a mere Emperor Tianxiang, could be ranked in the top 10. It turned out that he had such a special skill. Of course, not only did Su Yan understand Rat Li, he also understood how powerful Qin Luo and the others were. In that case, how can I, Su Yan, be willing to fall behind? When Su Yan saw the powerful attacks coming from the few of them, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Then, a bright light surged out from his body. 9 dragons' soul stealing. Su Yan shouted, and a 7-colored light suddenly gathered on his body. The light expanded in all directions. Although its power was much weaker than the Emperors of Heaven phase, it did not have the slightest bit of disadvantage in terms of momentum. When they saw Su Yan's attack, they were stunned. Who is this kid? He's only a 7-meridian saint. How can he have such an amazing performance? While they were in a daze, they quickly regained their senses in the face of the powerful blood sky demon. Everyone attacked together. Qin Luo roared. Then, they quickly sacrificed their skills and clashed with the bloody sky demon. Bang! Countless loud bangs were heard. Then, countless energy exploded on the bloody sky demon's body. The powerful spiritual energy attacked. The bloody sky demon was in pain and immediately let out a miserable cry. Then, the bloody sky demon went berserk. It kept roaring and waving its limbs. Its huge tail kept sweeping. But it hit the surrounding stone walls and exploded with loud bangs. Its entire body kept shaking. A huge force swept out and a powerful spiritual energy exploded in its blood. Bang! Several loud bangs were heard. Qin Luo, Su Yan, and the others screamed. Their bodies were thrown out by the bloody sky demon at the same time. But then, they fell to the ground and laid there, wailing. It was as if their bodies were being torn apart. When Chu Linger saw this, her heart trembled. She hurriedly glanced at the bloody sky demon. Seeing that it was still roaring, she was relieved. She hurriedly went forward to check on their injuries. Unfortunately, she was alone and could not take care of them. She was so anxious that her face turned red. She stood where she was and stomped her feet. Junior Sister Chu, as an elder of the Monster Palace, I order you to take Su Yen and leave this place immediately. Just as Chu Linger was hesitating, Qin Luo, who had fallen to the ground, sat cross-legged and looked at Chu Linger sternly. What? When Chu Linger heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yen was stunned. He did not have a good impression of Qin Luo. Who would have thought that Qin Luo would ask him to leave at such a dangerous time? That's right, Junior Sister Chu. Quickly take Su Yen and leave this place. Before Chu Linger and Su Yen could react, Dong Qinghao, Mikaryu Ice, Rat Li, and Ming Ruofeng also shouted. No. I can't leave. When Chu Linger heard their words, her eyes were already filled with tears. She kept shaking her head and said, I can't leave. I can't leave. At this moment, Su Yen also stood up and roared, That's right, I will never leave either. Su Yen, you are only a 7-meridian saint. You are just courting death here. Hurry up and get out of here. Qin Luo looked at Su Yen and sneered disdainfully. When Su Yen heard Qin Luo's words, he was also angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Although I, Su Yen, am weak, I am a man. A man naturally will not abandon his companions. Companions. When Qin Luo heard Su Yen's words, he could not help but smile coldly. Su Yen, oh Su Yen, who treats you as a companion? Don't be silly. Hurry up and leave. That's right, Su Yen. Hurry up and leave. Ming Ruofeng also shouted at this moment. I will never leave, Yi Zichen said. Su Yen said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. There was a look of determination in his eyes. He sat down and began to use his cultivation method to recover his spiritual qi. He did not care about how Qin Luo and the others mocked and persuaded him. Su Yen did not move at all. His eyes were fixed on the bloody sky demon that was howling non-stop. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. The strength of this bloody sky demon far exceeds the strength of the few of us. What should we do now? What should we do? Chapter 245. What should I do? Chu Linger looked at Su Yen and the others who were all injured. She looked at their uncomfortable expressions and looked at the blood stains on their bodies. Her heart trembled because of guilt. Although the Blood Devil Cave was a training ground for the Tianxiang Divine Emperor, it was still a place of trial. However, the power of the Blood Devil Cave had always exceeded the imagination of the Sky Emperor. There were dangers everywhere, and even the Sea of Spirit Realm experts couldn't guarantee that they could escape unscathed. As the young palace master of the Monster Palace, Chu Linger was very familiar with the Blood Devil Cave. In the past, Chu Linger had never come to such a dangerous place to train. But this time, because of the grief of her mother's death, coupled with Su Yan's heartlessness, Chu Linger was disheartened. She didn't even consider the dangers of the Blood Demon Cave and entered it. In this pain, she entered the Blood Demon Cave and faced the endless blood demons. Chu Ling, even had some hope of dying here. But now, there were so many people who were injured because of him. Coupled with the fact that Su Yen had risked his life to save her, Chu Linger regretted it. She really regretted it. She regretted entering this Blood Devil Cave. Looking at the injured appearance of Su Yen and the others, her eyes were already filled with tears. I'm sorry, senior brothers. It's Linger who has let you down. Chu Linger looked at Qin Luo and the others and cried. Hearing Chu Linger sobbing, everyone was stunned. However, Qin Luo quickly reacted. Looking at Chu Linger's tear-stained eyes, he said with distress, Junior sister, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault at all. No, it's my fault. If I didn't come in here, you wouldn't have come in with me. The more Chu Linger spoke, the more emotional and sad she became. Qin Luo forcefully endured the injuries in his body when he saw this. He stood up and comforted her, Junior sister, it's not like that. Although the demonic blood cave is a dangerous place, it is impossible for us to fall into such danger with our strength. The bloody sky demon is the one that put me in danger. Since the bloody sky demon has appeared, even if it doesn't enter the bloody demon cave, it will still escape. When that happens, the monster palace will suffer even greater damage. Yes. Makaryu Ice nodded when he saw that Chu Linger had calmed down a little after hearing Qin Luo's explanation. The bloody sky demon does not exist in the demonic blood cave. Therefore, junior sister, you cannot be blamed for this. Really? Chu Linger looked at them suspiciously. They all nodded and said, "It's true." Chu Linger nodded slightly. Although the guilt in her heart had lessened a lot, looking at the injured appearance of these people, she still felt very sad. Roar. At this moment, the bloody sky demon suddenly let out a low growl. Qin Luo saw this and said hurriedly, "Junior sister Chu, hurry up and get Su Yan out. The bloody sky demon is clearly injured after being attacked by us. It is using the blood demon and the blood water in the demonic blood cave to heal itself. Take this opportunity to leave quickly." "No, I'm not leaving," Chu Linger said with determination when she heard Qin Luo's words. "Yes, senior brother Qin, I'm not leaving," Su Yan also said with determination. Although he did not like Qin Luo, he could not abandon his companions and leave just like that. Su Yan would definitely not do it. "If you don't leave, are you all going to die here?" Qin Luo shouted angrily when he heard Su Yan's words. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, hurry up and get junior sister Chu to leave. As long as you leave, even if the bloody sky demon escapes, the combined strength of all the disciples in the monster palace will be enough to kill it." "I'm not leaving." Su Yan completely ignored Qin Luo's words. He turned around and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. Qin Luo could not help but sigh when he saw this. He turned around and looked at Chu Linger. Seeing that Chu Linger was ignoring him, he felt helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, forget it. Since the two of you are not willing to leave, then heal yourselves. Let's have a fight with the bloody sky demon today." The few of them nodded at the same time. They did not waste any more time and sat down cross-legged to heal themselves. Chu Linger was not injured. Looking at them, she felt a pain in her heart. She wanted to fight the bloody sky demon alone, but Chu Linger knew that her meager power was nothing to the bloody sky demon. What can I do? Chu Linger suddenly realized that she was useless. She was a top 10 disciple and she was a sky emperor, but at this moment she felt so useless. What can I do? Chu Ling kept growling in her heart. Looking at their injuries, she suddenly thought of something. "Oh right, I still can't comprehend my celestial phenomenon divine skill. Didn't I come to this blood devil cave today to comprehend my celestial phenomenon divine skill? I have never liked killing. If it's not killing, then why can't it be saving?" As Chu Ling thought about it, her eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. The cultivation method in her body slowly moved. Her hands also started to move. As they moved, a bright light slowly surged on her arms. When this light burst out, it did not have the violent power. Instead, it had a trace of gentleness. Qin Luo and the others were stunned. They all turned around. 10,000 elephant skill, light of redemption. Right at this moment, Chu Ling suddenly shouted. Both of her hands danced in the air and the resplendent light immediately filled the entire devil blood cave, landing on Qin Luo, Su Yan, and the others. They immediately felt their bodies warming up. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The light of redemption. It's the Wanxiang divine skill, the light of redemption. It's said to be a legendary light of redemption. I didn't expect it to appear on junior sister Chu. Everyone looked at Chu Ling with astonishment. They were all outstanding disciples of the Monster Palace. Naturally, they knew the classification of the 10,000 elephant skill. The 10,000 elephant skill was all-encompassing. Some could be cultivated through the divine skill books left behind by the ancestors. Of course, in addition to these divine skill books, one could also use one's own divine skill to comprehend the 10,000 elephant skill. Spiritual power was a violent thing. Therefore, even if a martial artist wanted to comprehend it, they could only comprehend offensive divine skills. For example, the light of redemption was a divine skill that only existed in legends. How could they have expected it to appear on Chu Linger's body? Brothers, quickly recover your strength. Junior sister Chu has comprehended the light of redemption. It can be said that we need to solve the problem. Under the illumination of this light, Qin Luo was the first to come to his senses. He said to the others, "Heal your wounds quickly and fight it out with this blood heaven demon. I don't believe that the few of us won't be able to deal with this mere beast." That's right. Ming Ruofeng and the others nodded in agreement at the same time. A bright light condensed in their eyes. In the past, the few of them had never interacted with each other. Every time they met, there was some disdain for each other's existence because they were all superior to others. But at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of grudge or estrangement because they knew that they were facing a common enemy. When Su Yan saw everyone's appearance, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, "Actually, I should choose to trust others more." While speaking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. The cultivation method in his body also started to circulate rapidly, quickly healing the injuries in his body. The 10,000 elephant skill could be said to be the ultimate skill of the celestial phenomenon realm. It consumed spiritual energy to begin with. Moreover, Chu Linger had just comprehended her own 10,000 elephant skill. When the light of redemption dissipated, she immediately sat on the ground, paralyzed. She looked at everyone with a pale face and said, "Senior brothers, I did my best." "That's enough, junior sister. That's enough." Qin Luo smiled slightly and stood up. He looked at the blood sky demon with killing intent in his eyes and shouted, "Brothers, no matter who it is, this blood sky demon must be killed today." "Yes, we must kill it." Makaryu Ice and the others also shouted at the same time and stood up. By then, the blood heaven demon had also recovered its strength. With a low roar, it took the initiative to attack them before they could do anything. Seeing this, Qin Luo hurriedly said, "Ming Ruofeng, Makaryu Ice, you two assist me. Rat Li, Dong Qinghao, and Su Yan, you three attack left and right. Today, we must kill this blood sky demon." The few of them responded at the same time. Although they were facing the blood sky demon, whose strength was comparable to the peak of the spirit sea realm, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. Hearing everyone's response, Qin Luo took the lead and attacked the blood sky demon. At the same time, Ming Ruofeng, Su Yan, and the others also began to move. Everyone unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked the blood sky demon. Seeing this, the blood sky demon let out a low roar. Its huge body suddenly jumped up and its huge tail swept towards the few of them. Peng! Ratley was a bit slower and was directly hit by the tail. He was instantly sent flying. Qin Luo's face sank, but he quickly shouted, "Don't worry about it, attack its head." As he spoke, everyone leaped and took out their treasures to attack the blood sky demon's head. When the blood sky demon saw their attacks, he raised his head and roared at the sky. His huge mouth suddenly opened, and a stream of smelly blood gushed out of his mouth like a torrent. But the few of them didn't expect the blood sky demon to have such an attack. They couldn't dodge in time and were all hit by the blood. One by one, they were sent flying. The blood was accompanied by a scorching heat. The few of them couldn't help but let out a low roar in pain. Su Yan also sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. However, when he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt a familiar smell. Spiritual. Chapter 246. Su Yan was all too familiar with this feeling. This was the element that Su Yan needed every time he made a breakthrough. It was the spiritual energy that he could feel. When they first entered the demonic blood cave, Su Yan was worried about Chu Linger's safety, so he didn't think too much about it. Now, this familiar feeling came to him. Su Yan immediately became excited. He looked at the blood-red surroundings and smiled. This demonic blood cave is surrounded by a lot of blood. Isn't this the location of an ultimate expert? Since this is the location of an ultimate expert, why can't it be turned into the element that I need to break through the holy veins? Su Yan said. He immediately activated his cultivation method and began to absorb the blood around him, turning it into spiritual energy. As he activated his cultivation method, the blood around him continued to flow into Su Yan's body. The pain that Qin Luo and the others felt from the blood slowly lessened. What's going on? The moment the pain lessened, Qin Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head around and saw the blood continuously flowing into Su Yan's body. He seemed to have understood something and secretly said in his heart, "This Su Yan is indeed a genius. He can actually absorb the blood and turn it into spiritual qi. No wonder Chu Wangfei chose him." Qin Luo couldn't help but feel jealous as he thought to himself. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I, Qin Luo, have served the Monster Palace all my life. Unfortunately, I can't beat a disciple who just joined the Monster Palace." Qin Luo smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Linger. He saw that Chu Linger's eyes were always on Su Yan. He smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Even Ling didn't choose me. What else do I, Qin Luo, want in this life? Why don't I fulfill Su Yan's wish?" Qin Luo's eyes were filled with sadness as he thought about it. He had sacrificed so much for the Monster Palace. In the end, what did he get in return? It was worthless. He couldn't even pursue the woman he loved. What was the point of living? What's the point? Qin Luo roared in his heart. He reached out and wiped away the tears that no one noticed. At the same time, he jumped up and shouted, "Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, Rat Li, as an elder of the Monster Palace, I order you to protect Su Yan with all your strength." Qin Luo didn't wait for Dong Qinghao, Makariu Ice, and the others to react. He leaped toward the Blood Sky Demon alone. When Makariu Ice and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Qinghao shouted excitedly, "Qin Luo, you're crazy." "Haha, Dong Qinghao, I, Qin Luo, don't need anyone to ask me what I do." When Qin Luo heard Dong Qinghao's words, he suddenly laughed. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at the Blood Sky Demon. Holding his Dharma treasure in his hand, his eyes shone brightly. He shouted, "Dong Qinghao, all of you must protect Su Yan with all your heart. Do you understand?" "Qin Luo, what are you trying to do?" This time, not only Dong Qinghao, but also Ming Ruofeng, who was usually quiet, looked at Qin Luo and asked in confusion. "You'll understand in a moment." As Qin Luo spoke, sorrow flashed through his eyes. When he looked at Chu Ling, there was even a faint reluctance to part. Chu Linger was stunned when she saw Qin Luo's gaze. In the Eastern Palace, Chu Linger was as beautiful as a flower and was also the young palace master of the Eastern Palace. Among the disciples, even some men who didn't have any feelings for her were wary of her status. Moreover, all the disciples were supporting her. Growing up in the Eastern Palace, she had always been carefree. She had always been on good terms with her senior and junior brothers. She had never thought about love until Su Yan appeared, until she saw Lu Lan and Su Yan hugging and kissing. The pain in her heart had awakened Chu Linger's love and made her understand what love was. Now, looking at Qin Luo's eyes, Chu Linger didn't know why she felt sad. She looked at Qin Luo and shouted, "Qin Luo, senior brother, why are you doing this?" When Qin Luo heard Chu Linger's words, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. He replied, "Ling, I know that you like junior brother Su Yan. The strength of this Blood Sky Demon far exceeds our imagination. I can only perish with it." What? When Qin Luo said this, everyone was stunned. Even Su Yan, who was absorbing spiritual energy, was stunned. He hurriedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Qin Luo, why are you doing this? You are an elder of the Monster Palace." "Elder?" Qin Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yan, with you, the palace master of the Monster Palace, the Monster Palace will definitely reach the peak. As an elder, it is an honor for me to sacrifice myself for the Monster Palace." "What? The palace master of the Monster Palace?" Dong Qinghao and the others were stunned. When they looked at Su Yan, they were even more surprised. However, they only paused for a moment before looking at Qin Luo and shouting, "Qin Luo, what nonsense are you talking about?" When Qin Luo heard their questions, he immediately laughed. "What do you know? This Blood Sky Demon wasn't actually eliminated 100 years ago. Palace Master Chu only sealed it. Now that the Blood Sky Demon has reappeared, It's obvious that Palace Master Chu has been killed. I had my suspicions before. It wasn't until the Blood Sky Demon appeared that I could confirm that Palace Master Chu has fallen. How is this possible? Dong Qinghao and the others frowned. Their faces were full of surprise. They couldn't believe what Qin Luo said. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Qin Luo smiled and asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, you should know what I'm talking about better than I do." The moment these words came out, everyone cast their gazes towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at everyone's eyes and smiled bitterly. The fall of Princess Chu was definitely a secret. He didn't expect Qin Luo to know about it. Looking at Dong Qinghao and the others, Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. I can't protect the Monster Palace with my strength alone. Since these people are here today, I'll make it clear to them. If they want to betray me, then I'll let it go. Su Yan thought to himself. Then he looked at Dong Qinghao and the others, who were full of surprise. He said slowly, "That's right. What Qin Luo said is true. Palace Master Chu has fallen." How is this possible? How could Palace Master Chu have fallen? When Dong Qinghao and the others heard Su Yan's words, their surprise turned into shock. In their eyes, Princess Chu was a supreme existence. They couldn't believe that the Princess of Chu would fall one day. Su Yan knew that they didn't believe it either. Now, Su Yan chose to believe that they were working for the Monster Palace. He didn't hide anything from them and told them everything that had happened that day. Su Yan didn't even hide the fact that he had become the palace master of the Monster Palace. After listening to Su Yan, Qin Luo smiled. Su Yan, Qin Luo, have worked for the Monster Palace all my life. I don't ask for anything. Since you've taken over the position of Monster Palace, I only hope that you can lead the Monster Palace to a new peak. This is my lifelong wish. When Qin Luo said this, his whole body suddenly exuded a strong spiritual power. Suddenly, his body became huge and turned into a blue light. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Bang, but before they could react, there was a loud explosion and a black hole appeared in the cave. Roar, at the same time, the Blood Sky Devil Demon roared. Then, Qin Luo turned into a blue light and rushed toward the Blood Sky Devil Demon like lightning. He was forced into the black hole. Roar! The Blood Sky Demon continued to roar under the pressure of the blue light emitted by Qin Luo. His entire body twitched continuously. At this moment, Qin Luo's voice came. "Su Yan, hurry up and absorb the blood water around you. Once the blood water here is used up, the Blood Sky Devil Demon's strength will decrease. Then I can take it into the black hole and make it disappear from this world forever." Disappear from this world. Su Yan looked at the blue light emitted by Qin Luo and suddenly thought of something. He quickly shouted, "Qin Luo, don't. Su Yan, if you don't want everyone to die here, hurry up." The blue light emitted an angry roar. When Su Yan heard this voice, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Maybe he didn't know much about the Monster Palace in the past. But because of the Princess of Chu's memories, he had a deeper understanding of the Monster Palace. It could be said that Su Yan knew everything about the Monster Palace. Since he knew, Su Yan naturally knew what this blue light represented. This was Qin Luo, the Qin family, Qin Luo's real body, the Void Blue Jiao Dragon, a special skill. Distorting space and creating a void. This was the Qin family's strongest skill. But with Qin Luo's current strength, he couldn't really use the skill to distort space and create a void. So he chose to pay with his life. The price of his life. When Su Yan thought about it, his heart sank. He didn't have a good impression of Qin Luo, but he didn't expect that Qin Luo would be willing to pay such a huge price for the Monster Palace and Chulinger. Su Yan. When the blue light looked back and saw that Su Yan was still in a daze, it immediately roared again. Su Yan's whole body shook. He clenched his fists, and a mournful look appeared in his eyes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the blood around him. Ming Rufeng, Makariu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratli clearly knew what it meant for Qin Luo to become a blue light. "Su Yan, hurry up and absorb the blood. We'll help you block the Blood Sky Evil Demon." Dong Qinghao said to Su Yan and took the lead to help Qin Luo block the Blood Sky Evil Demon. Although the others didn't say anything, they didn't hesitate to help. Su Yan was even more moved when he saw this. He quickly activated the skill in his body. Chapter 247. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Yan's martial arts started to circulate as he urged himself to absorb the blood in the demonic blood cave. Under this rapid absorption, Su Yan's entire body sank into a crimson-red color. Spiritual energy started to surge out of Su Yan's body. This continued for an entire hour. With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly leaped up. His eyes emitted a bewitching light. Mu Lubing and the others felt relieved when they saw this. A faint smile appeared on Qin Luo's blue light. Su Yan, congratulations on reaching the 8th Meridian Realm. The Supreme Demon Palace will depend on you in the future. Bang! After Qin Luo finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. The blue light immediately emitted countless rays of light that directly covered the Blood Sky Demon's body. Roar! The Blood Sky Demon was weak because the blood in the demonic blood cave had disappeared. Now that it was surrounded by Qin Luo's blue light, it let out a low growl and struggled. Unfortunately, the blue light covered the Blood Sky Demon and slowly flew into the black hole. No matter how hard the Blood Sky Demon struggled, it couldn't get out of the black hole. It slowly disappeared into the black hole. Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng and the others' hearts sank when they saw this. Su Yan opened his eyes and saw this scene. He looked at Qin Luo's blue light slowly being submerged in the black hole. Su Yan shouted, "No!" Roar! At the same time, Su Yan's body shone brightly. At the same time, his body started to change. He turned into a golden dragon and rushed towards the black hole. The huge dragon claw grabbed at Qin Luo, trying to hold him back. Unfortunately, it was too late. That black hole slowly disappeared. Su Yan reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing but air. At the last moment before the black hole disappeared, Qin Luo's slightly excited voice sounded, "Illusion technique, Su Yan, you actually know the illusion technique. Seems like I made the right choice. Su Yan, the prosperity of the Supreme Demon Palace in the future will depend on you." After that, Qin Luo's voice disappeared. Everyone was stunned on the spot because everyone knew that Qin Luo's voice would never appear again. The senior brother of the East Palace, the #1 disciple in the top 10, would disappear from this place forever. After a long time, Su Yan suppressed the pain in his heart and clenched his fists. "Senior brother Qin, don't worry. I won't bring Monster Palace to an unprecedented peak." Ming Ruofeng and the others immediately reacted. "Live, only living is the most beautiful thing." Dong Qinghao's face no longer had that frivolous smile of his. He sighed and said, "Sigh." Ming Ruofeng and Makaryu Ice sighed. Their faces were ugly. Chu Linger was even more upset. She had already cried when she saw Qin Luo fall. When Ming Ruofeng and the others came out of this loneliness, they looked at Su Yan with surprise. This was because they saw that Su Yan was still in his dragon form. They were all geniuses of the East Palace, so they were not unfamiliar with this. This was the long-lost illusion technique, Monster Palace's secret technique. While they were stunned, they also remembered Su Yan's identity as the palace master and the death of Princess Chu. Su Yan looked at their eyes and realized that they already knew about the death of Princess Chu and his identity as the palace master. Looking at their eyes, Su Yan slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers, now that you know about my identity as the Monster Palace's palace master, what will you choose in the future?" When Su Yan said this, there was no sharpness in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of discussion. This was because Su Yan understood that in life, one could not only rely on oneself, but also choose to trust others. Now that they had gone through hardships together, they were naturally trustworthy. Moreover, Su Yan needed help in the Monster Palace. "I don't know what others think, but since you, Su Yan, are the palace master of the Monster Palace, Dong Qinghao, will naturally work for you." Dong Qinghao was the first to express his opinion. At this moment, his playful smile returned to his face. Ratley followed suit and said, "Me too." Makaryu Ice was obviously hesitant, but after looking at Chu Linger, the two of them said at the same time, "Su Yan, I only hope that you will not let junior sister Chu down in the future." "Definitely not," Su Yan said firmly. Although the figure in red lingered in Su Yan's mind for a long time, Su Yan knew very well that he would never let Chu linger down. Just because of what you said, I, Macario Ice, am willing to listen to your orders. When Macario Ice and Ratley heard Su Yan's words, they nodded and then asked Su Yan, what are your plans next? Plans? Su Yan really hadn't thought about his future plans. When he heard Macario Ice's question, he couldn't help but be stunned and frowned. However, he didn't care that Ming Ruofing hadn't answered him. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, Senior brothers, now that the entire Monster Palace has just been unified, there are disagreements among the disciples, so I don't plan to announce my identity. Dong Qinghao nodded and said, It's good that you don't announce it. Su Yan, although you are the palace master, don't forget that you only have the strength of an 8 Meridian saint. Of course, Su Yan knows. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he wasn't angry and nodded slightly. Moreover, along the way, he had a better understanding of Dong Qinghao's character. This person had a natural disposition and was a person worth befriending. Macario Ice looked at Su Yan and said again, Su Yan, although you are relatively weak, since we are here, you can tell us what you want to do. Su Yan nodded and looked at the others. For many years, he had never worked with others, so at this moment he felt a knot in his heart. However, when he thought about Qin Luo's sacrifice for himself, he felt that it was ridiculous. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, your strength is still your strength after all. Now that you have such strong people helping you, why are you still hesitating? Su Yan felt that he was being ridiculous. As Su Yan thought about it, he got over it. He turned around and said to Ming Ruofing and the others, To be honest, I want to open the 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree. The 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree. When they heard Su Yan's idea, their eyes were stunned at the same time. Su Yan didn't hide it from them. He nodded and told them about his plan to open the 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree. The Spring and Autumn Ancient Tree, the Black Ice Cold Iron, the Buddha's Golden Silkworm, and the Milky Way Tortoise Shell. These 4 items are rare and not easy to find. Macario Ice frowned and said, That's true. Su Yan also nodded and said, Although these 4 items are difficult to find, I believe that as long as we work hard, we will be able to find them. Macario Ice looked at Su Yan and said, Yes, I will help you keep an eye out for these 4 items. Now, how are you going to deal with the Monster Palace? The Monster Palace's matter. When Su Yan heard Macario Ice's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Ming Ruofing saw Su Yan's expression, he couldn't help but sneer and say, Su Yan, if you can't even deal with the Monster Palace's matter, how can you convince the others and be the palace master of the Monster Palace? Su Yan looked at Ming Ruofing's contemptuous eyes and remembered that the others had expressed their attitude just now. Only Ming Ruofing didn't. Although Su Yan chose to trust others now, Ming Ruofing didn't care. However, Su Yan didn't want to let others take advantage of him. He looked at Ming Ruofing and asked, Brother Feng, then I would like to ask you how we should deal with the Supreme Demon Palace. Ming Ruofing looked at Su Yan's arrogant face and was quite dissatisfied. However, when he remembered that Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace appointed by the Princess of Chu, he could only swallow his anger. He coldly snorted and said, Su Yan, don't blame me for not accepting you. I will follow you for 1 year. As long as you can defeat me, I, Ming Ruofing, am willing to listen to your orders. After he finished speaking, Ming Ruofing waved his hand and left, ignoring the gazes of the others. This action caused Su Yan to be stunned. When Dong Qinghao saw this, he immediately laughed and said, Su Yan, don't worry about that Ming Ruofing. His temper is like this. Of course I don't care. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he smiled slightly. However, when he looked at Ming Ruofing's departing figure, he secretly clenched his fist and said, 1 year? Ming Ruofing, I will definitely make you submit to me. At this moment, Ratley, who was standing at the side, spoke again. Su Yan, since you chose not to reveal your identity, you have to think carefully. If you want to enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pagoda to cultivate, you still have to enter the top 10 disciples. Of course. Su Yan said firmly. He had never thought of using his identity as the Monster Palace's palace master to take advantage of others. He would not do so now, and he would not do so in the future. When Ratley saw Su Yan's expression, he nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Su Yan, you are indeed the person chosen by Palace Master Chu. I, Ratley, am convinced by you." Dong Qinghao also secretly looked at Su Yan with admiration. Then he thought of something and smiled slightly. "Su Yan, but I'm afraid that it won't be so easy for you to enter the top 10 of the Monster Palace." "Well, why do you say that?" When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but frown. The Monster Palace has already united. The top 10 disciples naturally have to be chosen from the entire Monster Palace. Not only you, but I'm afraid that even the top 10 positions of the East Palace will not be preserved, Dong Qinghao said slowly. Although he still had that cynical smile on his face, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. No matter what, although the Monster Palace had united, there was still the competition between the disciples of the various palaces. Moreover, the disciples of the East Palace were weaker than the other disciples. This was an indisputable fact. This was also the reason why Dong Qinghao felt helpless. Not only him, but even Macariu Ice, Ratley, and Chu Linger were frowning. When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, "I neglected this. There is only one Monster Palace in the entire Great Demon Ancient Pagoda. Now that the Monster Palace has united, all the disciples of the Monster Palace are naturally qualified to compete for the right to cultivate in the Monster Palace." Chapter 248. Although the Monster Palace doesn't seem to have changed, the four palaces have merged into one. There will be some influence among the disciples. Macariu Ice pondered for a moment after hearing Su Yan's words. He began to analyze the Monster Palace's current situation. Although Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace Lord, he had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace's past and present. However, this was only limited to the Monster Palace's past and present. He still didn't know as much as Macariu Ice, who had been in Monster Palace since birth. When he heard Macariu Ice talk about the Monster Palace's situation, Su Yan completely put down his pride and listened to Macariu Ice's analysis of the Monster Palace's current situation. When Macariu Ice saw Su Yan's reaction, he didn't hold back and said, "The greatest impact of the unification of the Monster Palace on the disciples is that the disciples will be divided among the four palaces' resources. Because our East Palace used to be overseen by Palace Lord Chu, the East Palace naturally has more resources than the other palaces. For example, only our East Palace has the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. The other four palaces don't have it. Furthermore, I believe you know how powerful the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda is." Su Yan nodded and said, "Of course I know about the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda." When Macariu Ice heard Su Yan's answer, he nodded slightly and continued, "Since you know about the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, it means that the disciples of the other three palaces also know about the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda's existence. If I'm not wrong, in the next few days, the disciples who feel that they have the strength will enter the East Palace to compete for the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda's qualifications. Therefore, the most important thing to deal with now should be the problem of the disciple battle. Battle of the Disciples." When Su Yan heard Macariu Ice's words, he immediately frowned. If it wasn't for Macariu Ice's words, Su Yan really wouldn't have considered so much. Now that he heard Macariu Ice's explanation, Su Yan immediately woke up. Right, the Monster Palace was no longer as simple as just the East Palace. Now, all the disciples of the four great palaces were included. Now that the Monster Palace was unified, the other three great palaces would naturally receive the same treatment as the East Palace disciples. Otherwise, how could he convince the masses? As Su Yan thought about this, his eyes turned slightly. He turned around and said to Macariu Ice and the others, "Senior Brother Mu, Senior Brother Dong Cheng, and Senior Brother Ratley, the three of you are the only ones who know about Palace Master Chu's death. And now, you trust Su, so today, Su will use his authority as the Monster Palace Master to confer the three of you as teaching elders of the Monster Palace." What? Macariu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley were all stunned at the same time. They looked at Su Yan with astonishment. "Su Yan, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." Ratley was the weakest here, so he was the first to speak. Su Yen, the position of an elder requires one to enter the spirit sea realm. Among us, senior brother Makaryu Ice is the strongest, but he is only at the peak of the sky realm. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take up the position of an elder. Although Makaryu Ice was still expressionless, when he heard Rat Li's words, he nodded in agreement. Su Yen, Monster Palace is such a big sect. If we take up the position of an elder, I'm afraid the other sects will laugh at us. What's there to laugh at? When Su Yen heard the two's words, the corners of his mouth immediately rose into a smile. He waved his hand, and his body faintly emitted the aura of a king. He looked at the few of them and said, I, Su, am only at the Saint Vain realm, but I'm already taking on the great responsibility of the Palace Master. The few of you are stronger than me, so why can't you take up the position? But the few of them still wanted to refute. However, Su Yen didn't wait for them to finish and spoke again. All right, this matter is settled. The three of you will be the elders. After Su Yen finished speaking, he directly took out the Monster Palace Master's seal from his storage bag and swore, in the name of the Monster Palace Master, I hereby appoint Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Rat Li as teaching elders of my Monster Palace. This disciple obeys the order. Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Rat Li saw Su Yen take out the Monster Palace Master's seal and hurriedly knelt to take up the position. Su Yen looked at the expressions of the few of them and couldn't help but sneer at the corners of his mouth. He naturally knew what the three of them were thinking. The reason why the three of them didn't dare to take up the position of the elders, in addition to their strength, was more that if they took over the position of the elders, they wouldn't be able to do anything at will in the future. And this was also one of Su Yan's true goals. Although Su Yen already understood that a person's ability was limited, he also chose to believe in others. However, belief was one thing. He absolutely couldn't let himself lose the initiative. This time, Su Yen appointed the three of them as elders in order to seize the initiative and let them be more connected to the Monster Palace. Su Yen, I can't help but admire your brilliant move. After Dong Qinghao took over the position of the elders, the serious expression just now was once again replaced with a cynical expression as he teased Su Yen. Su Yen knew that the three of them were the best of the best among the disciples. What he did definitely couldn't be hidden from them. However, this time, when Dong Qinghao pointed it out so blatantly, Su Yen couldn't help but feel a burst of heat on his face. He smiled and said, "Three senior brothers, Su did this for the sake of the Monster Palace. Please forgive me." Makaryu Ice and Rat Li didn't say anything. When Dong Qinghao heard Su Yan's words, he continued, "Su Yen, forget it, forget it. In fact, all of us know very well. Don't say anything unnecessary. Let's talk about how you're going to deal with the Monster Palace disciples first." Su Yen wasn't a pretentious person. He nodded and no longer mentioned the trust between him and the three of them. As the saying goes, don't doubt the people you use. What's more, the three of them already knew the secret behind this. Su Yen could only trust them unconditionally. If he wanted to change the situation, the only way was to quickly become stronger. Of course, before becoming stronger, the most important thing was to deal with the current situation of the Monster Palace disciples. After all, no matter what, Su Yen was now the rightful palace master of the Monster Palace. If he didn't deal with these matters, no one would. If he did this, it would only expose the secret of Palace Master Chu's death. If he didn't want this secret to be exposed, the only way was to deal with all the matters in the Monster Palace perfectly. He wanted all the disciples and all the people in the Monster Palace to have no objections. This was the best way to keep the secret of Princess Chu's death. However, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. With so many disciples, how could it be so easy to deal with these matters? What should I do? Su Yen frowned and pondered for a long time before coming up with a solution. However, he was still not sure. He wanted to test it out, but when he turned around he saw Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Rat Li standing in front of him. Su Yen finally realized that he was no longer alone. I've always been a loner. Now that I suddenly have so many companions and am in charge of such a sect, I'm really not used to it. Su Yen laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. He turned around and asked the three of them, Senior brothers, the three of you have cultivated in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. I want to ask how many people the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda can hold. How many people? When Macario Ice and the other two heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. The three of them looked at each other. Then Macario Ice said, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda can hold at least 50 people. Can it hold 50 people? When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Although he had never been to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had a rough understanding of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda from the memories given to him by Princess Chu. At the same time, he knew that the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda could hold more than 10 people. Now that he had obtained Mu Liubing's approval, Su Yan immediately had a plan in his heart. He faintly smiled and glanced at the three of them before opening his mouth. I think I should know how to deal with this dispute between disciples. How to deal with it? The three of them asked in unison. When we leave this blood demon cave, you will naturally know. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to announce his decision. Instead, he kept them in suspense. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they were somewhat disappointed. However, the three of them were able to maintain their composure and did not ask any further. Instead, they nodded and said, since that is the case, let's leave this demonic blood cave first. Although this place is no longer dangerous, this place is emitting a bloody smell. It is truly an ominous place. When Su Yan heard the three of them, he didn't stop them. Instead, he nodded and said, Senior Brother Mu, the three of you can leave first. Su Yan. Ratley wanted to say something. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Dong Qinghao. When Ratley saw Dong Qinghao's gaze, he came to a realization. He laughed out loud and said, all right, we'll leave first. We'll leave first. As they spoke, the three of them left the blood demon cave one after another. Only Su Yan and Chu Linger were left. Chu Linger hadn't participated in their discussion about the monster palace. It wasn't that she didn't want to participate, but that she trusted Su Yan. It was better when the few of them stood together. Now that they had left, the two of them stood together alone. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's gaze, her face couldn't help but blush. Her delicate appearance made people want to love her tenderly. Isn't it a kind of happiness to just watch quietly like this? When Su Yan saw Chu Linger's bashful appearance, he couldn't help but smile. However, he also knew that this blood demon cave wasn't a place to stay for long. Of course, this was what Su Yan was thinking for Chu Linger. After all, Su Yan had condensed his 8th saint bloodline, the power of the blood demon. The blood of the blood demon cave was frightening to others, but to Su Yan, it was a blessed land. Chapter 249. Now that she was facing Su Yan alone, the scenes of their intimate embrace just now flooded into her mind. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's gentle eyes and blushed even more. Especially when Su Yan slowly moved closer to her, Chu Linger's face was so red that it could drip blood. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chu Linger nodded slowly and left the demonic blood cave. When Su Yan saw that Chu Linger had left first, he was stunned. Then he looked at Chu Linger's delicate body and the image of Lin Huato's fluttering figure appeared in his mind. For some reason, he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Senior Sister Lin, how have you been? Su Yan smiled self-deprecatingly and followed her out of the demonic blood cave. Although the news of the demonic blood demon had spread like wildfire among the disciples, Macario Ice and the others were the cream of the crop among the Eastern Palace disciples who had entered the demonic blood cave. When they saw Macario Ice and the others leave the demonic blood cave, they didn't find it strange. After all, given their strength, they would definitely be able to come out of the demonic blood cave. However, when they saw them in the demonic blood cave, their admiration for them increased. When Chu Linger came out, all of their worried hearts also relaxed. Seeing these people come out, someone quickly said, Hey, isn't there someone else who hasn't come out? Who hasn't come out? Senior Brother Qin Luo? No, Senior Brother Macario Ice and the others have already come out. Senior Brother Qin Luo must have come out long ago. It's just that he's too strong and too fast, so we didn't see him. Then who do you think hasn't come out? That madman Su. Hearing this, all the disciples outside the demonic blood cave came to a realization and muttered to themselves, That's right, that Madman Su hasn't come out yet. Hey, what do you mean by, probably? Don't forget that Madman Su only wants the strength of the Saint bloodline realm. I think so too. This Madman Su is just a little crazy. What else can he do? That's right. Now, it's very possible to feed the blood demon inside. Yes, let's go. Since everyone has come out, there's nothing to see. Let's go. Let's go. The onlookers had already determined that Su Yen would not come out from inside. They all lost interest in watching and were about to leave. At this moment, a white-robed figure drifted out from the blood demon. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Su Yen in astonishment. Their faces were filled with horror. What's going on? Madman Su didn't die. That's right. He's only a 7-meridian saint. How could he possibly leave the demonic blood cave? No, look at his aura. It doesn't seem like he's a 7-meridian saint. It's an 8-meridian saint. Someone raised a doubt, and someone immediately confirmed it. An Emperor Tianxiang narrowed his eyes and observed Su Yen. He immediately exclaimed, "That's right. He's an 8-meridian saint." Well, how is this possible? Everyone was even more astonished when they heard this person's words. These people have only been in the demonic blood cave for a day. How did Su Yen become an 8-meridian saint from a 7-meridian saint? That's right. How is this possible? He became an 8-meridian saint from a 7-meridian saint in a day. How fast is his cultivation speed? Everyone looked at Su Yen in astonishment. However, Su Yen ignored these people because to Su Yen, these people were destined to be frogs at the bottom of a well. In addition, these people were disciples of his monster palace. Moreover, Su Yen was in a hurry to deal with the matters between the disciples of the monster palace. He couldn't be bothered to care about them at all. After leaving the cave, he leaped and disappeared from the palace of the Blood Devil Cave. That speed was so fast that in just a flash he had already disappeared. The surrounding disciples once again had a burst of astonishment on their faces. Finally, when they saw Su Yan's figure disappear, they opened their mouths slightly and said, "Madman Su, it's really Madman Su." They didn't hide their voices when they spoke. Therefore, Su Yen heard them call him Madman Su. Madman Su. Hearing this title, Su Yen didn't get angry. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Madman Su? Then I'll show you what the real Madman Su is. Su Yen benefited a lot from this trip to the Blood Devil Cave. In addition to his strength reaching the 8 Meridians realm and breaking through the barrier between him and Chu Linger. More importantly, he established a friendship with Dong Qinghao and the others. Of course, Su Yen knew very well that this friendship wasn't strong enough now. The way to make this friendship stronger was naturally to quickly improve his strength. Improve his strength. Su Yen was now the palace master of the Monster Palace. He could enjoy all the resources of the Monster Palace. Naturally, Su Yen could take those pills to improve his strength at will. However, Su Yen didn't plan to take any pills. If there were, Su Yen would have already taken the energy-gathering pill that Princess Chu gave him when she was alive. However, Su Yen didn't. It wasn't that Su Yen didn't want to quickly improve his strength, but Su Yen knew very well that the energy-gathering pill had no effect on him at all. After all, Su Yen was comprehending 1 meridian at a time. Only by finding the elements that he could sense could he condense a holy meridian. Now, although Su Yen was only 1 step away from the peak of the holy meridian, he still needed to find the elements he needed. The elements have to be the strongest. Based on my current understanding of the Monster Palace, it seems that there isn't such a place in the Monster Palace. Su Yen returned to the Spirit Palace where he lived. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought about the way he wanted to improve his strength. Forget it. Now I should deal with the matter of the Monster Palace disciples. Although Su Yen was eager to improve his strength, he also knew that haste made waste. He shook his head and didn't dwell on this matter anymore. Instead, he took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal and began to draft the method to deal with the Monster Palace disciples that he had discussed with Macario Ice and the others in the Blood Demon Cave. In fact, the method that Su Yen came up with was very simple. When the Monster Palace was unified and the disciples of the four palaces were united, the qualifications to fight for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda would increase. Since it had increased, he would expand the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda from the entire Monster Palace. It would increase from the previous 10 to 50. Not only that, but Su Yan also replanned the qualifications to fight for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. He would let all the disciples know of the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda and let all the disciples have the qualifications to fight for the top 50 disciples as long as they had the strength. Palace Master Chu, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely let the Monster Palace truly enter this world. Su Yan looked at the document he had drafted and a determined look appeared in his eyes. In the past, he did not know what kind of history the Monster Palace had. However, after taking over the position of Monster Palace's Palace Master, he had digested the Princess of Chu's memories. Su Yan naturally understood the history of the Monster Palace. He also understood the last obsession left in the Princess of Chu's heart. The Princess of Chu had lived her life for the Monster Palace. And with her efforts, the Monster Palace had also been listed as one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. However, the Princess of Chu knew that the Monster Palace had never been able to step into the world and be on equal footing with the other sections. It was not because of any other reason, but because the Monster Palace was the Great Fey clan. To put it bluntly, the Great Fey were the descendants of monsters and humans. Through continuous reproduction and development, they had today's Monster Palace. The Great Fey clan. And the people of the world were ignorant. In their eyes, the Monster Palace was still a monster existence, still a scourge of the world. This was also why the Monster Palace was unable to truly enter the world. This was also the last obsession left behind by the Princess of Chu. What Su Yan wanted to do now was not only to make the Monster Palace prosperous, but also to let the whole world know of the existence of the Monster Palace. More importantly, he wanted them to acknowledge the strength of the Great Fey clan. All of this had to start with the internal reorganization of the Monster Palace. Only by making the Great Fey clan truly powerful could the world acknowledge the strength of the Great Fey clan. Now, what Su Yan wanted to do was to rectify the internal strife among the disciples of the Monster Palace. After coming out of the Blood Demon Cave, Su Yan passed by the East Palace and saw the disciples of the various palaces quarreling over some things. The most important thing now was to stop this quarrel. And the best way to stop this quarrel was to let all the disciples of the Monster Palace feel fair. Further, with this thought in mind, Su Yan held the notice he had just drafted in his hand. He carefully wrote down the date of the competition for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda on it. As the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he used his divine consciousness to announce the notice. Haha, I've long heard of the East Palace's Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, Palace Master Chu is finally going to announce the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. I'm definitely going to get the right to the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. You're definitely going to get it? How about I say I'm definitely going to get it? Let's wait and see. Let's see who's definitely going to get it. As soon as the notice was released, all the disciples immediately fell into a quarrel. Everyone was unconvinced by each other. No one suspected that the notice was not written by the Princess of Chu. The only people who knew were Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, Chu Linger, and Ming Ruofeng. Although Macario Ice and company were the cream of the crop among the disciples of the East Palace and were usually extremely arrogant, they knew that the disciples of the other 3 palaces were much stronger than the East Palace. Originally, they were worried that they would be stripped of their right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Seeing that the Monster Palace qualifications on the notice had changed from 10 to 50, a smile immediately appeared on their faces. Dong Qinghao laughed and said, "This Su Yan is really something. Increasing the qualifications for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda has solved a lot of problems. It can also benefit more people." Rat Li nodded and then turned to leave. When Dong Qinghao saw Rat Li leave for no reason, he could not help but be taken aback. He shouted, "Rat Li, didn't we agree to discuss the Monster Palace? Why did you suddenly leave?" "Senior brother Dong Chung, senior brother Su can resolve the Monster Palace matters. Although we are now elders, Our status is still the same as ordinary disciples. I don't want to be stripped of my right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Chapter 250. Monster Palace had 4 great palaces. The reason why the East Palace was above the other 3 was mainly because of the Princess Chu's support. The disciples of the East Palace were much weaker than the disciples of the other 3 great palaces. Although the East Palace had experts like Qin Luo and Makaryu Ice, the other 3 great palaces also had experts. There was even a disciple in the West Palace who had reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. He was only 1 step away from the Circumference realm. Such a disciple's status in Monster Palace even exceeded that of the Monster Palace elders. If they were to compete for the right to cultivate in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, it was obvious that these disciples would become the strongest competitors. The Monster Palace is indeed a powerful sect. There are thousands of disciples in the Celestial Phenomenon realm, and there are many in the Spirit Sea realm. It seems that if I want to compete for the right to cultivate in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, I have to step into the Celestial Phenomenon realm first. Su Yan sat in the Spirit Palace and read the information about the disciples of the Monster Palace. He could not help but frown. In the past, the East Palace only allowed the disciples who were qualified to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to know about its existence. It was more to prevent the disciples of the other palaces from knowing about it and feeling uncomfortable. Now that the Monster Palace was unified, this phenomenon no longer existed. Therefore, Su Yan chose all the disciples of the Monster Palace. As long as they had the strength, they would be qualified to compete for the right to cultivate in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Once the news was announced, it immediately set off a frenzy in the Monster Palace. The competition for the right to cultivate in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was definitely a grand event in the Monster Palace in the past 100 years. All the disciples were working hard to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Su Yan was the same. Unfortunately, Su Yan's bloodline enlightenment meant that Su Yan was destined to be at the Sacred Bloodline realm. It had no effect on Spirit Qi. Sacred Bloodline realm. Su Yan thought of his strength and could not help but laugh at himself. There was once a time when he believed that the Sacred Bloodline realm was an unsurpassable power. However, the Sacred Bloodline realm was so weak. This time, the number of people who could enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda had increased from 10 to 50. However, the number of people fighting for it had also changed from the original East Palace to the entire Monster Palace. In addition, the disciples of the other palaces were stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. It was clear that this time, the competition for the qualifications was much more difficult than before. Su Yan knew very well that if he wanted to get the right to train in the Monster Palace, he had to become a Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, he would have no chance at all. Tianxiang Emperor, 9 meridians. Su Yan's eyes narrowed as he pondered about where he should go to find the 9 elements that belonged to him. In the past, perhaps Su Yan still held some expectations for Monster Palace. However, now that Su Yan was in charge of the entire Monster Palace, he knew every part of the Monster Palace like the back of his hand. Other than the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree, Su Yan had never set foot in the Monster Palace. It could be said that Su Yan had been to all the other places. There was no existence that could condense the elements of his 9th meridian. If he could not condense the 9th meridian, he would never be able to break through and become a Celestial Emperor. There's only a month left. A month is the time for the disciples to compete. Su Yan thought about the date he had set and could not help but smile bitterly. In a month's time, it was impossible for a person to step into the Celestial Emperor realm from the strength of an 8-meridian saint. That was definitely an impossible existence. Not only the others, but Su Yan also felt a sense of hesitation. In fact, the Monster Palace had already been unified. The Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda's rich resources should be shared by all the disciples. The competition for the qualifications had to be held immediately to be fair. The reason why Su Yan had set the competition to begin in a month was because Su Yan had some selfish motives. Of course, Su Yan's selfishness was not only for himself, but also for Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others. They could use this month to cultivate in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and improve the strength of the entire East Palace. Although the monster palace had already been unified, the four great palaces were no longer separated. However, Su Yan was still a member of the East Palace. He had some feelings for the East Palace. If no one from the East Palace obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda this time, it would be a slap to the face for the entire East Palace. In the future, the status of all the East Palace disciples in the Monster Palace would definitely be much worse than before. Su Yan had bought a month's time for the East Palace disciples. It could be considered a huge backdoor, and he had done his best. Now, whether or not the East Palace disciples could stand out in this month's time depended on the hard work of the East Palace disciples. Su Yan could not help. After all, cultivation depended on one's qualifications and hard work. Su Yan believed that the East Palace disciples would understand this, so Su Yan did not worry too much. Now, Su Yan was worried about his own cultivation. Now, Su Yan had still condensed 8 meridians. One meridian was the power of sword intent, the second meridian was the power of heavenly fire, the third meridian was the power of 100 poisons, the fourth meridian was the power of ghost chi, the fifth meridian was the power of cold chi, the sixth meridian was the power of hurricane, the seventh meridian was the power of remnant souls, and the eighth meridian was the power of blood demons. These 8 sacred meridians were the strongest in the world. It was because of this that Su Yan had increased the difficulty of condensing the 9th sacred meridian. This was because the 9th sacred meridian was not only the location of the sacred meridian, but it also had to integrate everything in the world in preparation for advancing to the celestial stage in the future. Therefore, the 9th sacred meridian was not only the strongest in the world, but it also had to encompass everything in the world. This time, I don't even know where to find the elements to condense the 9th meridian, let alone encompass everything in the world. Su Yan laughed at himself. Su Yan did not regret embarking on this brand new path of cultivation. After all, this cultivation path had benefited Su Yan greatly. Su Yan did not have to face the bottleneck of ordinary people at all, and all the way to the strength of an 8-meridian saint. Although I don't have a bottleneck, isn't the 9th sacred meridian also a bottleneck? Su Yan thought and could not help but laugh bitterly. He muttered to himself, other ordinary cultivators may have a bottleneck when they absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to condense the sacred meridian, but when they condense the 9th sacred meridian, as long as they break through the bottleneck, they don't have to worry about everything in the world. After all, spiritual chi is one of the spiritual things of heaven and earth. Spiritual chi. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Spiritual chi is one of the things in the world, and martial artists rely on spiritual chi to cultivate. Isn't spiritual chi the strongest in the world? Then why can't I use spiritual chi to form my 9th sacred meridian? Su Yan's body suddenly trembled. When Su Yan comprehended the first sacred meridian, Su Yan did not realize that he was different from other cultivators. After condensing the heavenly fire sacred meridian and 100 poison sacred meridian, Su Yan truly understood. He had embarked on a new cultivation path. Only by absorbing the strongest elements in the world could he condense his sacred meridian. However, he had neglected spiritual chi. Spiritual chi was born between heaven and earth, and was the spirit of all things. If a martial artist wanted to cultivate, he had to absorb the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. It could be said that spiritual chi was the ruler of all things. The ruler of all things was the strongest in the world. Since it was the strongest in the world, why couldn't it become his sacred meridian? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, and there was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Immediately, he sat cross-legged, and the sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. The Spirit Palace was originally in addition to the East Palace main hall. In the Monster Palace, it was the place with the richest spiritual chi. At that time, Su Yan wanted to comprehend his sacred meridian by himself, so he could not rely on spiritual chi at all. He did not pay much attention to the rich spiritual chi in the Spirit Palace. Now that he was circulating his cultivation method to absorb the spiritual chi, Su Yan felt how rich the spiritual chi in the Spirit Palace was. The path of cultivation was definitely boring. Su Yan sat for a day and night. During this day and night, Su Yan kept absorbing spiritual qi and tried to condense his sacred meridian with spiritual qi. Unfortunately, during this day and night, the spiritual qi lingered in Su Yan's sacred meridian and dissipated, unable to condense the 9th sacred meridian. Could it be that the spiritual qi in the world is unable to condense my 9th sacred meridian? Su Yan opened his hand and looked at the spiritual qi that was constantly flowing away, and there was confusion in his eyes. Then he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible! Although I comprehend one meridian at a time, and each time I condense a sacred meridian, the spiritual qi is the ruler of all things and includes all things in the world. It can be said that it is the most suitable element for condensing the 9th sacred meridian. But why can't I condense a sacred meridian? What exactly went wrong?" Su Yan frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his confused eyes turned and emitted a bright light. "This spiritual qi is the ruler of all things and is the strongest. I don't believe that it can't condense my 9th sacred meridian." As he spoke, Su Yan closed his eyes tightly. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated again, and he began to rapidly absorb the spiritual qi in the world. Su Yan sat there, day and night alternated. Unknowingly, more than 20 days and nights had passed. It was only a day away from the day when the disciples competed for the right to cultivate in the great Fei ancient pagoda. The entire monster palace was in an uproar. All the disciples in the monster palace who thought they were qualified to compete for the right to cultivate in the great Fei ancient pagoda gathered in the East Palace. Even if some disciples knew that they would definitely not be able to obtain the right to cultivate, they also came to the East Palace for the sake of this once-in-a-century event in the Monster Palace. Fortunately, the East Palace was vast, and there were many large residences. Even with all the disciples in the Monster Palace, it was not crowded. However, the sudden addition of so many disciples caused the East Palace to fall into an unprecedented state of excitement. In every residence, 3 to 5 disciples could be seen gathered together, either talking about cultivation or talking about the right to cultivate in the great Fei ancient pagoda. It was extraordinarily lively. Of course, there were also some who went around looking for their old friends or lovers. Since there were people looking for their old friends, there were also people looking for revenge. Chapter 251. Su Yan come out? The youth shouted. If Su Yan were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was the 7 Meridian Saint, Wu Yang, whom he had met when he went to the sea dock. Of course, Wu Yang was no longer a 7 Meridian Saint, but a 9 Meridian Saint at the peak of the Saint bloodline realm. It had only been 2 months since Su Yan went to the sea dock. Wu Yang was able to reach the peak of the Saint bloodline realm from a 7 Meridian Saint. His cultivation talent could be described as monstrous. This time, Wu Yang came to the East Palace to find Su Yan and wash away his humiliation. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find Su Yan after going through all the disciples' palaces. Of course, he didn't go to the disciples' palaces to search. In his eyes, Su Yan was an ant-like existence. Such an ant was not qualified to live in the disciples' palaces. Senior brother Wu, do you think Su Yan is afraid of you and is hiding? Wu Yang's search for Su Yan was fruitless. Zhou Chen, who was following him, stepped forward and flattered him. Hiding? Humph. When Wu Yang heard Zhou Chen's words, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. In the past, before the Monster Palace was unified, Su Yan hid in the East Palace. Perhaps I couldn't do anything to him. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, the disciples of the 4 palaces can enter and leave the 4 palaces at will. Where can Su Yan hide if he wants to? That's right. When Wu Yang's other disciple heard his words, he hurriedly nodded and said, Senior brother Wu, I think he's afraid of you and is hiding. Since we can enter and exit the 4 palaces at will, why don't we wait until tomorrow to search? All right. Wu Yang nodded and looked at the disciples' palace. He said coldly, Su Yan, as long as you don't leave the Monster Palace, I will definitely catch up to you. You have nowhere to run. The Monster Palace's qualification to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was tomorrow. The centennial grand event of the Monster Palace was about to be held. This night was destined to become a sleepless night. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's competition. Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and the others had never interacted with each other in the Eastern Palace. However, they all knew the inside story behind this matter. At this moment, they were all gathered together. They were all outstanding disciples of the Eastern Palace, so they naturally had their own personal palaces. During this month, they all went into seclusion in order to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Although their strength did not increase during this 1 month, from the aura that was faintly emitted from their bodies, it was obvious that they had all obtained different benefits during this 1 month of seclusion. Senior Brother Mu, I'm afraid that the Western Palace, Southern Palace, and Northern Palace's monstrous disciples will all come for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda battle. If they come, it will definitely be impossible for us to get into the top 10. Although their strength had improved during this 1 month, Dong Qinghao no longer had his usual frivolous expression when he thought of those monstrous disciples. Instead, he looked a little worried. When Makaryu Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he sighed slightly. This battle is the most disadvantageous to the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, the strongest person in the Eastern Palace, Qin Luo, Senior Brother Qin, died in order to save us. He perished together with the Bloody Sky Demon. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get into the top 10 anymore. Sigh. Hearing this, the few of them could not help but sigh. Their faces were filled with worry. They were all outstanding disciples in the past and had always been arrogant. However, the unification of the Monster Palace made them realize that their status in the Monster Palace would definitely be much lower than before. Perhaps they did not care about their status. However, what they cared about was the pride in their hearts. If the Eastern Palace did not have a disciple in the top 10, it would be a disgrace to the Eastern Palace, and even more so to the disciples. However, they did not have a chance to refute. I don't think so. Just as the few of them were frowning, a delicate voice suddenly came from outside the door. Junior Sister Chu. Hearing this voice, the few of them trembled. A trace of a smile flashed across their worried faces. Chu Linger looked at the few of them and nodded. Then she said, Senior brothers, you know the rules of this battle. It's not a one-on-one battle. All disciples will enter a special location and fight for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. When Su Yan announced the time of the battle, he also announced the rules of the battle. Of course, these rules were only set by Su Yan. The rest was still up to the Monster Palace's elders to implement. The Monster Palace's elder, Li Tianyi, was once an elder of the West Palace. After the Princess of Chu's death, the Monster Palace was unified, and he became an elder of the entire Monster Palace. This time, he was the executive elder of this battle. Although Makaryu Ice and the others were also elders, their identities could not be revealed to the world at the moment. Elder Li Tianyi was obviously more loyal to the Monster Palace because of this promotion. On the day Su Yan announced the date of the battle, Li Tianyi announced the location of the battle and the detailed rules the next day. Because it was still early, everyone naturally knew about this rule. Makaryu Ice and the others were no exception. Hearing Chu Linger's words, Makaryu Ice laughed self-deprecatingly. Even so, the other 3 palaces are stronger than us East Palace disciples. Even if it's not a one-on-one battle, it's just a change of the medicine. After all, in the battle, strength is still the most important thing. No. Chu Linger shook her head and smiled. Senior Brother Mu, you're wrong. If it's a one-on-one battle to determine the quota, we East Palace have no chance at all. But now that it's a battle, we East Palace disciples can cooperate. That way, we'll have a chance. Junior Sister Chu, you mean it? When they heard Chu Linger's words, they all looked at her. They knew that Chu Linger must have some ideas. When Chu Linger saw their gazes, she did not keep them in suspense. She smiled and said, This time, there are hundreds of people from each palace participating in the battle. Only our East Palace has at least 50 people. Among these 50 people, only a few of us have real strength. Senior Apprentice Brother Feng, Senior Apprentice Brother Mu, Senior Apprentice Brother Dong Cheng, Senior Apprentice Brother Shu Li, Senior Apprentice Brother Gingji, Senior Apprentice Sister Hao Feng, Senior Apprentice Brother Yu Yun, Senior Apprentice Brother Nangong are still trapped in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, so I won't mention them, No, junior sister Chu, you've left out one person. Just as Chu Linger finished talking about who had the strength to participate in the battle, Dong Qinghao suddenly smiled playfully. When Chu Linger saw Dong Qinghao's playful smile, she could not help but blush. She said shyly, "Senior brother Dong Qing, are you talking about Su Yan?" Dong Qinghao nodded and said, "Junior sister Chu, don't forget that although Su Yan is the weakest, the strength in his body is not something we can resist." Chu Linger nodded and suppressed the shyness in her heart. She continued, "Okay, including this Su Yan, our East Palace has the strength to compete for the 50 spots. That's exactly 10 people. Junior sister Chu, although we have the strength to compete, the other palaces are not weaker than us." Rat Li said worriedly. "No, senior brother Rat, don't be anxious. Let me finish." Chu Linger shook her head and interrupted Rat Li. Looking at the others, seeing that they did not have any objections, she said, "We all know that our strength is not as strong as the other 3 palaces, so what we need to do now is to ensure that only one of us will enter the top 10. The rest of us will compete for the remaining 50 spots. Only one person will enter the top 10. When the others heard Chu Linger's words, they could not help but frown. Obviously, they did not understand Chu Linger's idea. Chu Linger looked at the expressions of the others and smiled slightly. "Senior brothers, although Monster Palace is unified this time, and the other palaces have to abandon all barriers, this competition is still related to the face of our East Palace. So at this critical moment, we must eliminate all previous barriers and ensure that one person enters the top 10. The others nodded. Obviously, they agreed with Chu Linger's words. But soon, Macario Ice suggested, "Junior sister Chu, although you say so, who is the one person we need to protect? We can cooperate, but what about the others? Are they willing?" "Protect who?" When Chu Linger heard this, she frowned slightly. Although she thought of a way to deal with this competition, she did not know who to protect. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "Why don't we protect senior brother Ming Ruofeng? He is the strongest among us." "I think it's fine." Shu Li also nodded. Macario Ice also said, "Yes, senior brother Ming Ruofeng is the strongest among us. Ensuring that he enters the top 10 is not a problem." "Good, then it's decided." "No." Just as the matter was decided, Dong Qinghao suddenly said, "No, we can't protect Ming Ruofeng." Chu Linger looked at Dong Qinghao in confusion. "Although senior brother Ming Ruofeng is the strongest among us, you all know senior brother Ming Ruofeng's character. Even if we don't protect him, I'm afraid he won't cooperate with us." Dong Qinghao said. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, everyone fell into silence. They were all the top 10 disciples. Although they did not interact much, they all knew each other's character. Ming Ruofeng was a loner. He had always been a loner and had a strong desire to win. In this competition, he would definitely not cooperate with them. The list that was originally decided fell into silence because of Dong Qinghao's words. Just as everyone was thinking hard, Dong Qinghao suddenly said with a smile, "I think there is a good candidate." The other 3 asked in unison. Chapter 252. Su Yan. When they heard Dong Qinghao's words, everyone looked at Dong Qinghao in surprise. Su Yan was only an 8 meridian saint. It could be said that he was the weakest person in this battle. Whether or not Su Yan would be able to participate in the battle this time was still unknown. Not to mention that Su Yan could win a place in the top 10. Dong Qinghao, are you crazy? Su Yan, do you think it's possible? Macario Ice looked at Dong Qinghao with obvious anger on his face. He now felt that Dong Qinghao was being unreasonable. Not only Macario Ice, but even Chu Linger looked at Dong Qinghao suspiciously and said, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, then junior brother Su's strength is a bit too weak." Dong Qinghao was not surprised by their expressions at all. He still maintained his cynical look and said with a smile, "In fact, we have been thinking about who to protect to enter the top 10. We have also been proposing to protect the strongest person. But if you change your thinking, we will protect Su Yan. Isn't that a variable? This is called for Bing to make a surprise move, to catch them off guard." Nonsense. Macario Ice did not listen to Dong Qinghao's explanation at all. He shouted softly, Dong Qinghao, you are simply fooling around. What variable? What do you mean by being caught off guard? Even if the rules of this battle have changed, no matter what, it is still the same. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Senior brother Mu, don't forget that Su Yen is still the palace master of our monster palace. Compared to Mikaryu Ice's anger, Dong Qinghao still maintained a faint smile. So what if he is the palace master? Mikaryu Ice snorted coldly and said, if Palace Master Chu had not chosen him, how could I, Mikaryu Ice, submit to him? Anyway, no matter who I protect to enter the top 10 this time, I will not protect Su Yen. After Mikaryu Ice finished speaking, he sat directly to the side and glared angrily. Obviously, he was very angry at Dong Qinghao's suggestion of Su Yen. Dong Qinghao saw Mikaryu Ice's expression and smiled slightly and said, Senior brother Mu, don't be angry. We will see who will be protected tomorrow. How will we see tomorrow? Mikaryu Ice glared at Mikaryu Ice. Let's see Su Yan's performance. Dong Qinghao smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a playful smile. He was full of expectations as he thought about Su Yan's performance in tomorrow's battle. Faintly, he felt that Su Yen would bring an absolute shock this time. In fact, Dong Qinghao did not know why he always felt that Su Yen had an irresistible force that had been guiding him. It made Dong Qinghao choose to believe in Su Yen. Seeing Dong Qinghao being so persistent, Mikaryu Ice was not angry but happy. Looking at Dong Qinghao's confident look, he sneered, Dong Qinghao, since you have so much confidence in this Su Yen, then fine. This time, if Su Yen really has an outstanding performance, I can guarantee that he will enter the top 10. However, I am worried that this Su Yen will be eliminated as soon as he enters the arena. Dong Qinghao, don't forget that those who are participating in this competition are all at the Celestial Phenomenon stage. Is that so? Dong Qinghao raised his eyebrows and laughed. Senior brother Mu, since you have no confidence in Su Yen, then let's make a bet, okay? Alright, let's bet. However, since we're going to bet, we naturally need to have some stakes. When Mikaryu Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he also looked at him with interest. Is this a stake? Dong Qinghao narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Senior brother Mu, I have long known that you have always wanted my Dongqing clan's Wanxiang divine skill, Star Source Explosion. If Su Yen is eliminated this time, then I will give you this Star Source Explosion for free. Star Source Explosion. When Mikaryu Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He pointed at Dong Qinghao and shouted, Dong Qinghao, you brat, are you crazy? What is it that makes you trust Su Yen so much? Dong Qinghao actually didn't know why he trusted Su Yen so much. It was just based on a feeling. And Dong Qinghao's nature had always been casual. Since he had such a feeling, he naturally had to act according to his feelings. Seeing the astonished expression on Mu Liubing's face, Xiaochen smiled faintly and said to the other two, Senior brother Mu Liubing, you don't have to worry about this. I just want to know if you want to bet or not. When Mikaryu Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he didn't waste any more time and sneered. Dong Qinghao, you want to give me the Wanxiang divine skill of your Dongqing clan for free. Why wouldn't I, Mikaryu Ice, want it? That's not necessarily true. Dong Qinghao chuckled, waved the fan in his hand, and continued, Senior brother Mikaryu Ice, since I have placed this stake, what if I win? You win. Mikaryu Ice was stunned. He didn't think that he would lose this bet at all, because no matter what, Su Yen only had the strength of an 8-meridian saint. He didn't believe that Su Yen could get a place in the competition among the experts. However, seeing that Dong Qinghao was so confident that he even bet the Wanxiang divine skill of his Dongqing clan, Mikaryu Ice naturally wouldn't be disappointed. He glanced at Dong Qinghao and said with a smile, Dong Qinghao, you can even bet the Wanxiang divine skill of your Dongqing clan. What can I, Mikaryu Ice, bet? Tell me, as long as you like it, I, Mikaryu Ice, can afford to lose. Can I say it myself? Dong Qinghao narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, Senior brother Mu, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Say it. Mikaryu Ice said generously. He didn't believe that Dong Qinghao could win this bet at all. Actually, it's nothing. Senior brother Mu, if you lose, You just need to make sure that Su Yan enters the top 10. Dong Qinghao smiled slightly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned again. They didn't understand what Dong Qinghao was thinking. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak. Makaryu Ice looked at Dong Qinghao in surprise and said, Dong Qinghao, are you sure? I'm sure. Dong Qinghao smiled slightly, his eyes exuding a determined look, and his tone was decisive. Seeing Dong Qinghao's determined attitude, Makaryu Ice didn't try to persuade him anymore. He waved his hand and left first, leaving only one sentence. Dong Qinghao, you just wait for tomorrow to obediently hand over your Dongqing clan's 10,000 elephant divine skill. When Dong Qinghao heard Makaryu Ice's words, he smiled slightly and didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Chu Linger and said, Junior Sister Chu, do you believe in Su Yan? Chu Linger suddenly didn't know how to answer Dong Qinghao's question. She also didn't know how to express her thoughts. She instinctively wanted to believe in Su Yan, but she really couldn't believe in Su Yan's strength. After all of this was a matter of great importance, related to the reputation of the entire East Palace. As the daughter of the previous palace master, she had to consider the entire East Palace. Seeing Chu Linger's hesitation, Dong Qinghao smiled and said, Junior Sister Chu, you've chosen the right person. Su Yan will be a good husband. When Chu Linger heard Dong Qinghao's words, her face suddenly flushed. She shyly lowered her head and said shyly, Dong Qinghao, senior brother, what are you talking about? Dong Qinghao looked at Chu Linger's appearance and didn't say anything. Instead, he laughed and then left. Seeing this, Ratley also followed him. Only Chu Linger was left in a daze. Thinking of Su Yan's handsome appearance, her face couldn't help but blush again. She whispered, Su Yan, will you really become my husband? Then Chu Linger's face couldn't help but blush again. She then left the hall. Because the battle was imminent, it was destined to be a sleepless night. All of the disciples were looking forward to the battle tomorrow. However, there was one exception. That was Su Yan. In this 1 month, Su Yan constantly absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth in an attempt to condense his 9th Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, he kept failing. Why is it like this? Can't this spiritual energy really become my 9th Saint Meridian? Su Yan didn't know how many failures he had experienced. Even if he had a strong will, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. This spiritual energy dissipates after passing through my body. It can't condense a Saint Meridian at all. Su Yan had long forgotten about the time and didn't care about the battle outside. He was wholeheartedly studying his 9th Saint Meridian. He thought about his countless failures and his efforts in the past month. Su Yan felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Su Yan also concluded some of the reasons for his failures. The reason why I can't condense my 9th Saint Meridian is definitely not because of the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the ruler of all things and encompasses everything in heaven and earth. It's obviously the best element to condense my 9th Saint Meridian. The reason why I can't condense my 9th Saint Meridian is because there's something wrong with my cultivation method. This is why I can't condense my 9th Saint Meridian. The 9th Saint Meridian is the pinnacle of the Saint Meridian realm. Then, you have to combine the 9 Saint Meridian to condense yourself and communicate with the power of heaven and earth to condense the celestial phenomenon realm. Then can I fuse the power of my 8 meridians and condense my 9th Saint Meridian? After all, each meridian has its own element. That's why I can't condense my 9th Saint Meridian, the most important meridian in heaven and earth. As Su Yan thought about it, a bright light burst out from his eyes. He said to himself, no matter what, I'll bet on you. As he spoke, Su Yan's sun-colored glaze sword scripture quickly circulated in his body. However, he no longer absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he fused his 8 Saint Meridian together. First pressure, second pressure, Su Yan's entire body seemed to be on fire. A red light shot out from his eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge burst of energy exploded on Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan's entire body was in pain, as if thousands of ants were biting him. Chapter 253. The resplendent night sky and the dazzling starlight formed the most beautiful night above the vast East Sea. Even such a beautiful night couldn't calm the excited hearts of the Supreme Demon Palace disciples. The Great Fey Ancient Pagoda Qualification Battle. It could definitely be considered a grand event in Monster Palace's century-old history. The spiritual energy inside the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was 100 times denser than the outside world. This made everyone look forward to it, yearn for it, and even go crazy for it. It was this madness and this yearning. It turned this beautiful night into a sleepless and restless night. All the disciples were anxiously waiting. Some of them had even arrived early at the trial grounds for the battle in anticipation. There were always people complaining about why time passed so slowly. In fact, time was the fairest thing in the world. It would never favor anyone, and it would never change because of anyone's emotions. No matter how beautiful the night was or how frustrated everyone was. Time still passed quietly, ushering in the morning light. The moment the first ray of dawn surged, all the disciples immediately became excited. It's starting, someone shouted excitedly. However, what they got in return was a wave of curses. Start my ass. Can't you see that the elder hasn't arrived yet? Hearing these curses, everyone was filled with anticipation for Elder Li Tianyi. They hoped that Li Tianyi would immediately appear in front of everyone. Unfortunately, the more they hoped, the more Li Tianyi did not appear. This made everyone even more arrogant and impatient. Some people even wanted to curse. After another 2 hours, Li Tianyi appeared in the trial grounds. Seeing the excited expressions of the disciples, Li Tianyi's face was also filled with excitement. Although he had gone from being the West Palace Elder to being the Elder of the entire Monster Palace. However, today was the day that he could truly exercise his authority as an Elder. He could truly see the disciples of the entire Monster Palace. Thinking of his identity, Li Tianyi's heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, because of the excitement in his heart, Li Tianyi felt even more reverence for Princess Chu. He also swore in his heart that he must take charge of this battle to repay the kindness of the Princess of Chu. Li Tianyi thought for a long time before he finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. Looking at the thousands of disciples still gathered below, he cleared his throat and slowly said, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of today's competition." In fact, all the disciples knew about this. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disciples gathered here today. Right now, what everyone wanted the most was for Li Tianyi to announce the start of the competition. Unfortunately, the more impatient the disciples were, the more impatient Li Tianyi became. Long after nagging for half a day, if those people were not afraid of Li Tianyi, they would have all gone crazy. Everyone wanted Li Tianyi to announce the start of the competition as soon as possible, but there were also a few people who wanted Li Tianyi to wait a little longer. These were not others. They were Dong Qinghao, Chu Linger, and Rat Li. Why isn't Su Yan here yet? Did he forget the date? Rat Li looked around and didn't see Su Yan's figure. He couldn't help but frown. Chu Linger also looked worried. She kept looking around, but unfortunately, she didn't see Su Yan's figure. Seeing this, Makaryu Ice laughed gloatingly. I think Su Yan probably knows that he won't be qualified, so he gave up and didn't come. After Makaryu Ice finished speaking, he immediately looked at Dong Qinghao and laughed. Dong Qinghao, I think you'd better take out your Dongqing clan's 10,000 elephant divine skill. As Mu Lubing spoke, he began to laugh complacently. To him, Dong Qinghao's 10,000 elephant divine skill was definitely his today. Dong Qinghao saw Makaryu Ice. Niza's expression didn't change at all. He still maintained his cynical expression and said with a smile, Makaryu Ice, it's not the end yet. Why do you say that? Why, Dong Qinghao, are you still holding on to hope? That Su Yan probably won't come. Makaryu Ice said with a teasing smile. His eyes were filled with mockery. Dong Qinghao ignored him. He only looked in the direction of Spirit Palace and muttered to himself, he will come. All right, let the competition officially begin. At this moment, Li Tianyi finally announced the start of the competition after some nonsense. This time, due to the limited number of spots to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, only the top 50 disciples of Monster Palace can be chosen. therefore I specially set a rule. As Li Tianyi spoke, he raised a gigantic ball in his hand. And because there are many disciples in Monster Palace, we will use an elimination method this time. There are 300 silk banners in my ball. In a while, I will throw them out. Whoever obtains a silk banner will have the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. As Li Tianyi spoke, he raised the ball in his hand. All the disciples looked at the ball with a look of desire in their eyes. All of them were looking forward to it. However, Li Tianyi seemed to be deliberately whetting their appetites. He didn't move. Just as everyone was about to curse, Li Tianyi finally used his qi to throw the ball in his hand. It immediately flew into the sky and with a bang, it exploded, scattering countless red silk banners. The moment the silk banners appeared, all the disciples immediately rushed forward to snatch them. Makaryu Ice and company weren't slow either. They flew up at the same time. The moment they flew up, Makaryu Ice looked at Dong Qinghao and immediately revealed a smile. Dong Qinghao, the competition is about to begin. That Su Yan hasn't appeared yet. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? When Dong Qinghao heard this, he didn't answer him. Instead, he pushed away a disciple at the sacred bloodline realm and instantly snatched a silk banner from his hand. There were too many disciples participating in the competition this time, and the spots were limited. Therefore, this round was the first elimination round. Only those who obtained a silk banner had the right to enter. However, because there were 300 spots, many people still obtained silk banners. At the same time, there were many disciples in Monster Palace. In a short while, all the silk banners were snatched up. There were only a few silk banners left. There were still people constantly fighting over them. And most of these people were experts at the sacred bloodline realm. This included Wu Yang. Although Wu Yang's strength was only at the sacred bloodline realm, his cultivation speed had made him one of the geniuses of Monster Palace. Even many celestial phenomenon disciples were unwilling to provoke Wu Yang. After all, Wu Yang would probably be able to unleash strength stronger than himself in just a few days. But even so, there were too many participants this time. And almost all of them had the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm. Even though Wu Yang was usually favored, he still felt a little helpless in this fair battle. There was only one silk banner left. Wu Yang was even more furious. He directly drew his sword and forced it towards that person. That person was only at the sacred bloodline realm. The reason why he was able to obtain this silk banner was only by luck. Seeing Wu Yang's sword approaching at such a fast speed, that person was immediately alarmed. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and threw out the silk banner in his hand. When Wu Yang saw this, he stopped chasing that person and hurriedly chased after the silk banner. As long as I obtain the silk banner and enter the trial grounds, I will have a way to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Wu Yang looked at the silk banner and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He reached out to grab the silk banner and his face immediately surged with an excited expression. Li Tianyi nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. He happened to see Wu Yang's gaze and nodded meaningfully at him. That's right. The reason why Wu Yang was confident that he could obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate after entering the trial grounds was because of Li Tianyi's existence. Don't forget that although Li Tianyi was now an elder of Monster Palace, his previous identity was an elder of the Western Palace. And Wu Yang was one of his disciples. Since he had such authority, he naturally had to open a back door for his disciple. Originally, he had wanted to let Wu Yang enter the trial grounds directly. However, when he thought about how his promotion this time was all thanks to Princess Chu's recognition of his worth, and how this was the first time he had presided over a major event since becoming an elder of Monster Palace, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. He only arranged some doorways in the trial grounds. At this juncture, Wu Yang still needed to work hard himself. When he saw that Wu Yang did not snatch the banner, he was sweating in his heart. Now that he saw Wu Yang obtain the banner, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Wu Yang was even more so. Looking at the banner in front of him, his eyes emitted a bright light. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered that day, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a cold smile. Su Yan, when I obtain the qualifications to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda to cultivate and step into the celestial realm, you won't even be fit to carry my shoes." Thinking of Su Yan kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Wu Yang could not help but laugh out loud. Looking at the banner in front of him, he reached out and laughed loudly. "Come, my banner." Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by, and Wu Yang grabbed nothing but air. "What?" Wu Yang looked at his empty hands and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "What's going on? Looks like I made it in time." At this moment, a white-robed figure stood in front of him. In his hand was a red banner that was so dazzling. That's right, this person was Su Yan. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this, their eyes lit up. Especially when Dong Qinghao looked at Macario Ice, he could not help but smile. "Senior brother Mu, how are things now?" When Macario Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. When he turned around and saw the banner in Su Yan's hand, he was surprised. What is this kid doing? Why did he suddenly appear at this time? At this moment, Wu Yang also noticed Su Yan in front of him. When he saw the banner in Su Yan's hand, anger immediately surged in his chest. He shouted sternly, "Su Yan, you brat, have finally appeared." Su Yan glanced at Wu Yang and smiled. "What do you mean I finally appeared? Were you looking for me?" Wu Yang snorted and shouted, "Su Yan, I'm not just looking for you. I even want to kill you. However, now is not the time. Obediently hand over the banner in your hand and I can spare your life today." Chapter 254. Why are you giving it to me? Wu Yang wasn't angry when he heard Su Yan's words. Instead, he smiled contemptuously. A few months ago, he was only a 7-meridian saint. Su Yan might have been able to fight him to a draw. However, he was now a 9-meridian saint and was only one step away from the celestial phenomenon realm. He didn't believe that Su Yan could improve from a 4-meridian saint to that level in just a few months. Therefore, Wu Yang wasn't afraid that Su Yan would take the banner away. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Since Su Yan had the banner in his hand, he could rightfully snatch it away. This was the perfect opportunity to regain his previous humiliation. "Su Yan, are you really going to hold on to this banner and not let it go?" Wu Yang looked at Su Yan coldly. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an evil smile. At the same time, the power of a 9-meridian saint surged in his body. Wow, Wu Yang has already entered the 9-meridian saint. This cultivation speed. The moment the spirit energy on Wu Yang's body surged, the disciples who were familiar with him immediately burst into a burst of exclamations. This was because they knew very well that Wu Yang was only a 7-meridian saint a few months ago. Now, in just a few months, he was able to enter the 9-meridian saint from the 7-meridian saint. This cultivation speed could definitely be described as fast. After all, some disciples might not be able to enter the 1st meridian even after 1 or 2 years. When Wu Yang heard the exclamations of the people below, the smile on his face became even more smug. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of disdain and waved his hand disdainfully. "Su Yan, if you want to die, you can hold on to the banner and not let it go." "Oh no," Wu Yang said with a cold smile. "Su Yan, I forgot that our monster palace has been unified. You and I are now considered disciples of the same sect. Since we are disciples of the same sect, we can't kill each other." "I forgot about it." He could say, "What a pity, what a pity." Although Wu Yang said this, his eyes were still filled with disdain when he looked at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's indeed a pity." When Wu Yang saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, even so, this is a competition. Since it is a competition, it is inevitable that there will be some accidents. For example, if I want to snatch the banner in your hand, then your arm." "Arm?" Su Yan looked at his arm and smiled. "I really didn't expect this." Su Yan turned his head to look at Elder Li Tianyi and asked, "Elder Li, is it allowed to lose an arm in this competition?" "Of course." At this moment, Li Tianyi wished he could tear Su Yan apart. This was because if not for Su Yan's appearance, Wu Yang would have been able to enter the trial grounds and obtain the qualifications to enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. And all of this was because of Su Yan's appearance, causing all of this to change. If not for the fact that he was a sect elder and that he had Princess Chu behind him, Li Tianyi would probably have snatched the banner from Su Yan's hand. Now that Wu Yang had said so, even if there was no such rule, Li Tianyi was willing to bear the responsibility. After all, Li Tianyi believed that Princess Chu wouldn't give up a genius disciple for an ordinary disciple. When Li Tianyi thought of Wu Yang's strength, he calmed down a lot. He suppressed the resentment in his heart and looked at everyone. This trial is to determine the strength of our sect's disciples, so it is inevitable that there will be some accidental injuries. Elder Li Tianyi is right. Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and naturally knew what he was thinking. After all, Su Yan was now Monster Palace's palace lord, so how could he not know what Li Tianyi was thinking? However, Su Yan didn't dislike Li Tianyi's actions. Instead, he admired it. After all, this society was a world of the strong. It was also a world of mutual deception. How could there be no schemes in this world? Although Su Yan usually disdained using schemes, he didn't dislike it, especially under such circumstances. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not dislike Li Tianyi's words, but he was also very satisfied. He even nodded respectfully at him before looking at Wu Yang again. Li Tianyi wanted to show his fairness. What he said was for all the disciples to hear. Naturally, Wu Yang also heard his words. Hearing Li Tianyi's words, the smile on Wu Yang's face deepened. He operated the cultivation method in his body, and the majestic spirit suddenly surged up. His entire person became more powerful. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted domineeringly, "Su Yan, I'll give you one last chance to choose." "No need." Su Yan didn't wait for Wu Yang to finish his words. He smiled slightly and interrupted him. What? Wu Yang was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. Then he suddenly sneered, Su Yan, why do you still want to be as lucky as last time? Don't forget that I'm now a 9-meridian saint. I'm not someone a 4-meridian saint like you can resist." "I know." In the face of Wu Yang's arrogance, Su Yan's expression remained calm. There was not the slightest change in his eyes. The more Su Yan acted like this, the angrier Wu Yang became. In Wu Yang's eyes, Su Yan was just an ant. And he was a divine dragon. How could an ant be so arrogant in front of a divine dragon? This was obviously a disgrace to a divine dragon. Seeing Su Yan's calm expression, Wu Yang immediately became angry. He shouted coldly, "Su Yan, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude." "Is that so?" Su Yan's lips curled up, but he still looked calm. Seeing Su Yan like this, Wu Yang immediately jumped up and shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his body rushed out and directly grabbed Su Yan's head. The moment Wu Yang attacked, Su Yan's people, whether they were familiar with him or not, all started shouting, "Who is Su Yan? How dare he go against Wu Yang?" That's right, doesn't he know Wu Yang's potential? These words happened to be heard by Wu Yang's two subordinates. Zhou Chen and Li Jun. Zhou Chen immediately explained, "This kid is just a 4-meridian saint." "What 4-meridian saint?" Hearing Zhou Chen's words, everyone became even more surprised. A 4-meridian saint dares to go against Wu Yang? Isn't he courting death? That's right, a 4-meridian saint dares to fight for the banner. Just as everyone was shouting bang, suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Zhou Chen immediately shouted excitedly, "Senior brother Wu, cripple this kid, cripple this kid." Seeing this scene, the other disciples kept shaking their heads. Perhaps they didn't know Su Yan's identity earlier and still had some thoughts about Su Yan, but after hearing Zhou Chen's explanation that he was just a 4-meridian saint a few months ago, the suspense in their hearts immediately disappeared. Now, besides feeling sorry for Su Yan, they also felt that Su Yan was stupid. I really don't know where this kid gets his courage from. If he's stronger than Wu Yang, then so be it, but a 4-meridian saint dares to go against Wu Yang. Isn't he courting death? That's right, this kid is probably from the Eastern Palace. He doesn't know Wu Yang's potential. What doesn't he know? Even if he doesn't, a 4-meridian saint dares to fight for the banner. Isn't he courting death? That's right, that's right. Just as everyone was talking, a voice sounded in their ears. Hey, can you guys look carefully before you speak? Those people couldn't help but be stunned. Just as they were about to flare up, they turned around and saw the cynical smile on that face and immediately restrained themselves. They knew who this person was. It was Dong Qinghao, one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Someone immediately reacted and greeted Dong Qinghao. Dong Qinghao ignored them and laughed. Boys, look carefully before you speak, okay? Several people nodded, and after a long while, someone came back to his senses. What did senior brother Dong Qinghao tell us to look carefully? That's right. Several people shook their heads in confusion. When they looked in the direction where Su Yan and Wu Yang were fighting, they were all stunned. It took a while for someone to react. What's going on? Didn't they say that Su Yan was only a 4 Meridian saint? Zhou Chen, didn't you say that this kid was only a 4 Meridian saint? Someone immediately questioned Zhou Chen excitedly when he recalled that it was Zhou Chen who said that Su Yan was a 4 Meridian saint. Zhou Chen's face was also filled with shock. Being questioned by this person, his entire body kept trembling. I don't know either. This kid was only a 4 Meridian saint a few months ago. That's right. Graduate chimed in from the side. What? He was only a 4 Meridian saint a few months ago? Who are you lying to? Countless people looked at Zhou Chen with astonishment in their eyes. On the field, Wu Yang looked at Su Yan in front of him with a face full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you be a celestial emperor? How is this possible? Su Yan ignored Wu Yang's words and glanced at him. Wu Yang, do you think the right hand is more suitable or the left hand? How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Yang had long lost his mind. He looked at Su Yan and kept muttering to himself, how is this possible? Su Yan, how can you be a celestial emperor? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Wu Yang shouted. Suddenly he rushed outside like a madman, shouting nonstop. Seeing this, Li Tianyi's heart ached. He wanted to chase after him, but thinking of his identity, he held back and hurriedly gave Zhou Chen and Graduate a look. The two immediately understood and chased after Wu Yang. But as soon as they got close to Wu Yang, they were sent flying by Wu Yang's palm. Zhou Chen looked at Wu Yang's red eyes and shouted in horror, Crazy, crazy, Wu Yang has gone crazy. Seeing this, Li Tianyi was even more shocked and hurriedly went forward to stop Wu Yang. Seeing that his proud disciple had gone crazy like this, Li Tianyi's heart immediately widened. He really wanted to get rid of Su Yan. Chapter 255. Su Yan, huh? I'll remember you. Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan with a murderous look in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Even so, it still didn't escape Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan didn't care much when he saw this. After all, Wu Yang was Li Tianyi's disciple. Li Tianyi had gone crazy because of him, so it was reasonable for Li Tianyi to be angry. This showed that Li Tianyi was still a loyal person. Only those who were loyal could work for the Supreme Demon Palace. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not care, but he was also a little happy. After all, Su Yan was now the palace master of Monster Palace. There were many things that he couldn't do just because of a moment of anger. Wu Yang, if he hadn't been so aggressive, Su Yan wouldn't have made things difficult for him. Even if Su Yan said those words in the end, it was only to save his face. He didn't think that Wu Yang's mind would be so weak. Wu Yang, as a disciple of Monster Palace, had such qualifications. It could be said that his existence could greatly increase the strength of Monster Palace. But that was it. The bit of regret that Su Yan originally had in his heart had completely disappeared. Su Yan didn't like such a person. He didn't feel that it was a pity. He leaped and arrived in front of Dong Qinghao and the others. Chu Linger and the others saw Su Yan and immediately greeted him excitedly. They excitedly grabbed Su Yan's hand. Junior brother Su, congratulations. Thank you, senior sister. Su Yan couldn't help but touch Chu Linger's soft and smooth hand. Chu Linger realized something and hurriedly pulled back her hand. Her face was flushed, and she turned around and secretly glared at Su Yan. Dong Qinghao happened to see this scene, which immediately made him laugh. "Ha, the junior sister Chu, at first you didn't believe Su Yan, but now you do." "I didn't." When Chu Linger heard Dong Qinghao's words, her face became even redder. She looked at Su Yan apologetically. After all, Dong Qinghao had made a bet with Macaryu Ice, and Chu Linger was skeptical about it. Because Su Yan did not hear the conversation that day, he could not help but ask doubtfully, "Senior brother Dong Qing, what is there to believe or not to believe?" Dong Qinghao did not answer Su Yan directly. Instead, he turned to look at Macaryu Ice and said, "Senior brother Mu, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to get the 10,000 elephants divine skill from my Dongqing clan. We still have to see if Su Yan can persevere through the second stage." Macaryu Ice was still unconvinced. However, although he said so, he could not help but sigh in his heart at Su Yan's fast cultivation speed. In just a short month, Su Yan was able to go from an 8-meridian saint to a Tianxiang saint. This cultivation speed was absolutely monstrous. Macaryu Ice had always held himself high, but now when he saw Su Yan, he could not help but feel a little sad. With such a fast cultivation speed, when can I catch up with him? Macaryu Ice sighed in his heart. Looking at the shy Chu Linger beside him, he felt even more bitter in his heart. It seems that junior sister Chu Linger's choice is true. Macaryu Ice said and sighed again. He stepped forward and looked at Su Yan with a serious face. "Su Yan, this time you must get the qualification to the top 10, do you understand?" Su Yan could not help but be stunned, not understanding what he meant. He wasn't the only one who was stunned. The others were stunned as well. However, Dong Qinghao reacted quickly. Looking at the serious Macaryu Ice, he laughed and said, "Senior brother Mu, don't you want the Wanxiang divine skill of our Dongqing clan?" When Macaryu Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. Then he turned his head and ignored Dong Qinghao and the others. This brother Mu is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Now he only lacks Ming Ruofeng. Dong Qinghao looked at Macaryu Ice's back and smiled slightly. Then he turned his head and was about to say something to Su Yan. But before he could say anything, a voice rang out. Li Tianyi had already settled Wu Yang's matter and stepped forward to announce, "The trial begins." Obviously, Li Tianyi was very disappointed because of what had happened to Wu Yang. Without wasting any time, he waved his hand. The trial ground that had been set up a month ago was finally opened at this moment. You can use the banner in your hand to pass through this barrier. Then, you can retrieve the specific item hidden in the trial ground. Once you reach the designated location, you will be qualified to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Li Tianyi was clearly in a bad mood. After briefly explaining the rules, he turned and left. However, the disciples who received the banner were not affected by Li Tianyi's bad mood. Looking at the light screen that slowly opened, each of their faces were filled with excitement. The moment the light screen opened, the 300 disciples who were qualified for the trial rushed forward with the banner in their hand. "Su Yan, let's go." When Dong Qinghao saw this, he did not say anything else and quickly flew into the barrier. After all, no one knew what was going on in this training ground this time, and what kind of factors were present. Everyone was afraid that if they were too slow, they would not be able to obtain the specific item hidden inside. This trial ground belonged to the Eastern Palace of the Supreme Demon Palace, an empty space without any buildings. And this was because Li Tianyi had developed this land a month ago for the sake of this battle. Li Tianyi had been promoted by Princess Chu. He was extremely attentive to this matter. He spent a lot of effort on this trial ground. In a month, not only did he turn this empty space into a huge barrier, but he also filled it with many traps. When everyone stepped in and saw the illusory scene in front of them, everyone frowned. They did not know where to go or where to start searching. Just at this moment, the voice of Li Tianyi that he left behind echoed out. "Disciples, welcome to the training ground for the great battle. Since you are able to come here, it clearly means that you have already escaped from the tens of thousands of Supreme Demon Palace disciples." Obviously, Li Tianyi was in a good mood when he set up this trial ground. He spoke a lot of nonsense and spoke for nearly half an hour. All the disciples were a little impatient. Li Tianyi finally got to the point. "This battle is to test the strength of our Monster Palace disciples. At the same time, It is also to test the wisdom of our Monster Palace disciples. That's why the test this time has broken the usual trials of our Supreme Demon Palace. This is the first trial, and I call it the Illusory Maze. Disciples, do your best. If you want to pass this trial, not only will it test your strength, it will also test your intelligence. Oh, right, I almost forgot to say. In this stage, there are 200 banners. These banners are the key to the second stage. While Li Tianyi was talking a lot of nonsense, all the disciples had already stepped forward. Although Li Tianyi talked about the rules here, he did not explain the illusion maze. He only said that there were traps here. All the disciples looked at the illusory scene and did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would fall into some traps. Wisdom, humph, only strength is everything. Just as everyone was walking slowly, suddenly a cold snort came from among the disciples. Then a young man in white jumped out and walked in front of the crowd. He did not care about all the illusions. With a wave of his hand, a spacious road immediately appeared in front of him. All the disciples saw this scene and were surprised. Su Yan looked at this person and could not help but frown. At this time, Dong Qinghao quietly approached from somewhere and showed his signature smile. This person is Nangong's strongest disciple, Murong Fu. It is said that his strength is close to the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Murong Fu. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he frowned slightly. He did not care about this and continued to walk forward. Su Yan did not want to get a spot in the Monster Palace competition today. He only wanted to get the qualification to cultivate in the Great Monster Ancient Pagoda. Even if he was last, Su Yan did not care. Of course, he did not know that Dong Qinghao and Macario Ice had already discussed to guarantee that he would enter the top 10. Su Yan was like this, but it did not mean that the other disciples were like this. Under Murong Fu's lead, many disciples followed suit. Unfortunately, some disciples were not strong enough and followed his example. They did not care about the illusion and directly jumped up. But, with a loud sound, a fog suddenly rose from the ground and surrounded him. No matter how he struggled, he could not get out. Among the colleagues, Li Tianyi's voice came. Eliminated. With this order, the person's figure disappeared from the trial ground. Seeing this scene, many disciples who wanted to follow suit were shocked. Only then did they realize that the maze illusion array was not that simple. When Su Yan saw this, he laughed in his heart. This maze illusion array is not that simple. Then he took a step forward. Soon, Su Yan realized that everyone around him had disappeared. He did not find it strange and only smiled slightly. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with such a method. Not only was he familiar with it, but Su Yan had already seen it before entering the Monster Palace. This was an illusion. Su Yan had already seen it in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. At that time, Su Yan might not have known the power of illusion. When Su Yan entered the Monster Palace, Su Yan also understood the existence of illusion. Illusion could be said to be a kind of myriad divine skill. However, because there were differences in strength in illusion, those who cultivated illusion did not need to become Emperor Tianxiang to cultivate illusion. Because of the mystery of illusion, many warriors liked to cultivate some illusion to bewitch others. Of course, although every martial artist could practice illusions, not every martial artist could succeed in doing so. After all, illusions required a very high amount of spiritual force. Without a strong spiritual force, it was impossible to construct illusions. Chapter 256. Although Elder Li Tianyi had some tricks up his sleeve when setting up the illusion realm, it was still an illusion realm. Compared to the illusion realm Su Yan had encountered in Myriad Ghost Cavern, it paled in comparison. You want to stump me with just this? Su Yan looked at the illusion around him as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. If this were in the past, Su Yan might have been worried when encountering such an illusion realm. However, such a simple illusion realm was nothing to Su Yan. But don't forget, Su Yan is now the Emperor of Heaven. Furthermore, Su Yan had been able to escape the powerful illusion realm in Myriad Ghost Cavern when he was only at the Sacred Bloodline realm, much less the simple illusion array that Elder Li Tianyi had set up. The reason why an illusion realm was called an illusion realm was because it was an illusory existence. As long as one's willpower was strong enough, the illusion realm would automatically vanish. Su Yan had encountered countless dangers along the way. He had been on the brink of death several times. With his willpower, he naturally did not fear such a simple illusion realm. However, Su Yan was in no hurry to get rid of the illusion realm. This was because he knew the rules of this competition very well. Apart from having to pass through the illusion realm, the most important thing was to obtain the item that Elder Li Tianyi had buried here. Only by obtaining the item would he be able to pass this round and proceed to the second round. Furthermore, Su Yan had no intention of competing for a ranking. All he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan was in no hurry at all. Instead, he casually searched through the illusion realm. As he searched, Su Yan studied the illusion realm. Illusory and real. This Elder Li Tianyi is indeed quite strong. However, I wonder what level I would reach if I were to cultivate in illusions. Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the illusion realm. Illusions were a special divine skill that existed in the world. Every warrior could cultivate it. Of course, the only difference was in their attainments in illusions. In the past, Su Yan only wanted to pursue strength. However, ever since Su Yan became the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan's mentality had changed a lot. Especially after the trip to the Blood Devil Cave, Su Yan's attitude towards cultivation had undergone a huge change. In the past, Su Yan only believed that strength was the only way. The continuous pursuit of strength was the way of the king. This caused Su Yan to overlook many things in the world. At the same time, it also made Su Yan forget that there were many mysterious things in this world. For example, this illusion technique. It was a strange technique. If one could learn it, they wouldn't be able to use it to temporarily subdue their enemies. However, it would add many benefits to the defense of some sections. Especially now that Su Yan was looking at the mysteries of this illusion array. Su Yan's heart was even more moved. He circled around and couldn't help but nod. It seems that after this competition, I really have to cultivate the illusion technique. Although illusions could be cultivated by every warrior. However, because of the special existence of illusions, one also needed illusions books or a master to guide them. Only then could one use spiritual power and mental power to condense illusions. Without these, it would be impossible to comprehend illusions by relying on one's own comprehension. Therefore, although Su Yan wanted to cultivate illusions now. However, there was no book of illusions here, so he had to give up. I'll have to wait until this matter is over before I can make any plans. The most important thing now is to find the thing that Li Tianyi buried here. Su Yan murmured, no longer thinking about the matter of the illusion. Instead, he began to concentrate on finding what Li Tianyi hid here. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find anything here even after circling around for a long time. Is there nothing here? Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to break this illusion array, bang! Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in front of him. At the same time, a red light burst out. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. This is a Wu. At this moment, a huge demonic beast suddenly jumped up from the ground. As soon as this monster beast appeared, it immediately roared at Su Yan. Monster beast. When Su Yan saw this monster beast, his brows couldn't help but frown. Because this was the boundary of the monster palace, it was impossible for monster beasts to exist. Now that a demonic beast had suddenly appeared, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why would a monster beast appear here? Su Yan looked at the monster beast in front of him and frowned. He looked carefully at the monster beast in front of him and found that he didn't recognize it. This made Su Yan even more puzzled. After watching for a long time, Su Yan found that this monster beast was different from the usual monster beasts. To be precise, this monster beast didn't seem to be a real monster beast. I understand. Su Yan looked carefully and finally understood. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be an illusion arranged by Li Tianyi. Wu. At this moment, the demonic beast let out a low roar and pounced towards Su Yan. Interesting. Su Yan smiled slightly. Seeing the monster pounce on him, he didn't panic at all. Just when the monster beast was about to get close to him, his closed eyes suddenly opened and burst out a ray of red light. The mental power in his mind burst out. Woo! The demonic beast let out a low cry and then disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Just a little illusion and you want to stump me? Su Yan smiled so calmly, but Li Tianyi, who was outside the illusion, was shocked. How can this kid have such a strong mental power? The reason why Li Tianyi could reach this point was that he found the path he wanted to cultivate, which was illusion. Li Tianyi had always been proud of his illusions. However, his powerful skill was so weak in the hands of Su Yan. How could Li Tianyi not be shocked? This kid is only in his early 20s. How can he have such strong mental power? Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan, who was in the illusion array. His face was filled with horror even though it was just a moment ago. Even though it was only a short moment, Li Tianyi felt the strength of Su Yan's mental power. This mental power was not something that an Emperor Tianxiang could have. It was also not something that Su Yan could have at his age. Of course, Li Tianyi didn't know what Su Yan had experienced. Su Yan had gone through the experience of the 9 zigzag cloister of the Stupa Pagoda. His wisdom was better than a 100-year-old person. Su Yan? Let's see how you are going to block my attack this time. Since you dared to injure my disciple, how can I not make you pay a price? Li Tianyi looked at the complacent Su Yan in the illusion array and a cold smile appeared on his face. Following that, with a thought, bang. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the illusion. Su Yan naturally didn't know that it was Li Tianyi who was playing tricks behind the scenes. He thought that this illusion was set up by elder Li Tianyi long ago. With the previous experience, Su Yan did not show any signs of shock when faced with the sudden explosion. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He smiled and said, Elder Li Tianyi's arrangement is quite interesting. Not bad, not bad. I want to practice illusion. This illusion array set up by Elder Li Tianyi can give me some understanding of illusion. As Su Yan spoke, he rolled his eyes and a resplendent ray of light immediately surged out. He stared at the red light and leaped up. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few sword shadows suddenly flew towards Su Yan's body. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Not only that, at the moment the sword shadow flew, Su Yan could also feel a strong sense of oppression surging towards him, directly entering his mind. Su Yan felt the strong pressure and couldn't help but frown. It seems that the illusion this time is much stronger than before. Illusion, although it was an illusory existence. As long as one's mental power was strong enough, one could break it. However, if the mental power of the person who cast the illusion was stronger than the person who broke it, then the person would be able to control the person's mental power. Then, this person could directly control this person's spiritual power, making it impossible for him to break out. Su Yan didn't feel anything from the demonic beast just now. However, Su Yan immediately felt a burst of pressure from the sword shadows. It was as if his whole body was being controlled. Just like this, do you really want to trap me? Su Yan looked at the approaching sword shadows and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted coldly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, a strong light burst out. This wasn't a competition of spiritual power or spiritual energy. It was a competition of mental power and willpower. Looking at the sword shadows that kept flying toward him, Su Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he went up to meet them. Because Su Yan knew very well that if he retreated, he would lose. Break for me. Su Yan jumped up and shouted coldly. Suddenly, a thought of nothingness burst out from his mind. All of a sudden, the sword shadows disappeared. What this? How is this possible? The moment the sword shadows were broken, Li Tianyi, who was outside the illusion array, had a look of horror on his face. However, soon, a burst of anger surged in his body. He shouted, Su Yan, let's see how you resist this. While speaking, Li Tianyi's mental power moved. Instantly, a powerful force burst out from his mind. Bang! With a loud bang, a bright light suddenly surged in the illusion array. What? There's more! Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Su Yan thought that Li Tianyi had already set up this illusion array. However, with so many of them appearing, Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was reasonable to say that this was just a trial. This kind of battle array shouldn't be so endless. Could it be that Elder Li Tianyi wants to frame me? Su Yan didn't have any dislike for Elder Li Tianyi. After all, Su Yan was now the palace master of Monster Palace. Everything must be considered for the Monster Palace. As an elder of Monster Palace, the stronger Li Tianyi was, the happier Su Yan would be. However, Li Tianyi was now targeting him. This made Su Yan very unhappy. Chapter 257. It was just an ordinary trial, but he had encountered such attacks again and again. This made Su Yan wonder if Li Tianyi was behind this. After all, Su Yan had driven his proud disciple crazy. And this illusion was originally set up by Li Tianyi. It was very likely that Li Tianyi would make things difficult for Su Yan. Li Tianyi, I don't care if you're the one behind this. I'm going to test your illusions. Su Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. At this time, his eyes were like torches. He didn't care whether Li Tianyi was behind this or not. He was more concerned about what would happen next. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound erupted from where the red light had appeared, condensing into a burst of bright fireworks. The fireworks exploded, and in the slightly dim illusion, a huge five-horned dragon suddenly roared out, turning into a bright scene. The huge dragon that seemed to be formed by light was imprinted in Su Yan's eyes, causing him to be a little stunned. Five-horned gigantic dragon. To think that Li Tianyi could use illusions to create such a powerful demonic beast. Su Yan stared at the overlord of the demonic beasts and thought of the ancient demonic beast, five-horned dragon. This five-horned dragon had been destroyed hundreds of years ago. Su Yan didn't expect to see it in this illusion today. Interesting. On the other hand, Su Yan was only stunned for a moment before he quickly recovered. His expression was solemn because Su Yan was certain that Li Tianyi was definitely controlling this illusion. Otherwise, Li Tianyi wouldn't have added such a powerful illusion in this trial. However, Su Yan wasn't angry. He looked at the five-horned dragon in front of him with a burning gaze, and there was a bit of expectation in his eyes. As soon as the five-horned dragon appeared, it burst out a shrill roar as if it was swearing something. This seems to be different from the illusion I saw earlier. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. When he turned his head to look at the five-horned giant dragon, he immediately sensed something and his expression changed drastically. However, before he could hastily retreat, the five-horned giant dragon roared. Its body turned into a bolt of lightning and directly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain surging through his body. A low groan came out from his throat. His body was like a rubber ball that was sent flying, and he was directly sent flying. What the hell is going on? Su Yan suppressed the surging blood in his body with a slightly solemn expression. This was because Su Yan could clearly feel that this didn't seem to be a simple illusion. The attack speed of the shadow just now was too terrifying. Su Yan had always been proud of his speed, not to mention that Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil. It could be said that no one could escape from Su Yan's eyes if their strength wasn't too much higher than his. Unfortunately, Su Yan could only vaguely sense that the five-horned dragon had leaped up. He only saw a flash of light, and he was sent flying. Su Yan had always thought that illusion was only an attack of mental strength and willpower. This sudden, unforeseen event caused Su Yan to be involuntarily stunned. Illusion, five-horned dragon. Su Yan didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. His eyes were fixed on the five-horned dragon in front of him. Looking at the faintly discernible light on his body, Su Yan immediately understood what was going on. Illusory technique. It is created through the essence blood left behind. It can make this illusory technique more realistic. It doesn't even need to destroy the opponent's will. It can attack directly. Su Yan thought. A look of shock quickly appeared on his face. Although Su Yan had never cultivated illusion, it didn't mean that Su Yan didn't understand illusion. Don't forget that Su Yan had been reading all kinds of books in the Spirit Palace for a month. There were records about illusion in the Spirit Palace. Therefore, Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with illusion at all. Not only was he familiar with it, but he was also very familiar with it. It was just that he had never cultivated it. At that time, Su Yan had once read about using the blood essence of some monsters to cultivate illusion. That way, the illusion would appear real. In other words, as long as one used the blood essence to create an illusion, mental strength couldn't break through it at all by relying on willpower. Of course, Su Yan also knew that it took a lot of strength to cultivate illusion to such a level. I didn't expect Li Tianyi to have such a powerful move. The moment Su Yan thought about it, the fear in his heart disappeared. Looking at the five-horned dragon in front of him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. At the same time, he thought to himself, Li Tianyi, I didn't expect you to use such a big move to deal with me. If I don't show you something today, you'll really think that I, Su Yan, am easy to bully. Su Yan didn't have any bad intentions towards Li Tianyi. After all, compared to before, Su Yan's mentality had changed a lot. Su Yan didn't just have to work hard for the Buddha Sword sect. He didn't just have to work hard for his own cultivation. He also had to think about the future of the Monster Palace. And Li Tianyi was an elder of the Monster Palace. Now, the more powerful Li Tianyi became, the happier Su Yan was. Of course, Su Yan knew better than anyone that the most important thing now was to get rid of the five-horned dragon. Otherwise, he would probably have died here today. A five-horned dragon? Su Yan looked back at the ancient giant beast, the five-horned giant dragon. His eyes glowed with radiance. At this time, Su Yan knew that this was no longer an ordinary illusion attack. Suddenly, with a shout, the spirit chi in his body suddenly surged. The majestic spirit chi suddenly rotated, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble at this moment, bursting out with a burst of whistling sounds. In the past month, Su Yan had been working hard to condense his 9th holy meridian. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried and condensed it, he was still faced with failure. Finally, at the last moment, Su Yan understood that his cultivation method was different from others. He comprehended one meridian at a time, so naturally, he couldn't cultivate according to the conventional way. Therefore, Su Yan tried to condense the spirit chi of the 8 meridians. With this attempt, Su Yan succeeded. He didn't condense his 9th meridian. He directly stepped into the Emperor realm. Elder Li Tianyi, your five-horned giant dragon is strong enough. Let me try out the power of the celestial phenomenon stage. Su Yan smiled and suddenly leaped up. Roar! The five-horned dragon seemed to have noticed Su Yan's movements. With a low roar, it instantly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan didn't notice it the first time. This time, Su Yan was serious. How could Su Yan suffer the same move of the five-horned dragon a second time? The moment the five-horned dragon jumped up, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned, and a blood-red light surged out. With a bang, a powerful force erupted from his body, filling the air with a burst of bright light. Go to hell! Su Yan immediately shouted and patted his storage bag. He had already taken out the ghost howl sword and held it in his hand. His body rushed up, and his sword met the five-horned dragon. Bang! With a loud bang, in the void, 2 powerful auras slowly spread out from the man and the beast, and a thick fog burst out. At the same time, a powerful energy followed the fluctuations. Bang! With another loud bang, the surrounding maze array set up by Li Tianyi broke at this moment. The sun above the sky immediately shone down. At the same time, this powerful sound immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples who were about to move forward. The surrounding people also entered the maze array. This time, the maze disappeared. Everyone could not help but be surprised. At the same time, when they saw Su Yan and the five-horned dragon in the air, they were all stunned. At this moment, the man and the beast let out a low roar at the same time. Their bodies suddenly turned and cut through the sky. After a moment, under everyone's gaze, they collided with each other again. What the hell is going on? Yes, where did this demonic beast come from? Only then did countless people see this scene clearly. Although they saw it clearly, the shock on their faces did not fade at all. Instead, they looked at the huge five-horned dragon and became even more surprised. Not only them, but even Li Tianyi, who was controlling the illusion, was stunned when he saw this scene. In particular, His illusion maze suddenly disappeared when Su Yan and the five-horned dragon collided, which made Li Tianyi even more surprised. Who is it this time? Why is he so determined to fight against my five-horned dragon? This is impossible. This boy only has the strength of an emperor Tianxiang. How is it possible? Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan's figure with a face full of surprise. He could not believe what he saw in front of him was real. Illusion was the most important thing for a person's control of mind power. If some energy crystals were used in advance to set up an illusion array, it would be fine. However, if one used illusion to attack, as long as there was a slight difference in consciousness, their strength would be greatly reduced. Although the five-horned dragon was transformed by Li Tianyi using his essence blood, it was different from ordinary illusions. However, it was still an illusion after all. While Li Tianyi was surprised, Su Yan immediately noticed it. He could not help but sneer, "Elder Li Tianyi, do you feel a little strange?" Of course, Su Yan did not say this out loud. He only said it in his heart. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. The ghost howl sword in his hand immediately surged with a resplendent radiance and struck towards the head of the five-horned huge dragon. The speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the sword had slid through the five-horned dragon's head. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. At the same time, Su Yan's eyes turned and his mind power surged out. The five-horned dragon suddenly trembled. When Li Tianyi sensed the powerful mental force, he was shocked. He hurriedly recalled the five-horned dragon. This was probably the only drop of blood essence left in the world. If it was destroyed here, Li Tianyi would not be able to take it. If it was destroyed, Li Tianyi would really suffer a double loss today.